1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good afternoon. I am Brandon Fogel coming to you from Chicago. Today, the diplomacy is coming to us from Vancouver, however, as we bring you live coverage of the Cascadia Open, the 2023 edition. And we're about to get started. Thank you, Hal Schild, for that amazing introduction. I am Brandon Fogel, like I said before. Today on the broadcast, I'm going to be joined by esteemed DBN broadcaster, David Hood. Welcome, Mr. David Hood.
Hey.
Coming to us from North Carolina, we are also joined by Mr. Adam Silverman out of Southern California, or Northern California, sorry, Bay Area. And all the way from Paris, France, Mr. Nicolas Tillet. Welcome, Nicolas.
Thanks. Hi, everybody.
All right, guys, we have gathered here to find out what's happening in Vancouver, which is the center of the North American diplomacy universe this week, where the 2022 Cascadia Open is taking place. Cascadia Open is run by Chris Brand and is not one of the oldest tournaments, but it's sort of quickly become a little jewel on this circuit because Vancouver is a great place to be, and Chris Brand is such a pleasant person. Let's find out a little bit more about the history of the tournament, if we can, from Adam Silverman, who, spoiler alert, just happens to be the 2019 winner of that tournament. Adam, what else can you tell us about the tournament besides that unimportant fact?
Definitely an unimportant fact. So Cascadia was first run in 2017 by Chris Brand, who really has built up the hobby in the Pacific Northwest. That year it was won by local John Jameson, everyone's favorite virtual and face-to-face player. I believe he is playing this weekend as well. Following the 2017 local victory, though, Cascadia was won subsequent 3 years by Californians, first by Eddie Bursan in 2018, by myself in 2019, and then in the most recent face-to-face version of Cascadia by Siobhan Nolan in 2020, right before COVID struck. It then went virtual, I believe, in 2021. The tournament was won by, was it Ed Sullivan? Is that correct?
Yeah, it was Ed Sullivan. Yeah,
it was won by Ed Sullivan in 2021. Someone we all near and dear to our hearts here at DBN. And this year there was actually a virtual Cascadia back in January to set up for the tournament that happened now, and that was won by Tommy Anderson. And I know that Tommy won that with a big solo in the second round of the virtual event. Who will it go to this year? I don't know. I'm personally hoping it will stay in California.
Well, so I actually was present at that 2020 Cascadia. It's the only time I've been out there for the tournament, and I got to witness Siobhan's win firsthand, and it was unfortunately deserved, I have to admit. But yeah, it was a great venue. There it was actually in the back of a bar that had a poetry reading going on in the front, while we were sort of stuck in the slightly smelly back. Very cozy confines, but it made for a really pleasant tournament. David, you had a look at the most recent Cascadias, and we all, when we remembered that Tommy Anderson had won, sort of wondered how the hell that happened. Did you figure out anything for us, David?
Yes, I went back and looked at our coverage from 6 months ago or 5 months ago, whatever it was. And the answer, of course, is that it was a very tornado-y type day. And Christoph Borgia, who was Russia to Tommy's Italy, they had sort of a arrangement there for a while as a wintergreen. Christoph got mad about something that either Zach or Katie, who were playing England and France, did, or both of them, and basically retreated from Tommy. And throwing the game might be a little bit too strong, but somebody might argue that the game was thrown. So it was one of those great things that sometimes happens because this is a psychological game where, you know, the personalities matter and the emotions matter. And that's one way that one reason that Tommy won the tournament this past January. I also looked at Ed Sullivan's win from 2021, the first time that Cascadia had gone virtual. And you guys may recall that was a tournament where Ed Sullivan came in first, Jackson Roberts came in second, Matthew Creel came in third, and all of them had solos in round two. One of them, I would say Ed's was more of a diplomatic solo. Jackson's was a race between him and Liam Stokes. They were each trying to get the solo. They were both gigantic, and there was just a tactical fight at the end, what we call a race for a solo. And then Matthews was a stab, an unseen stab for a solo. That was really quite a solo fest for that particular Cascadia. Who knows what we're going to see for this one.
And it's worth pointing out that Matt Krill, Liam Stokes, and Jackson Roberts are all there in person playing in Vancouver this weekend. So maybe some fireworks. Maybe we can get ourselves a little excited about that.
Sabia Huja came in second to Tommy back in January, and I believe that Sabia is playing as well.
Sabia is also there, and Sabia is also coordinating the recording of the moves for DBN and also doing some interviews, which we'll get to see some clips from in a little bit. One point to remember that occurs to me about Christoph's throwing of the solo in that game was that Christoph was playing from Switzerland, the second game of the day for him, and it was his first time really playing unlimited diplomacy games. So he was playing, I mean, the sun was coming up, and he was, I think, posting pictures of the sunrise. And he was playing, I think, in order to prepare for the DBNI to get some virtual under his belt because he had qualified for it. And was just unused to playing unlimited games, and especially the second one of the day, and just kind of said enough's enough from some pestering from Katie Gray. Nicolas, you are overseas right now. You have some experience playing into the night on virtual. This is not virtual, it should be said. This is back to in-person face-to-face diplomacy. Correct me, or remind me, have you played in person yet?
No, not yet. If I can, I'm going to try to go to EDC in September, but nothing certain at the moment. So let's see if I can make it.
All right, so you'll be projecting what it's like to play in person, but many of these players who are going to be there today have joined in the virtual era, and while some of them have played in person before, not all of them have, and I believe one of them, Saren Kwok, has never played in person before, is purely a creature of the virtual era, but a titan of the virtual era, and it will be fascinating to see how Saren fares in person, meeting a lot of these people for the first time. Nicola, do you have any thoughts? Can you project at all as to what it might be like for Saren? Just imagining what it might be like for you.
I think it's very different because when I look at the tournament, played face to face, you have, I'd say, the pressure of not having the map in front of you all the time. When you play virtual face to face, you have the map next to you, so you know exactly where everybody is. Whereas I guess in face to face, you have to have, in addition, this memory, but some virtual face to face makes the jump very easily, like with Tanya Gill, winning whipping, being, as you mentioned, a VFTF creature, and winning her first tournament in whipping. So I think it could go this way also with Saren, because she's a very easy person to work with. I think that's what she tries to to convey basically to every person she plays with. So maybe it translates very well, like it did with Tanya, or maybe she doesn't have maybe this great stab that Tanya has that everybody knows by the time, and she doesn't make it. But I think anyway she's going to be in the top of this tournament. Where I don't know, but she's a great player.
All right, we'll definitely keep an eye out.
And maybe in fairness to Tanya, Tanya's been doing face-to-face for a pretty long time before whipping this year. Actually, she's one of those rare cases who's managed to just completely dominate both face-to-face and virtual diplomacy. So, I think that's been a rare case, and we'll see if Seren can do the same as she's making that transition.
Yeah, I don't think Tanya had won a tournament before in person. Had placed highly at the Worlds in 2017, but Tanya had been solely an online player before that, an extended deadline. So Tanya really is somebody who, found a way to excel no matter what the format is. Just clearly a natural.
I should say that as we're talking about the field of players here for a minute, there are some players at this tournament who are also old-time face-to-face players who have not been playing much during the virtual time, during the COVID time. The Matthew Shields of the world, who's at the tournament, Timothy Jackson, people that are playing at this tournament face-to-face because they're back to what they're used to, which is playing face-to-face. So it's really, as we've been saying the last year and a half, it's really fun to see the mixture of players, backgrounds, experiences, and playing styles.
Yeah, great. So maybe the question really isn't how are the virtual players going to fare in person anymore, as I think Adam has implored me to stop even bothering with the distinction, but how do in-person players who haven't played in a while do not just playing again, but also playing with a new breed of player who have also developed a certain meta, in virtual play.
Yep.
It's been pointed out to me that Timothy Jackson has never been eliminated in a tournament game before. So let's just put that one down and see where that one goes. I don't know what's going to happen, but I suspect that it was pointed out to me for a reason.
Since 1989, right?
That sounds right.
Yeah.
I have played with Timothy once at Big Sky in Montana, and I found him a very frustrating player to play with.
He is a peach. He is a veritable peach. So I suspect the problem was not him.
Lovely person, no, very lovely person. Just a boulder of a player, just impossible to redirect. That was my experience. But yes, I also probably find peaches difficult to redirect. Shall we stop kibitzing and get to some games? What do you guys say?
Sure.
All right. I believe first up in the schedule.
Should we talk about the scoring system?
Yes. Thank you, Adam. Please.
Yeah, so I think it's important to think about these games in the context of a scoring system. I think a lot at DBN, we're often covering league games where we're looking at this sort of year-long meta. This does not have that. This is 3 games. It's a very short meta, which means people's memories might be a little bit stronger for the earlier rounds, but on the other hand, a strong showing in 1 or 2 games can often be the difference between winning or not winning the tournament. This tournament is using the Manacon scoring system, which is the same system we used at DipCon whipping this past year. It's essentially a sum of squares type of system. Basically, what that means is the number of centers you have at the end of the game is squared, and then the sum of all of those for each player is added, and you get your fraction of that pool. There's also a slight correction factor that's added into the Manacon system that's not in the traditional sum of squares system. What does this mean in practice? It means you need to get big. And it means you not only need to get big, but the separation between the top power, if you're the top power, hopefully, and the next set of powers is also critical in terms of determining your score. So a score of having, say, 12 centers and the next largest power having 8 centers is going to be a much better score than having 12 centers and the next power having 11 centers, or being tied 12-12. In fact, the meta that we've often seen through virtual diplomacy of 2 players trying to roll out to a tied board top, or 3 players even going out for a tied 3-way board top, that's fine, and you can get a perfectly acceptable score doing that. But if you want to get a high enough score to be able to win this tournament, you're going to have to go for it. You're going to have to go for that separation and that solo large large result. A 12-12, bunch of 12-12 results may or may not cut it for this. But if you can get that 13-14 center result where the next power has, is much smaller than you, that's where you're getting to these scores that are 40, 50 points out of 100, and where you can really start to make a play for the game. What does that mean in terms of dynamics? It means if you want to get to those types of results, you're not running with the same ally on your side of the board. It means you're making an effort to clean up your side of the board, and not have that long-term EF alliance, RT alliance. You're going to most of the time need to break that up in the mid game. So we'll see if that happens here.
Okay, it is like Sum of Squares, though. It is the case that you can have a strong second place finish.
Yeah, so you can actually get a decent score without topping a board. You can get a pretty decent score in this game. Every game has 100 points, right? A solo gets you all 100 points. Without a solo, the absolute highest score that can be achieved is something like high 60s, 70, but that's really hard to get. That would be
like for 17, 8 or something. Yeah.
The other powers are all really small. Normally, a good score in this system is in the 30s is a pretty good score. In the upper 20s is a decent score that you want to count. But really, to be making those big scores, getting in the upper 30s, getting into the 40s, or maybe even into the 50s, requires a big number of centers and a big separation. This isn't Carnage where topping a board with 9 centers is going to be sufficient to winning a tournament.
All right, great. Thank you for that synopsis, Adam. All 3 scores do count. There are no drop rounds in this tournament, so every score will matter. And with that, Adam, we will see you in a little bit. You get game 1 off, and that means you get a little break. All right, so it's the 3 of us for game number 1. Let's head on over and have a look at the board. All right, board A, this is Magrathea. So all of these are named after fictional planets, presumably from science fiction. And David, I should have discussed this with you ahead of time. Do you know what Magrathea is?
Hitchhiker's Guide. I think it's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, if I recall correctly, but I don't remember exactly what happens there, to be fair. It's been a long time.
Well, thank you for at least getting the source for us. So Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. In Austria, we have Greg Matthews out of Vancouver. Greg is an infamous player in the extended deadline community, has gone by Village Idiot and Ewok under various guises, and is notorious, I think, is the right word for it. Somebody who has been very successful, but has caused, I think, a lot of people to be less happy than they could have been with their own games. He has been trying to break into the FTF, not in a dedicated way, just sort of in a little bit at a time way, and lives in Vancouver, so this is a convenient tournament for him to get to. Kira Olsen is a longtime face-to-face player. Kira was there in 2020 when I went. And Kira is out of Washington. Matthew Krill also comes out of the state of Washington, the town of Everett. We all know Matthew. In Germany, we've got Jackson Roberts, a college student from Orange County, California, who has made some waves on the online in the virtual era. Italy, John Jameson, this is a guy who is notorious for all kinds of reasons. And always create some kind of energy on a board out of Vancouver. Russia, we have Chris Brand, the tournament director, who I believe will not be playing for a score that counts, but that does not mean that Chris Brand will roll over or try to get eliminated immediately. Chris Brand will still play this board to win. I'm certain of that. And of course, he is local in Vancouver. Turkey, we have Bradley Grace out of the UK, a town called Warrington. All right, guys. Any quick thoughts on this board from how it looks, David?
I'm just interested to see how Bradley does. Being the one that's obviously from a different background and playing in North American face-to-face tournament, I assume for the first time. It's going to be fun to see how Bradley fits into the mix here. You've got Jameson, Brandon, Matthews in the East, and I'm not sure I would have picked Turkey if Bradley had a choice. I'm not sure I would have picked Turkey to start off the tournament, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, Italy, Austria will be fun to look at. Nicola.
Or you can always say that because this player maybe won't work together, maybe it's a great time to get Turkey. Like, that's the way I would see it personally, but maybe I'm wrong.
Optimism is a good way to start. All right, here is the map. And we'll start with East-West just for the first year or two, and then we'll move quickly from there. David, here are the Spring of '01 orders. We'll start with you in the West. Tell me how it looks to you.
Well, the thing that of course jumps out to anybody looking at the map would be the two bounces, the ones in Burgundy and the ones in Piedmont. Those are, I assume, arranged. It's something that I can see Matthew proposing, or at least saying yes to, have proposed to by him. We did a study back about a year ago about German openings to see how well Germany does when it opens to Burgundy, and the answer was really well in that, at least that subset of games we analyzed in Diplomacy World about a year ago. So it's interesting to see those bounces, but otherwise, I think that's pretty much the story from the West.
And in the East, Nicola?
Well, in the East, I think it's quite standard. You get the bounce in Galicia. The bounce in Piedmont is not really standard, but that has been mentioned before. And you have this very popular opening really at the moment in virtual face-to-face of Turkey going to Bulgaria, bouncing in Black Sea, and Smyrna going to Ankara, basically not moving, in order to free the fleet to go to Constantinople in the fall and potentially have two fleets in the Med. Yeah, it's pretty standard again. So let's see what happens in the fall. But I think everybody is playing it safe.
Yeah, that bounce in Piedmont is kind of delightful, actually, and it really makes you wonder what diplomacy led to that. And maybe some future moves will give us a clue to the answer to that. Sticking with you, David, in the West, do you have any tea leaves that you can read for us?
The convoy to Belgium was going to work because obviously it couldn't have been stopped. So that was probably some kind of deal that was struck by at least two of the players, if not all three of the players. The thing that really matters a lot in fall 1901 is, do the Germans let the Russians into Sweden? Because that gives you some concept of what the EG relationship is. If it's very strong, then Germany's usually tempted to bounce the Russians. Here, because they didn't bounce the Russians, it doesn't necessarily tell you anything, but it certainly doesn't mean that there was such a strong EG alliance that they wanted to jump on Russia in the beginning.
And do you make anything of the support order from Bothnia to Baltic?
No, I'm just assuming that's some kind of joke.
I think the opposite. I think they are actually at odds. I think he must have told Brendan Chris that he was going to bounce him. So anticipating that Chris would venge himself going to Baltic, and then that's why also Chris goes to Silesia. I think Russia is a bit mad at Germany, and somehow Germany wanted to make something smart, trying to tell Russia, I'm going to bounce you in Sweden, so that he doesn't go there.
And, so then the support order is actually meant to be a prediction for our benefit.
Yeah.
Great. Well, tell us what else happens in the East, if you would.
That's how I would read it, but maybe I'm wrong. And in the East, as we mentioned, Ankara going to Constantinople, I think it tells the story of basically RT against AI, with Austria not really trusting Italy because they are covering Trieste rather than going to Galicia. And Italy also going for the traditional Lepanto, with Apulia being convoyed to Tunis. So at the moment, very standard in the East, except this move to Silesia.
All right. Certainly lots of intrigue already in this game. I mean, I have to say, this already looks like a board I haven't quite seen before. And we say this a lot on this broadcast, but there's a reason why diplomacy keeps our interest. And it's
the move to Silesia is not something you see very often, and there's lots of potential reasons for it. So but you could be right, Nicola, that this is just an angry reaction from Chris, although that wouldn't be very Chris Brandish in fall 1901, but we'll see. We don't know what Jackson said to him.
Are you saying this would be off-brand?
It would be off-brand.
I tried to give the knowing bump in my face. Not sure if it worked. I mean, what would be the alternative, David? Trying to get into Bohemia?
The alternative would be that you are going to support yourself to Galicia in the spring, that you weren't sure if Ukraine was really going to leave. I mean, there's various potential things. The fact that neither one went to Galicia could mean that this is some kind of AR situation, and the Silesia thing's supposed to throw people off. Who knows?
And just a question for David and Brendan, actually. The move to Burgundy, don't you think it means that EF is more likely than FG or anything? Because when I look at these moves, like they had the bounce in the spring, so you don't need the bounce actually, or to go there even as friends in the fall, right?
I think the question would be, as opposed to going where?
Piccadilly.
Yeah. You give yourself more flexibility if you go to Burgundy, and Germany's unlikely to care that much because they can build in Munich.
Yeah, but that's the point. If you want to work with Germany, you don't want him to build in Munich, and so you'd rather be in Piccadilly, right, as France?
I think it could be defensive. I think the builds will tell us something about how to interpret that. And here are those builds. Well, I think we certainly have an answer, at least from England's perspective. Kira Olsen drops 2 fleets, one in Liverpool, as anti-French as you can get. Matthew, I think these builds could be viewed as potentially defensive, but I think he now knows at least who one of his enemies is. Elsewhere on the board, we have Chris Brand putting down 2 armies, one of them in St. Petersburg, which is certainly not as anti-German as it could have been. It could be transitioned down through Livonia, but you would think Moscow would have been the place if he was going to build anti-German. Jackson also does not build as anti-Russian as he could have. So this is a very interesting board. In the south, we just have a couple armies from Greg Matthews in Austria and fleets from John and Bradley in places where you would expect. All right, let's keep pushing ahead here. Spring of 1902.
It's actually weird that he didn't build in Berlin, Germany, because like Russia could have destroyed him by not having a build in Berlin.
Yeah, that struck me as confidence in his diplomatic ability. There must have been something about what happened that told him that England was still going to be a problem for him, and so wanted to be able to try to make a plea for Germany. And so let's keep going here. David, tell us about the West.
I think the answer is, for Burgundy and all that, is look at none of the armies doing anything. So. And Germany certainly thinks that Germany and England are not friendly. Yeah. Given the build that the English made, it's hard to believe the English and the French are all that friendly, although the move to Wales makes it look like maybe Kyra's trying to pull back from that somehow. The move to Skagerrak is important because it shows that that's really an anti-Russian move more than it is anything else. So I would say that the West is a jumble. That's my opinion. It's a jumble. The only thing we know for sure is that Germany and France did not fight each other over Burgundy, for example. That's the only thing we know for sure.
Yeah, Kiel to Helgoland seems like a strong marker of war between England and Germany here.
Certainly, that's what Germany thought.
Yeah. And what about the East, Nicolas?
In the East, well, it's it's not an AI, or it's a weird one, basically. So Austria says, let's go for Italy at first, and let's go with Turkey. So Turkey in a wonderful position, already 2 fleets in the Med, and with Austria and Italy already at odds. Italy has sniffed it out because they are in Apulia in order to defend Venice, and they are in Albania too. So. Yeah, I think you are going to see a war, but let's see which war you're going to see down there. Because Italy can make a strong pitch to Turkey too. So it's not only Austria. I think at the moment Austria is convinced the Turkish are on side, but let's see who Bradley chooses.
Yeah, the curious thing here is that it has the makings of an ART with a Russia that maybe isn't as committed as they could be. Playing defensively over Galicia, but not moving those units somewhere else.
Well, at the risk of making another bad pun, that is on brand.
That is right.
Chris is a known slow player.
Indeed.
And unlikely to make bold aggressive moves in 1902, unless he thinks he has to.
And also a cagey player, right? Somebody who
Yes.
Who you can't really. It's hard to predict what he's going to do. And you might think you know, and then you will find out that you did not know. Here are the following.
For example, he is not a verbose negotiator. He is spare with his language.
Indeed. All right, let's talk about fall 1902. David, what do you see?
Well, I see Western Med to the North Atlantic. You can't really miss that. I also see that England, with German help, takes the Belgians out, takes the English out of Belgium, because as we know, an English army in Belgium is often going there to die. England, with Russian help, takes Denmark, right? So that they've figured out how to do that. Although Chris also attacks Norway, not sure what that's all about. But at any rate, he does let the English go into. Maybe he thought he was going to get Norway, or maybe he was just making sure that he was cutting the support for the attack on Sweden. At any rate, we do now have some fault lines here: FG versus ER. And look at the Russians. It's hard to know for sure if that was really trying to go after Berlin or if that's some kind of head fake, but I'm going to go with he was really trying to take Berlin.
Yeah, this is pretty quickly crystallized now into FG versus ER in the West, and advantage France, if I'm not mistaken, David. Would you agree with that?
Advantage France is the answer to lots of different arrangements in the West. So that's certainly true here.
All right, tell us about the East, if you will, Nicola.
Yeah, so AI continue to be at war, Austria and Italy. And also what's interesting is the retreat from Italy, because Italy loses Ionian, but is not going to save Tunis or anything. It's saying, screw you, Austria, I'm going to screw your game. So that's a way to play, the war between Italy and Austria. Let's see who benefits from it. And Russia, pulling the strings, I'd say, in the south and in the north, but not getting any blood on their hands. So really love their game here. And I think the move to Norway that you mentioned before is just to be safe, just in case England would stab for any reason. You just tap Norway just to be sure that they cannot keep Norway and Sweden at the same time. But yeah, like in the East, I really like Bradley's position. We asked at the beginning of the game how it's going to be for Bradley, but apparently it's the optimistic way, which is the favored way right now.
There's one little detail that I think is pretty important to understanding what's happening here, which is that the Aegean fleet goes to Ionian and not the Eastern fleet going to Ionian. Now, there could be multiple explanations, but I think the most likely one is that Turkey really does want to work with Austria, or at least wants Austria to think he's working with.
And it's smart of Greg in Austria to demand that be the mover here and take an option off of the table for Bradley in terms of stabbing him right away. All right, winter 1902. Just a few adjustments here. Jackson in Germany has to pull, and he pulls the army in Ruhr, which makes sense given that it looks like an FG at this point. Although you may wonder if he's going to wish he had that army for the apparent Russian assault coming against him. Elsewhere, we have Matthew dropping perhaps a surprising build here, a fleet in Marseille, which is perhaps in reaction to Turkey already getting into the Ionian in the fall of 1902. We also have Kira Olsen waving a build, which is a bit of a shocker and may perhaps be, I assume it's either a misorder or a bold diplomatic play to try to get France to focus on the East. David?
That might work. I mean, it's clear to me that that's what Matthew, who is a spectacular player who can read the board immediately and realize that Italians retreating to Adriatic is a warning bell for the French. And so he knows that he's got to do something in the Mediterranean. If this was an intentional thing on Kyra's part to waive the build, it may turn out to work out just fine, because that's the sort of thing that Matthew might actually respond to. He is a smart guy. He's level-headed. He's not going to do something just because he decided on 1901 he was going to go some direction. He's totally capable of changing direction.
Yep, but then why not build the army? Let's not build the fleet. Just build an army to say, I'm going to defend the island. What's the benefit of really waving? Rather than Army Liverpool, for example.
You're talking about the English army?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's the thing I would have done, but if that's what Kyra was trying to do, somebody like Matthew might respond.
Yeah, I'm with you, Nicola. I would have built the army. It doesn't seem like a downside. So that suggests to me that maybe, is it Kyra definitely, or is it possibly Kira, David? Do you know for sure?
Actually, that's my fault. It's probably Kira.
Okay. It's possible Kira did not realize that she had a rebuild. That's
why I said if this was intentional, then it could be X. but it very, very much could be unintentional.
All right, it is Kira. Gotten confirmation on that. Let's move on ahead into the spring of 1903 here. And let's try to go to a full board read now if we can. David, we'll start with you in the spring of 1903. Here are the moves. Give me the full board read, if you will.
All right, well, that's what I was expecting from the French. Move the armies down and move the fleet out to the Mediterranean and the other fleet down. I think Matthew realizes there's a significant strategic threat here with the Turks already being in Tyrrhenian and already being in Ionian. It's clear that John is either going to go down, with a some kind of vengeance play against the Austrians, or just try to be a puppet to the Turks or something. So that, to me, is the most important thing that's happening on the board, is the Turks going as where they're going, and Matthew responding the way the Matthew's responding. And you can see that if Kira was doing that on purpose, it sure did work.
And to have that build in pocket now is really great, isn't it?
Yeah. Now the Chris Brand, both armies going to Berlin. I'm telling you, that is so Chris to say, I'm not really here. I'm just sort of hanging out, man. I don't know what you're all concerned about. I'm not making any fast moves here. I'm just trying to protect myself, and I don't have anything else to do in the South, and blah, 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 blah. And Jackson saying, no, man, I'm going to Berlin.
Interesting to see Greg or Greg continuing with an attack on Italy, which is doomed to failure here, rather than trying to coordinate with Chris against Jackson. Perhaps it's a wise balance of power play, but it also keeps their alliance from moving forward, and that is a place where they could move forward.
Well, he probably thinks, and maybe this is wrong, but he probably thinks that the Italian position is about to be flanked by the Turks, and that the Turks are going to help him destroy the Italians. We'll see. That might not be what's going to happen, though.
Yeah. All right, let's have a look at fall 1903. And Nicolas, we will put you on the hot seat for this one.
So, first, France is taking Holland. I think that's a big thing happening in the West, and taking the Western Med. So they have a dominant position in the North and in the South. And I think England does this because they are saying to France, well, look, I'm going to be your junior partner, basically, and I'm going to feed you dots so that you're strong in the South against this AT. And in the East, the AT continues rolling, destroying the army in Albania, going to Tunis, sorry. And it seems like a rat in the South. And Chris Brand finally moving out of St. Pete and taking Norway is the other thing. I think. And I think it's a result of the English play. The season before, they have tried to attack Sweden, whereas Russia had helped him this whole time. So I think now basically Russia says, look, I helped you, now I'm taking Norway from you. And they don't have a rebuild, as you mentioned before, because they lose Norway.
What do you guys make of Burgundy to Munich here? Russia supports France into Munich. Nicolas, can you make any sense of that for us?
No, not like it seems as if Jackson had burnt a lot of bridges. That's how I would see it, because I don't see the point else for Russia, to support Burgundy into Munich. Why not try to take Berlin for yourself? It seems a bit weird. It's the only way Germany loses a dot for sure here. So maybe it's really die Germany die, as we've seen a lot in virtual face-to-face. That's how I would see it. But maybe David or you have another idea.
I doubt that Chris thought that France was going to take Holland here. So, because if that's true, he probably would have assumed that North Sea was going to support Norway, for example. So if he had known that the French position was going to look like this, I'm kind of doubt he would have supported Burgundy to Munich. But what this does show you is how flexible France's strategic options almost always are. It was just a couple of minutes ago we said he's in the North Atlantic. He's got England by the seat of her pants, and here he is in Tuscany, Western Med, Munich, and Holland already. It's just amazing. How and particularly when France is being helmed by somebody like Matthew Krill, who knows the game so well.
This has the makings of a virtuoso performance. We'll have a look and see if that continues. Winter 1903 builds sees Matthew fully committed to the southern adventure, with the delightful defensive addition of an army in Paris. Chris Brand now adds a. Oops, Chris Brand. We lost the connection, didn't we? Let me get that back up here.
Well,
Fortunately,
he had to build the army Paris because there was a German army in Ruhr that could otherwise have sneaked into the country. So I have to build an army Paris. So, I mean, he's right.
But it's also good for England. Like, if you're England, you're happy to see no fleet in Brest. So,
true.
Kind of nice.
All right, so England does not get the rebuild, as Nicola pointed out for us. Chris Brand puts down a fleet in North Coast St. Petersburg, so recognizes that war is now happening for sure with England. Bradley in Turkey puts down a fleet in Smyrna, and Jackson, is now just looking to stay alive as best as possible. Keeps an army and a fleet close to the ones that are either in or contiguous to a home center. All right, let's keep pushing ahead here. Spring 1904. Nicola, will take you in the spring here. Here's a moment to digest the board. Now tell us what you think.
I think it's a bad move to go back from Tis. I think Turkey should stay in Tis. I think that's a key move, and that may decide the French advance in the south. It was key to hold Tyrrhenian Sea, I think. And here, losing it, they're sure to lose Napoli in the fall, if I'm not mistaken. And they're not even sure to get back Ionian. And I think that speaks about the lack of coordination in the Rat. Because this army in Romania, this army in Bulgaria, makes sure that the Austrian can't move these armies from Serbia and from Budapest, whereas they should be at the line at the moment. So, like, Chris maybe wants to be like immobile in the south, but he's also making the Turk and the Austrian immobile basically by playing like that, I think. And if you look at the west, well, England is going into Skag, and basically England is playing for second place at this stage. Tell me if I'm wrong, but that's how I would read it.
If this is truly still a rat, it is a crappy.
It's not a very effective one, is it? All made possible by Matt's quick reaction, right? The West reacted very quickly, and Kira as well, and reconfigured their alliance structure. All right, fall of 1904. Let's keep moving with a nice pace. David, you are on tap here. Tell us what happens.
Well, if there was going to be some kind of rapprochement with Jameson, it didn't go any. In other words, to try to hold Tunis or something against the French, no. They just attack Ionian and take Venice, and so the at least the AT is still going. Now,
not
the move to Romania is interesting. Is that mean that Russia's getting ready to get cut out of this, and it's going to be an AT? That's an interesting situation if true, because they really need Russia to sort of hold back in the north/west of the map, or Krill's just going to run away with the thing. England, of course, takes Norway. Germans are still alive, but they're on life support. I hate to say this again, but Matthew Krill sort of knows what he's doing.
There's a couple things that surprised me here. I mean, obviously, Greg's turn on Russia is surprising and interesting. It puts him up 2-7, so he's going to be dropping 2, and suddenly I think is a force to keep an eye on. Bradley Grace's retreat here from Tunis into North Africa, rather than pulling and getting a rebuild at home, given that there is an Italian fleet in Eastern Med. Maybe the fact that the Italian is only going to have one unit after this made Bradley feel like it was better to keep the forward retreat. Any thoughts on that one, David? If
you take it off the board and then rebuild it at home, yeah, that sounds good for the short term. But have you really left yourself any options in the long run, or is France you might as well just cede it to France now? I don't know. I think you can make an argument either way. But if I were you, if I were him, I probably would have done this also, and hope that if the Italians don't remove Eastern, you just use Army Khan to defend.
And hope that you don't have to worry about Russia, dealing with you as well. Nikolai, do you have a thought on that?
I think the Austrian move is basically a desperation move, saying maybe I can make England more powerful. That's a way to play it, in my opinion. Maybe England is the only one who at this stage can do anything against Matthew. So let's try to, because you know the reaction from Chris, what it's going to be, right? The disband of the two northern fleets. So it means that England is going to be more powerful, and this way you can play balance of power. So if that's the play, I think it's a very savvy play from Greg.
All right, so we have a prediction of the two northern fleets being pulled by Chris Brand. I'm going to go out on a limb and, well, actually, Greg's got Trieste open. A fleet is potentially it's going to be two armies, right? Vienna and Budapest.
Vienna and Budapest.
All right, here are the.
I think you can make an argument for a fleet. Okay, there it comes.
Okay, sorry, I should have given you the chance. What is the argument for the fleet, David?
Because what does he need another army for? He's got all kinds of armies. Assuming that he is trying to prevent Matthew from doing something, another army is only going to be of marginal benefit to doing that.
As long as he and Bradley are on board together, right? Because that Serbian army has to come up to Budapest now.
They really need to get those armies into position. But assuming they're going to continue their attack on the Russians, they're going to get ready to get out of getting at where they are. I mean, it's true that they're useless where they are, but I like the fleet build. I think they needed another fleet to have any play left in the game. They needed another fleet.
Well, it's always fun to see Austria building a fleet, especially this early in the game. Elsewhere, we have Kira Olsen putting down a fleet in Edinburgh. You could have made an argument, I think, here that an army would have been especially useful. But I actually love fleet builds as England. I know a lot of people think that is a recipe for getting stuck at 10 centers. And we have Matthew Krill putting down fleet Brest, which is interesting. Not necessarily a problem, but right away, but potentially a problem down the road.
Well, he had to build a fleet Brest because of the North African fleet.
Exactly. Yes.
That's what he's thinking anyway, is that allows him to plug that hole and still use Western Med to do something else.
Gotcha. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, let's keep on going here. Spring 1905. I believe it is David's turn to do the spring turn. So David, tell us what you see.
Gosh, I really like the attack on Tunis that kills the French fleet. That's smart. And I don't think that Matthew is expecting that fleet to be killed. You know what I mean? I think he would have done something differently, like, go from Western to North Africa with support or something that would have let Western be a retreat area. So anyway, I like that move. The Italians did keep the fleet. We didn't mention this, but the Italians did keep the fleet. So the Turks are sort of playing guessing games down there. There goes the change in scenario here with the Russians getting Romania with support. I'm going to think that's actually with the agreement of everybody concerned, because putting the fleet in there doesn't matter, but they probably are trying to say to Chris, all right, fine, you need to be the tip of the spear, so let's do that. I don't know if Chris is going to do it or not, because he's putting his armies in Bohemia and Silesia. We'll see what that means. But my point is that may have been a deal that AT offered to Chris, and Chris may or may not actually stick to it. We'll see.
Yeah, that's the fly in the ointment of that possible plan, isn't it? That those armies go south rather than heading north to try to protect St. Petersburg, which will now presumably also fall as well.
Now, I really don't like. I understand why you go Norwegian to Barents and Edinburgh to Norwegian. I get it. I really think I would have gone to North Sea there just to be on the safe side.
Given that there's a French fleet now in Holland.
Yes, and there was one in Belgium before.
Yeah.
So you just don't want to. I'm not saying that Matthew was tempted right away, but you don't want to tempt him. You want to make it so he's not tempted to do anything screwy.
All right, let's push ahead here. Fall 1905. Nikolai, you are on the clock. Tell us what you see.
So England takes 2 in the north, but gives Kiel to France, who also takes Berlin at the same time. So it's a +1 France, but -1 in the south. So France stays on 9, I guess, and +2 for England. So I think the plan from Austria worked really well, like to put England back into contention. So it's it's very smart if he did that. I think it's a very smart move from him. And in the south, the Rat is trying to figure things out, and it's not working so bad because Russia gets one out of Romania, and Austria doesn't lose any because he takes Rome back, basically. So that's great moves. The Rat is working very well this time, and Turkey is building. So either EF against Rat is stabilizing, or there's going to be another stab next year because, well, too many centers have changed hands, right?
So this is where things stand at the end of 1905. Before we see the builds here, who do you guys like in this game from here? David, I'll give you first choice here.
Whether I had first choice or last choice, I still would have said Matthew Krill. I mean, I understand that there is a path forward, perhaps for Greg, who is also a spectacular player. Don't get me wrong, Greg is a great player, and so if anybody could figure out a way to get back in contention, it would be him. Bradley maybe has some kind of off, outside chance here, but you got to go with Matthew's chances, I think.
Nicola, can you make an argument for Greg or anyone else besides Matthew?
It depends. Like after the build, maybe it's going to be clear, but I think England has a great chance. I think England has a great chance because I don't think England and Russia are going to be mad at each other or anything. Like Chris seems to have given up on the North. And if you start fighting France, most likely you're going to have a war between Austria and Turkey at some point. So I really like the English position here, but it depends what they want to do, because it seems that England is playing for second place right now. Of course, maybe it was just, I got back on my feet and then I'm going to stab France. But I think I like the English position here.
All right, well, let's see. If Kira waves builds, then I think we'll have some answer. But, if we get Fleets, London, Liverpool, we also have another answer. And the answer is 2 armies for Kira, which is pretty French-friendly. Jackson keeps the army in Munich, no surprise. Matthew puts down an army in Marseille. Could make an argument for another fleet here, but the army gives, I think, a bit more flexibility against Austria. Bradley puts down a fleet in Caen, always nice when you can do that, while Chris looks to play nice by pulling that fleet in Romania. And we say good game to John Jameson. All right, and the game ends in spring of 1906. Okay. So Matthew Krill tops this board with a score of 27.7, which according to Adam is not particularly good. How do you guys feel about the game ending right here? Nicola, I'll start with you.
Because the number of centers is so important in this scoring, Matthews is sure to get tennis. So that's already one more dot that he's sure to get. I think, it depends how the other players play, but you have game for Munich, so it could be a possibility. For the other players, like as we mentioned, I think England is key. So if England doesn't want to budge, of course, everybody else is going to accept, right?
And I think the English builds tell you what England was trying to communicate, which is I'm not stabbing Matthew, at least not right now. And of course, if you're Matthew Krill, you say, that's great. I love that. And then you remember what Nikolai just said, although he didn't know it at the time. But what somebody like Nikolai was going to say is, England's got a lot of fleets with nothing to do. I wonder what they're going to do now. So if you're Matthew, you might be thinking, I'll say 27.7 is not great, but it's not a bad first round result. You got to remember in face-to-face, some people play. I don't personally do this very much myself, but some people play that they want to be under the radar and not have gigantic results. They want to have decent results early in a face-to-face tournament, but not gigantic results. So Matthew may have thought, my position's not completely foolproof here. England could turn, it looks like the Eastern powers have gotten their act together. They could really coordinate here. I've only got 3 fleets in the Med. The Astro Turks have 6 if they stay together. So if I can understand why Matthew would say yes, I'm a little bit puzzled as to why the Gregs and the Bradleys of the world might say yes here. If anybody had thought they might have a chance to do something better, it might have been them. And maybe they just thought, this is enough for me in my first game. I want to get ready for game 2.
So maybe a bird in hand situation for Matthew and some question marks elsewhere on the board, at least as far as the East goes. And Kira is the sort of player who would say, Matthew, you gave me a lifeline earlier in the game. I'm going to respect that. Something like that. That I don't want to give anyone the impression though that Kira is not willing to pull out a knife and stick it in someone's backs, because I have seen that happen before as well. But I do think Kira is also the kind of player who, when things were looking down, would be, willing to repay someone's good deed. All right, let's leave this this game in the books. Sorry, and that means that we are going to bid one of you guys adieu for a short break, and that is going to be David. David, we'll see you in a little bit. Enjoy the break, and we bring back to the broadcast Mr. Adam Silverman. Adam, welcome back.
Hi, Brandon.
All right, you have any quick thoughts on game number one while I pull up game number two?
Well, it's a good start to the tournament. Not a huge result, but a respectable one for Matt and some of the mid-tier powers in that game. They all get some points to carry with them, but I don't think anybody's going to come out of that game jumping for joy or seeing themselves as the tournament leader.
All right, let's head on over to game number two then. This is named after Jinx. I don't know the reference to this. Do either of you?
No.
All right. Someone pop in the comments if you do recognize what fictional planet Jinx is and what the source of that is. In Austria, we've got Riaz Varani, who is a very well-known player across several hobbies, and certainly in Vancouver. Very sharp, very capable of putting up a strong result. Evan Bularis out of Connecticut is someone who's played a lot online, has just ventured into the face-to-face realm, played in VDL a couple weeks ago, and now is making his face-to-face debut. Dave Roberts, a familiar name from the first year of the virtual era, has not done a whole lot last year, but is Jackson, at least in the virtual sphere. Dave Roberts is Jackson Roberts' father, by the way, so if the two of them end up on a board somewhere. Dave Roberts is, I believe, a history teacher in high school and uses diplomacy in his pedagogy, which is pretty awesome. He's out of Washington State. Eddie Brisson, the one and only out of San Francisco. Heather Jameson, John Jameson's daughter, and a bit of an agent of chaos on the board, is coming to us out of Port Coquitlam. I hope I said that right, British Columbia. Siobhan Nolan, the last champion of an in-person Cascadia and a well-known DBN personality. Playing for two, I am allowed to officially announce that Siobhan is expecting. This is going to be, I believe, the last tournament. I think we're still trying to get Siobhan out for Weaselmoot in Chicago, but that's seeming unlikely. Siobhan coming up from San Jose, California. In Turkey, we've got Johnny Gillum, who I have just been informed at the start of this broadcast is no longer based in Rabat, Morocco, but has gone back to New York. So only traveling 3 time zones to get to Vancouver. All right, any quick thoughts on this board lineup? Adam, we'll start with you.
It's a tough board. Clearly a lot of experience on this board. Anytime Eddie Brisson is in the middle of a board, there's going to be a lot of people who are nervous, and I think justifiably so. Austria with Riaz, Riaz is a very strong player. Siobhan, of course. This should be some fireworks here.
All right, let's just dive on in and get this party started. If I can do it. Let's just do full board reads. Let's just start with that from the beginning, see if we can keep a nice pace. Nicola, let's start with you in spring of 1901. How does this board look?
It looks weird, a bit weird to be honest, overall, but more specifically, like you have very bold moves being done. Like I think the German opening, for example, not putting the Fleeky in Denmark, often it doesn't really work well for Germany. So let's see what happens here, because you can get bounced by England and Denmark. And here, in addition, they're not going to rule, they're bouncing Italy in Tarolia. So maybe a bit of distrust here. And especially you have this, I think there was a DMZ in Galicia, and I think Austria broke it from the start. Going there.
I think Siobhan mixed up her Moscow and Warsaw orders. I think she was supposed to order Moscow to Ukraine and Warsaw to Galicia, and she ordered Warsaw to Ukraine and Moscow to Galicia. I think she just screwed it up. That's my guess here, because it looks like they were just backwards.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine this being done on purpose from Siobhan Nolan. If you're going to arrange a bounce in Galicia as Russia, you want to make sure you execute the bounce in Galicia.
Yeah, that's why I wonder if it was not like a DMZ and Riaz just broke it from the start. Like it's hard to know.
Oh,
but
perhaps
right.
perhaps Siobhan was doing a deliberate misorder in order to cover for the fact that it was an arranged DMZ.
Yeah,
got it. But we do have the Armenian fist bump in the south with Johnny Gillum, who I think is part of the crew that likes to make that one popular. All right, let's move on ahead into the fall of 1901. And Adam, tell us what you see.
Well, we've got the English convoy into Belgium with support of the Germans, which is always really interesting. What's unusual to me is that Burgundy to Picardy move by the French. They don't even try to get a play into Belgium, or even try for Munich, which would have worked here. So that's kind of interesting. It's sort of a little bit triply, though, of course, England convoying to Belgium is not usually a good triple move. It's usually a place for that army to die. We'll see where that goes. Heather is making what looks to be an aggressive western move, going to Piedmont, Tuscany, and putting her fleet into Tunis. That's quite interesting. And then Riaz in Galicia aims to do some kind of support here. I don't know what exactly that's doing, but it doesn't seem to really matter. Supporting the fleet into Rum, okay, because Siobhan just supports herself and it looks like she also has Turkish support as well. So, I think the notable things here are that Turkey is getting their fleet out into the Med in the 1901. That is always a positive move, whether it's an RT or an AR. And the West looks like everybody it is not resolved what the alliance structure is likely to be there yet.
Yeah, I have to think if you're Riaz, you're not too happy with how 1901 has worked out here.
No.
You've got Italy heading west of no help, and RT seems to be getting along quite nicely.
And you don't build a Western triple with the fleet in Holland, especially. Like, what do you do with the fleet in Holland? It could help in the Baltic when you're doing a Western triple. Here,
I don't think this is a triple. I just think the French move out of Burgundy is curious. It makes me suspect that Eddie is more inclined to work with France in spite of the convoy of England. I think they're going to probably blow up the army and work together here. But that's just my prediction here.
All right, let's see if we can get any answers from the builds. We do see that Evan Bularis in England puts down 2 fleets. So for the second game in a row, we have a very anti-French posture from England in 1901. Eddie Bresson also puts down the most anti-French, I think. I suppose he could have built another army, but
this smells to me of typical Eddie Bresson play. He's gotten France and England pointed right at each other. He's sort of made friends with both of them in a way because he's already provided some support for the English, and he's done nothing aggressive against the French. He moved out of Munich in the fall. So I think this is typical Eddie play, and he's going to get his choice of who to work with over there. It's very nice set up for him.
All right, so he's keeping his options open between the two of them rather than committing too hard. Yeah, certainly I think if you're England, you want to see that fleet build in Berlin, not in Kiel. Siobhan, for her part, puts down Army Moscow and waves a build here, which is very interesting considering the English army in Norway and possible English-German cooperation. In the south, we get Naples, fleets in Naples and Smyrna, and Riaz does, I think, something that doesn't surprise either of any of us, which is put 2 armies eastern facing. All right, let's jump into spring 1902 here, and I believe, Adam, it is your turn to do the spring.
Yeah, I think Siobhan is probably surprised here. I think she probably thought that Eddie was going to be on side, and instead she's facing an attack by the EG. Though it's really kind of an interesting choice by Eddie, basically moving out of Holland up to Helgoland to cover Denmark, leaving the Low Countries undefended while apparently trying to make some kind of move into France with just 2 armies. This is probably just taking advantage of England's builds here. In the eastern part of the board, Siobhan supports herself down to Ukraine. There's really just kind of some futile attacks on the part of Riaz trying to make anything happen here, really anticipating the RT, but also probably continuing to solidify that. And the move certainly suggests that that's happening.
I have to highlight one thing here, which strikes me as fascinating, is Heather tapping Marseille here, which in combination with Belgium tapping Picardy, enables Eddie to guarantee Burgundy. So I think that's just evidence of high quality diplomacy on Eddie Bresson's part.
Yeah.
All right,
it's Eddie being friend with everybody around him. Basically.
Indeed. Which
I think Heather's probably not making the right choice here by sending that single fleet into the Western Med. She clearly has 2 two Turkish fleets that are about to be on the Ionian Sea. To just send a single fleet out against France in this situation is going to really just make England and Germany's life easier, but she's not going to get anything from it. And I'm not going to be shocked to see her losing the Ionian Sea right now. So I think that was really a mistake. Probably should have gone up to the Tyrrhenian Sea or just stayed there in Tunis.
Yeah, and if you're Riaz, you just can't be happy with seeing those Italian units heading west. Fall 1902, here are the moves. Nicolas, it is your turn.
Well, you spoke about Riaz, so that's nice to start with him, but that's a brilliant player. I think he's trying to put Shoban back on side, putting her into Bulgaria rather than doing anything else, rather than trying to take a dots for himself. So I think it's a very good play because it also opened Black Sea for her. She's going to be effective against Turkey, and Austria is going to be able to take dots on that. And I think Austria is recognizing here with the moves that Germany is the main threat and that he doesn't want to move against Russia, with Russia being dismantled that quickly in the north. Now it's a bit weird that Warsaw is not going to Silesia, given how Germany has behaved against Shoban, but apparently maybe she thought she could get Eddie back on side. But the weirdest moves from my perspective are the English ones. I think they have a prime opportunity here to take France, to take down France. You have Italy directed like a missile from Germany to basically help the EG and not gain anything out of it. So why not take the dots as England? Here, for me, that's a bit of a mystery, to be honest.
So in your opinion, you'd rather focus on France, not worry too much about the RT or whatever alliance is coming out of the East involving Russia, and then worry about it after France is done.
Yeah,
is that right?
you have Germany on side. You can take Mao right now. You are in Picardy, so you could be in Mao, Eng, and Picardy. So basically get Paris and Brest next year. I don't really get what you gain by taking out this sole, Russian fleet in the east, and especially since the Russian fleet is in the south coast, right? So it's basically, if you're England, you're rather happy that this fleet is here. That's the best scenario for you. So,
and also, actually, it's worth pointing out, you could probably have done both here, right? Like English Channel does not need to go back to North Sea here. If you're,
I was just looking at it, Brendan. I agree. I mean, I think you could have gone north, and this smells of like not trusting but not fully trusting Eddie right here, because Eddie clearly was encouraging the move up to the Barents and the move to Norway, and I think what Eddie was trying to do is clear the North Sea. But I think Evan probably didn't trust enough to actually leave the North Sea open and decided probably to cover that just in case, rather than doing what they were supposed to do. And I think this will cause some friction between Eddie and Evan here.
It certainly slows Evan down at a crucial moment.
But if you really want to cover North Sea, why doesn't Norway go to North Sea? Like Norway.
If you want to push the attack on Russia, rather, so that you can. But that's something you could have done next turn. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And the point is, you don't even need to be in Norway, right? You could just move Norway up to Barents without covering Norway in this position.
Yeah.
Because Germany's not going to move there.
Yeah, and get Germany to move to Finland. All right, let's push ahead here. Winter 1902, only 2 adjustments. Siobhan and Eddie both gain 1, so the Bay Area compadres are in the ascendant at the moment. That gives us an army in Berlin and an army in Moscow. Unfortunately, while they're both rising, they're both pointed at each other. Spring of 1903, I believe, Nicolas, you are up in the spring here? Yep.
Yeah, so again, like I can't read this board. I think it's really messed up. Like you have an heir trying to figure things out, and France, I think, is not sure what they want to do. England is not sure what they want to do because they would have been in a brilliant position, but now they're kind of sitting in between France and Germany and just taking St. Pete. So England right now, England's plan seems to be dot after dot. Like I can take St. Pete right now. Let's see which dot I can take next turn. That's how I would read it. And Austria love Ria's play really from the start, going for the line, going for the main threat, which is Germany. You don't really care about Russia at this stage, and go to the line like a missile. And that's great play, I think.
It's an interesting play here by Siobhan to use Ukraine to support Warsaw. I suspect that's more to keep Ukraine where it is rather than really worrying about a supported attack on Warsaw. Do you like that here, or would you rather see that army go up to Moscow and really commit to an AR?
I am a defensive player, as you know, Bren, so I like it as a precautionary move. Like, you never know what Riaz could do, and if he tries to go for Warsaw and Room at the same time, your game may be over. So, yeah, why not be cautious for this one, I guess.
All right. Fall 1903. Adam, you are up.
Oh, that's fascinating. So it looks like Siobhan is turning around and now back to working with the RT. So she's actually walking out of Khan supporting. And I'm not sure why you do this here, unless there was some reason she just felt like she could do better this way. It does look like Eddie is backing off, and that may have a lot to do with it. And she's able to retake St. Petersburg. Why is that? Oh, because Norway went to Skag. Oh, I see. So she convinced the English to turn on the Germans, which Eddie seems to have noticed was going to happen. So she felt like she could switch her units south. It's an interesting play. I don't know how that's going.
This is a whirlwind. My goodness.
Wow. It's really interesting. Yeah, so it looks like the English turned on the Germans. They take Holland. They're dropping down into Skagerrak, which allows, instead of supporting St. Petersburg, which is normally what you do here. So that's allowing Siobhan to take St. Petersburg back. Eddie clearly has sniffed this out because he's convoying Prussia back to Kiel and covering Munich, which is a logical thing to do with Riaz sitting in Tyrolia. So Eddie is now in not great shape, but Siobhan's position has opened up. Now, does that make it right that was the right thing to do, not taking out Turkey when she had the chance? I'm not sure. But
it's fascinating, this move by Evan. So we flagged Evan for not continuing against Dave earlier, and that, while that put him in a position where really his only chance to grow going forward was going to be through Eddie somehow. And so this may have been a case of, well, Holland is there, I'm just going to take it.
I think this is not a good choice on Evan's part, though, and it's made even worse by the fact that clearly Eddie had sniffed it out. Yeah. You're really just going one direction, then the other, then one direction, then the other. This is not a way to gain credibility on the board with either of your allies. I mean, look what you've done. You've taken a dot off of Germany that should have been that dot you were taking from Russia in the first place. So you're getting the same build that you would have had otherwise, but now you have France in the English Channel instead of you being there. I mean, is this really a better position? And you have an enemy in Germany as well.
And a Russia who is now has a chance to get up off the mat here. But Heather Jameson in Italy finally gets that fifth build, that fifth unit, taking Marseille here. All right, so we do have some interesting adjustments that need to be made. Let's look at what Heather decides to do with that build, and that is a fleet in Naples. Evan Bouleris puts down an army in London, which, Evan's going to have a bit of a choice here to make, whether to trust what that English Channel fleet's going to do. For his part, Dave Roberts pulls Brest here, and you might have thought actually that pulling English Channel would be a friendlier thing to do towards England. So unclear what Dave Roberts sees as his path forward. Eddie pulls that army in Denmark, so probably figured he had to make a choice. Yeah, what do you guys think of that, actually, holding on to those two fleets? Is this an alliance play, a hope that he can convince Evan to turn around?
No, this is tactics, right? That army in Denmark is as good as dead. So this gives him more tactical options with respect to Sweden, Denmark, and Kiel.
I mean, Baltic could help hold it, but then it's a pretty static position. All right, well, let's put. Oh, Nicola, do you have a quick comment on that?
I think it's I'm going to fight you, England, and you're sending the signal to everybody that your goal is to fight England. You're not going to have armies helping down the south. You're going to fight England. And to be fair, that's what he should do.
All right, let's push ahead here. Spring of 1904. Adam, you are on top here.
Okay, so the English support themselves into Sweden here, so that so he does make it. Eddie makes it into Denmark. while the English also convoy into Holland. So they're really setting up for a full-fledged attack against Eddie right here. It's nice to see them to commit to something for a couple turns in a row. I think that they do have the better position on Eddie right now. And it looks like that Dave Roberts' fleet in English Channel is just going to sit there, though we'll see if that holds in the fall, or whether Eddie is able to entice him into taking Belgium or something like that. Meanwhile, Heather is now taking advantage of the presumed attack on Austria by walking into Trieste, going up to the Adriatic Sea. This seems to be a logical play by Heather to do that if she's talking with Siobhan and talking with Johnny here. Siobhan and Johnny don't make any progress in the spring, but they really do have the better position here and probably should be able to take a dot off of Riaz in the fall, particularly with Heather and Trieste.
Yeah, this move by Heather to dive in on Riaz is just a killer for Riaz, isn't it? His prospects are basically nil at this point.
Yeah.
All right, let's push ahead into fall of 1904 here, and Nicolas, tell us what you see.
What I want to say, it seems weird because they're not playing the scoring system, I think. Because with the scoring system, you want a lot of dots. And they are basically trying to have other players not having a lot of dots when you look at how they are playing, which I find a bit paradoxical. Because here, Heather, she's losing her dots because she only has 2 dots in the west, so 2 armies in the west. So she was going to lose Marseille, loses Marseille. France, rather than saying, I want an alliance with England, takes London, basically, because why not? Everybody is stabbing everybody, so why not? And that's a fun way to play also, it's sometimes it's a fun way to play. And Italy gets the dot of Trieste, but puts Turkey into Greece. So I think it's going to be good for Turkey, it's going to be good for Russia eventually, but it's never going to be good for Italy, and it's never going to be good, I think, for England here. Like flip-flopping always from east to west.
This is just hilarious. I mean, that's just funny, right? Dave Roberts looking really sick for a while. Now getting 2 builds, tied for the board top at 6. But does he have an alliance structure that will favor him? For the builds, we find an army from Evan Balearis in Liverpool. We get a fleet Brest, army Paris from Dave Roberts, Johnny Gillam in Turkey. Still what's the word? Still running, still alive. Gets a build here, puts down the army, and Riaz is basically just picking how he's going to die at this point. Interesting to keep Silesia and Galicia, so obviously wants to punish Siobhan going forward. All right, let's do spring 1905. You got
one last thing. Sure. One last thing we didn't mention last turn, which may be of importance, is that Italy retreated to Lyon rather than being piffed. If you want to make a peace deal with France, maybe you destroy it and you rebuild it in Napoli. So,
yeah, because this fleet really doesn't help you in any way going forward now. It's
exactly.
Really, it's just stuck fighting France and not gaining anything out of it. Whereas France didn't even have a fleet down there.
You could argue rebuilding an army, right? And then
Venice,
go hog into Austria would be a better play here.
All right, spring of 1905, back to you, Nicolas. What the heck happens here?
The fleet in Black Sea going for Ankara, really cute, to be honest. So why would an alliance here last for more than one season? And in the west, France is saying, I'm taking English Channel, I'm in Burgundy. They are helping Ruhr into Belgium and destroying the army. So it seems that France is not forgetting and is not forgiving England for the early attack, apparently. And England is getting disbanded. They had 2 friends at the beginning, they stabbed both, and now they are left with no friends. So I think that's the story of the game. In the west and in the east, so you have Chauvin taking Serbia, knowing that Turkey follows up into Bulgaria and taking Ankara. I'm not a fan of this move because I think you should take Ankara with an army, but
well, it's possible that the plan is to blow this fleet up now. Don't you think?
No, they can't, because Smyrna cannot support
All right, good
going
point.
through Ankara.
Well done.
So that's why I think it was a stab, but let's see how efficient it's going to be. In the way I read it is she's shifting to an IR with Heather, and she thought that was the best way to do it right now. She's going to support her most likely into Greece next season.
I'll also point out that Heather has fleets in two of the worst places to have. I mean, Fleet Piedmont is not something you really want, and Fleet Trieste is also not something you want. Now, imagine that she had pulled that fleet and rebuilt it as an army in Venice. She could have an army in Trieste right now, and a really quite powerful position with a lot of play there.
It is worth pointing out, however, that had she pulled that fleet in Marseille, that Riaz may not have pulled those units in Vienna and Albania. So I think you can make an argument that this actually was a savvy diplomatic play, or it was chaos and it's worked out.
I think that's the way to. I see it is that she's taking advantage of the chaos very well, but let's see how it's going to last, because I think right now she's taking great advantage of the chaos. But let's see if she can take advantage long term.
Here we go into the fall of 1905. Adam Silverman, you are up.
Well, it looks like it was just a very brief time spent in Ankara as it runs away into Armenia. Presumably, diplomacy won the day, and Sivan does still pick up two centers, Budapest and Serbia here, and clearly. This is not good news for Heather, who gets kicked out of Vienna by Riaz. It actually looks like Riaz is doing anything he can to stay alive and trying to make himself useful. So he probably made this pitch to Sivan, and it worked. So there you go. In the other part of the world, easy come, easy go for an alliance with Eddie Bresson, as Dave Roberts now destroys Eddie's unit in Belgium while continuing to do whatever damage he can do in England. Well, I guess he's just kind of sitting there in London. What is happening in Helgoland? Is that a convoy of some sort?
Helgoland goes to Denmark. North convoys, I believe, York over to Denmark, but it's not ordered, so it is Helgoland that gets in. Probably wasn't sure which one to do, and at least didn't make them bounce by accident.
I see. Well, it's quite chaotic there. It looks like that the net effect of this, you have Germany taking Norway. You have so now you have Germany owning Norway and Sweden. You have England owning Denmark and Holland. No, I guess Germany's taken Holland as well. This is not a good turn for England.
An especially difficult thing, I think, for both England and Italy here is a misorder on Heather's part. Orders were supported to Tyrolia instead of to Munich. And remember, this is written down, so this is not a clicking error. This is a writing error, where Tyrolia could have, supported Vienna to hold, which I think was what it looked like was likely to happen here. But in any case, it benefits Eddie Bresson, who gets to hold on to Munich, and hurts Evan Bouleris, who now has to pull a unit.
The other thing that I think is really important this turn is to looking at Sivan's move that Gulf of Bothnia went to the Baltic Sea, not to Sweden. And I think that's really important to think about, because that means, obviously Sivan is enjoying the chaos that's been sown on that part of the world and not looking to further interfere or to get, Eddie pointed in a different direction. I think it's a nice play on her part.
All right, let's put down the bills. I'm going to ask you guys who you would want to be on this board. Eddie Bresson at +3. I think one of those is a rebuild, but only has two open home centers, so he's going to have to bank one. Here are the builds. We have Johnny Gillam in the right bottom corner, putting down another fleet. So it looks like the RT is on course. Sivan puts down an army in Moscow, which can kind of go either way. Sivan has a little bit of a difficulty here that her allies appear to be Germany and Turkey. So that means that and she has been working with Italy to some extent. So question is going to, well, I suppose Budapest supported, no, it didn't. I'm sorry. Sivan's going to have to pick a target next. All three of her neighbors have been allies. Elsewhere, we have Evan in England pulling army in Ruhr. Dave Roberts puts down a fleet in Brest. And made an argument that an army would have been better there, but that is not for us to worry about. Spring of 1906, we are over to you, Adam, for the spring turn. Tell us what you see. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to ask you guys who you wanted to be. let's go through these turns first, and then you guys can tell me what you think.
Okay, so it looks like EG is back online here, which is kind of interesting. With the Denmark, the English fleet supporting Berlin up into the Baltic. Siobhan actually making her play on Sweden now, though that probably isn't going to hold. And meanwhile, I'm trying to see, is Bulgaria supporting Trieste to...
Yes, Bulgaria supports Trieste to Serbia, which is not possible because Trieste
Not
is a
possible, right. Not clear if that's a joke move or if that was a mistake. Probably a joke move. But it does look like that Siobhan has chosen to stick with the RT for right now, pulling that fleet not even back to the Black Sea, but back to Sev. This is going to probably put her in a position to take Trieste and Vienna this year. Presumably Johnny will be trying to take a center, and that easily can be Naples, which is completely undefended right now, as Heather just marches out against France.
Yeah, and Heather pulls the fleet here rather than retreating it. Venice, Adriatic are both open for a possible retreat here. So interesting play on Heather's part. Dave getting into the North Sea is kind of funny, right? Now
Edinburgh is now undefended, but he loses London. So,
all right, who would you guys want to be on this board at this particular moment? Nicola, we'll start with you.
I want to be Russia, I think. I really like Siobhan's position. It seems a bit weird that she went for Sweden. It's a bit weird to me. I thought she would have supported Eddie basically in order to make him relevant again in the West, so that you had a counterpower to Dave in the West. But I really like her position. I think Heather is also like janissarying to some extent for the RT right now. So I really like her position. I really like Siobhan. I think she had the best.
And Adam, can you make a case for anyone else?
I'll make the case for Johnny in Turkey. I think that's probably the only other one here. I mean, I think there may be France, but I just don't see a lot of opportunity for things on that side of the board to really shake out in a large way. But I could see Johnny ultimately getting the upper hand now. Siobhan's units are getting pushed more towards the front lines, which means, as Turkey, you have some time to stay as the smaller power and make your play later on if you can play your cards right. He's got basically all of Italy is completely open to him. So he is sitting on several dots there. And if he can continue to point Siobhan towards the north, ultimately up against Eddie, there may be opportunities to take some of those low country, some of the Balkan builds.
All right, moving forward here. Nicola, tell us about fall of 1906.
So France takes Eddie, loses London, as was expected from last year's turn. And the plan actually was the GR working together, as mentioned before. So I really think they're working together here, and they're giving Denmark to Russia. That was the idea, going to Sweden. And they're working together. They're working well together. Riaz trying to survive in Berlin. Unfortunately for Riaz, well played, but it was a pleasure. But the game is over now for you. And Johnny convoying to Napoli and convoying Bulgaria. So really friendly towards.
Give me a second. I'll get this back up. I think this is going to happen periodically.
Nicola, what do you think about the convoy to Naples? I'm looking at that and wondering if I wouldn't prefer to advance a fleet so that I have two fleets on the Tyrrhenian Sea and also keep that army back for the moment. I don't know that I need it there in order to take out the boot.
That's why I was wondering if it is not Siobhan pulling the strings here, basically, of what's happening, convincing Johnny to take dots after dots. Whereas for me, like, if Johnny wants to get really big, he needs the fleet to be at the other side of the Med. So I agree with you. I would have preferred putting Ionian into Naples, Greece into Ionian, and then maybe bouncing in Romania or something like that from Bulgaria. I think it's very friendly for the Russian, and let's see what he builds. But that's why I really like the Russian position, because I have the impression that you can play Russia like a kraken. You can play Russia like with all your arms going in every direction, and I feel like you can feel the arms of Siobhan in the south and in the north, with people doing what she wants them to do.
Well,
Yeah,
now
this strikes me as a real mistake on Johnny's part. Probably should have been getting Serbia here as well. Siobhan has now gone up to 10 while he's still at 6. So this is a heavily imbalanced alliance between the two of them.
And she has to build an army in Sev that can be convoyed in Enka. What a shame.
All right, let's see if she waves. She does wave, but the wave is in the north, not in the south. So that looks like the choosing of a direction on Siobhan's part. We'll see how Johnny reacts to it. He now has can get fleets onto the Black Sea, but not very quickly. Eddie Brisson gets that rebuild from the previous year, and Evan Bouleris pulls Fleet Helgoland, just trying to hold on for dear life. All right, let's keep on going here. Spring 1907. Back to you, Nicolas.
Yeah, and Johnny felt it. Like, Johnny felt the danger here, so he's trying to put some kind of defense, which he didn't need actually to put, because Chauvin was not stabbing right now. But he was worried by this wave in the north and not in the south. Dave is trying to do, maybe to make amends with Evan, saying, I give you Eddie back and we're good, there's this GR coming for us and we need to be together right now. So maybe the EF is back on track. And Heather saying, most likely I'm going to survive on 2, Venice, well, not anymore, and Tunis, maybe Tunis. So that's the gamble she's taking, but I think that's what's happening here. And if I'm Chauvin here, I think I am very tempted to stab, to be honest.
But now, I mean, it almost feels like you might have passed up the opportunity, because you don't have a stab on Turkey this turn in any case. But Turkey doesn't have a stab on you either. So
yeah, but if you're in Serbia and Greece from the last turn, then you had the stab.
Oh, you would have been tempted to stab where Siobhan did not, is what you're saying.
Yep. Last turn, basically, in the spring. Yeah.
Got it. All right, fall 1907. Adam, over to you.
Okay. So Johnny sees that Siobhan was not stabbing and pushes everything back towards the west. Meanwhile, Siobhan is, it looks like making a move on Eddie finally, moving Denmark up to Sweden, which she doesn't get, but actually walking into Berlin. It's also possible that these were arranged moves, but I think it's probably unlikely. Meanwhile, I think she can get away with doing this because the English are convoying up to Norway with support of the support and being convoyed by the French here. So apparently Eddie has turned the tides diplomatically have turned against Eddie. So Siobhan covers St. Petersburg. She probably would rather not do that, so she can use one of her in-pocket builds to build up there if this is what's happening. But obviously recognizing that German fleet in Norway was going to be displaced and not leaving the retreat open is the right move here. In the west, Eddie is still attacking Dave Roberts, takes Belgium back. And I think in the south, in Italy, it looks like that Heather manages to retake Rome and loses Venice to Siobhan. Really, everything continues to work out exactly how Siobhan needs it to in this game.
Yeah, Johnny had a guess here about what to do with Naples, whether to support Ionian or Rome here, and guessed wrong, which is great for Siobhan, who is just heading on out, way in the lead here, 12-6. You were saying that a good score in Manacon comes from having a good center count and a big gap between you and second place. This Siobhan is now at 41.4 points, which sounds like a pretty good score.
It's a good score. Yeah.
All right. So, and Siobhan's putting 3 units down again, picked up 2 and had 1 in pocket. We now have Fleet Sevastopol, so certainly there's going to be a stab coming against the Turks, and why not at this point, right?
But even with the stab, I would prefer the army, I think, here in Sevastopol, actually.
I think so. I don't think you need the second fleet to stab. I actually think an army is stronger, isn't it?
Well, this way you can, I agree with you guys in general, but this way she can attack Bulgaria and go to Black Sea. So for what it's worth, it slows him down a little bit more.
I guess one thing that's probably happening on this board right now is there's probably talk about endgame and draw scenarios that are probably being thrown around. I mean, if you're Siobhan, how do you handle that? Do you want to draw here? Do you want to keep playing?
I mean, a first round score, this is a possible pretty big bird in hand. Nicolas, what do you think?
I stop here. If everybody's fine with me here, I stop here, because for every gain I'm going to make, France is going to make a lot of gains too. Johnny is a good player. He's not going to make it easy for me to take dots in the south. Like I'm not sure I can grow a lot if the board turns against me.
And Adam, real quick, if you're Dave Roberts, do you take a draw here? I think you do, right? Because of this.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do here? I mean, you're going to have to pull that fleet from the Western Med back up. I mean, maybe you don't. Maybe those two fleets are just there because that's where he could build. England could build, and they need fleets. And maybe diplomatically, you feel like, okay, I give him Edinburgh back, and we're okay. But I just don't see getting that much bigger relative to where Russia is. And do I really want to push this out to an end game where we're actually trying to stop an 18? I probably draw. I think.
Well, let's see what the players decided, and they decided to keep going. Except, sorry, I accidentally hit a button, which takes us into fall of 1908, where they do draw. So, which is fine. We didn't. Is there anything to talk about here?
She self-bounced Black Sea in the spring. Okay, decided to kind of leave the hammer over Johnny's head, but not actually pull the trigger yet.
Yeah, loses Berlin. Probably needing to. Probably didn't have a choice. Actually, that was gone. Couldn't hold on to it. In any case, here's how things end.
She's really lucky that they accepted a draw here because she would be down. So actually, this is really fortunate for Siobhan. It's an outstanding result, but she would be down 1, if not 2, right here.
I'm not sure. I probably would lose Denmark, but would hold on to Norway. Yeah. So down 1.
Yeah, but she loses Kiel, so down 1, and she loses Venice also, or Serbia.
Yep.
Yeah, perhaps. All right. So the answer here is that Siobhan bags a nice score, which will put her in the lead, pending the result of game B. Let's bring you guys back. Oh, well, first, a really quick wrap up of Siobhan's play here. Obviously, a really good result. Showed a lot of sort of masterful alliance switching and keeping the rest of the board in chaos. Any comments here? Adam, we'll start with you.
I think Siobhan won this game diplomatically. I didn't see a lot of, not that the tactics and strategy weren't good, but I think that most of what let her go to the distance in this game was really just savvy diplomacy with the Turks, with Riaz earlier in the game, and with Eddie throughout the game, and keeping Heather where she needed them, and continuing to sow the chaos in the West. I think she made the moves when she needed to. But there were some timing things that maybe could have been a little bit different, but I think she really just nailed this board diplomatically.
And Nicola?
It was a great play from Siobhan, and honestly, it's I love playing Russia, and this is a really great play from her. She did everything right. I think she didn't go too quickly. She wasn't too small enough so that she was bait for an attack, basically. Played the balance of power in the West perfectly, because I think if Evan turned on Eddie, that was mainly her doing here. So she was really driving this board, and fantastic performance for me. So I had a lot of fun watching this game.
All right. Congratulations to Siobhan for a nice board top in round 1. We're going to give you, Nicola, a break for board 3. We'll see you in a little bit.
Sure.
And we welcome back to the broadcast, Mr. David Hood. Welcome back, sir.
Hey, glad to be back.
Did you do anything fun in your time off here?
Ate some Pringles. That's fun.
That is certainly something to do. All right. Well, hopefully you've got some hydration to keep your tongue from getting tied, and we'll head on over to board number C here, which is Hadley's Hope. Not sure who that is. Any idea, David? Where Hadley's Hope is in the science fiction universe?
I'll look it up.
All right, thanks. We have in Austria the one and only Saren Kwok out of London. Saren making, as far as we know, her in-person face-to-face debut. England finds Jason Massbaum reigning Diplomat of the Year out of Santa Barbara, California. In France, we've got Karthik Kaneth with that gaudy number 2 seed from last year's DBNI out of California, I believe Los Angeles area. Germany finds another Californian, Timothy Jackson out of the Bay Area. In Italy, we've got Liam Stokes from Victoria, British Columbia. Liam, a well-known and adept agent of chaos. Russia, we've got longtime face-to-face player Matthew Shields driving up here from Portland. And in Turkey, we have the Windy City Weasel out of Chicago, the one and only Sabiha Hoxha. Lots of familiar names on this board. David, I'll give you the chance to give us a comment.
Well, I mentioned Timothy Jackson and Matt Shields earlier. You can see that little blank for the DB&I because they have not been playing virtual. So I'll be fascinated to see how they are in with these virtual sharks. The Karthik's of the world and Saren and Jason. I think it did pretty well in the DB&I last time. So Liam. So there's just going to be an interesting connection there, or situation between those guys and then the ones that have been playing virtual so much.
And Saren and Jason had a memorable AR as on that DB&I top board. So we'll be interested to see how they interact here. If they do, they might not, being so far apart. But anything is possible in the game of diplomacy. And let's head on over to the map. Here we go, spring of 1901. And let's see, Adam, I'm going to switch you guys. Adam, you will be on the clock first here in spring of 1901. If I can get on the right screen here. Tell us what you see.
Okay. I think the West, we see a lot of standard stuff. I like this. This is a nice French opening going to Gascony and Burgundy. Lots of options right there. Nothing going to the English Channel. Venice holds. And no bounces in Galicia and no bounce in the Black Sea. I think Russia probably asked for the bounce in Armenia, and they certainly got a bounce in Armenia, while the Turks went Ankara to the Black Sea. So that's
we have to say that Sabiha Hoxha has done as much as anyone to popularize the Armenian fist bump. Really pushed for it and helped make it like a significant part of the current meta in the virtual hobby. Finding a variation here, probably had been waiting to do this and now pulls it out of their pocket. Let's jump on ahead here to fall 1901 and tell us what you see, Mr. Hood.
I see that was not good for Russia's chances of taking Romania, is what I see primarily. But, the other thing that I'm seeing there, which is important to what Sabi's trying to do here, is the continual no move to Galicia by the Austrians. So if Sabiha is expecting help against the Russians, Sabiha is not getting that help yet from Saren. In the West, another game where we've got the English convoying to Belgium with really nobody contesting that. So I find that particularly interesting. Again, Sweden going to the Russians without any problem from the Germans.
Yeah, not even a cutesy support order. Interesting to note here, though, that Burgundy was attempting to support Ruhr to Belgium here. Did not happen. So Timothy and Karthik not on the same page. One thing that strikes me as interesting here, it's worth a little bit of further comment here, is that Sabi moves Smyrna to Khan here, not to Armenia, which I think is what you would expect if you thought that AT were fully on board with each other.
That's really true. It's actually kind of, unless Sabi is trying to hedge their bets a little bit, not sure what Austria is doing, so go to Khan so that you can have an army there for support later or something. I don't know. The one thing about going to Armenia is you have gone pretty much all in there. I know Chicago people don't believe this, but if you've gone pretty much all in when you put your army in Armenia, and if you're not sure that Austria is with you, do you really want to do that? So that just might be a sort of, I'm not really sure what I'm doing here. I'm going to leave my options open.
Yeah, and maybe Matt Shields in Russia is happy to, have the possibility of a friend. And Sabi, an RT with her, with themselves in Black Sea. Very interesting. All right, here are the builds for 1901. We've got Fleet in Eddy and an army in London from Jason Massbaum in England. We've got Army in Paris and Fleet in Marseille from Karthik Kanath, and 2 armies from Timothy Jackson. So possibly very unusual Western triple getting going here. We'll see. Elsewhere on the board, nothing too surprising. 2 fleets in the south from Italy and Turkey, and 2 armies from Austria. All right, let's push ahead here. Spring 1902. And David, you are on the clock here for the spring.
Well, it is true that the German moves are to Tyrolia and Sweden. That makes it look like they're trying to be sort of part of a triple, but not very effectively. And England is now in the Helgoland Bight and the French are in Ruhr. So I'm thinking this is a Leviathan EF alliance. The Italians might think so too. So they go to Piedmont to try to sort of poke at the French a little bit to slow them down. In the East, you've still clearly got AR friendship, and now you've got the Russians going into Romania with support of everybody, and the Turks moving their fleet out. So is this a late breaking rat? Again, not a very fast moving one. I really think there's just a lot of caginess going on. That Sarah did not want to take a side in that RT conflict, and now there's not even a conflict.
It looks like everyone reacted to some very Tripoli-looking builds. I mean, the Russian moving up to Livonia and Moscow like that looks like very reactionary type of thing. I think Timothy unfortunately doomed himself by putting 2 armies down. Really just did not give himself any flexibility by doing that.
Let's see how it works out for him, which usually is not very good, as you are noting. Fall of 1902, Adam, over to you.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like Jason opts to do the convoy into Denmark, which I think is not actually an assured attack, because Kiel could have supported Denmark, but instead it looks like it's supporting Holland or supporting something, maybe supporting Holland to roar, which is a nice guess on Timothy's part, protecting Holland that way. In the other parts of the world, Seren makes a supported move up into Tyrolia, really shifting over there. Looks like Greece might have been supporting Aegean into Ionian, which didn't go, but really maybe some kind of AI conflict, which is really interesting there. And meanwhile, the Turks, with the Austrian help, now take Romania from the Black Sea. Maybe
that's to kill the Russian fleet. I don't know.
It could be.
That feels very arranged, especially with the bounce in St. Petersburg. I'll be surprised if we don't see a fleet north coast here.
And the fact that you're leaving the Black Sea with the fleet as opposed to taking it with an army.
Yeah.
I'll say one thing about my buddy Karthik Conniff in the last move. It is really hard in fall of 1902 to establish a set of French moves that all fail. That's hard to do playing France. And I know fail is too strong a word, but they're all red arrows. That is actually unusual for French moves in fall.
Quite a Congo line he set up with those armies, though, right? I mean,
I'm not saying that anything necessarily wrong with the orders. I just think it's fun to point out that that's actually hard to accomplish as France.
All right. Well, Matt Shields is getting to put down 2 here. Picks up. Why is he getting to put down 2? Did he have a?
He piffed the fleat.
He waved in 01. We did not comment on this. Matt Shields waved in 01. This may have been an ART from the start.
Knowing Matt, he probably forgot to put an order in.
Okay, fair enough. All right, winter 1902. We get a fleet south coast actually, which is fascinating.
Interesting.
Yeah. All right, we'll see how that one works out. Army Warsaw. Subby puts down a fleet in Smyrna. This is feeling very ART-ish. Jason with so it looks like we have an EF versus ART developing. Let's push ahead here. Spring 1903. Back to you, Adam, for the spring.
Okay, so starting in the west, Karthik finally does make some moves that succeed, getting into Marseille in the Western Med, but not getting into Munich here. So interesting that they decided to go this way. But Jason continues to advance, taking Holland, getting up to the Norwegian Sea, and that great English army in Denmark, which is always exactly where you want to have an army, right? It's almost as good as having an English army in Belgium, isn't it? In the east, that fleet in St. Petersburg makes it out. We're going north for Matt Shields. So clearly there is some semblance of a rat here, as the 3 Eastern powers make no effort to fight one another. Liam, though, does shift things around, going up to the Adriatic Sea. Clearly Seren putting herself in a little bit of a dangerous position, being the backside of that, or being the front lines, I should say, of that. But it really looks like the Turks are moving themselves into a position, getting their armies in a position that are of no threat to her. So I think she can get away with this right here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Austria and you're going to be in a rat, this is kind of as good as it gets, right? You've got no armies touching any of your home centers. Greece is slightly vulnerable here, but you've managed to put the RT in positions not to hurt you.
We should have assumed this was a rat from the beginning. Seren loves triple alliances.
Indeed.
So,
Indeed. Well, the bounce, the supported bounce in Romania isn't very ART-ish. But anyway, we can come back to that later. Let's talk about Fall 1903. David, you are up.
I mean, Liam tried to do what Liam could do to go to the Adriatic stuff, but there was still going to be 3 fleets on the Ionian. And so now the dirty rat is in the Ionian. And Karthik doing what he should be doing, which is doing to support Liam, at least in the short term, I think is what Karthik is doing. I was a little surprised that Karthik held Mid-Atlantic last turn, or was it the turn before last? Anyway, there was a hold there that I thought was probably a little bit of a beat missed.
Yep.
Yeah, why not North Africa right away?
I thought that was, and I know that maybe he was a little, and I'm not suggesting you shouldn't worry about Jason Massenbaum or what Massenbaum's thinking at any given moment. But in that particular situation, I really wish Karthik, if he was really trying to have good tempo, would have moved a little faster. Otherwise, just to speed my read up here a little bit, I mean, there's just a fight going on with the Russians and the Germans trying to slow down the English and the French up north. And that's basically what's going on, in addition to fights between A and I.
All right, here are the Winter 1903 adjustments, just 2 of them. We've got a new French fleet in Marseille, and Germany has to pull one as they sort of slowly get whittled away. Timothy Jackson never having been eliminated in tournament play, as was told to me at the beginning of the broadcast. Let's keep on going here. Spring 1904, we are back to David for the spring moves. Timothy's
not looking great here. There is now progress being made in Kiel. I mean, losing that fleet, he had to lose something. Losing that fleet in Baltic was really bad in terms of position, defensive position. There was nothing that was going to be good for removing there. In general, it looks like that's progress being made. The Turks are showing that this is a rat by retreating to Turkey with their units. And otherwise, not much to say there. The French are moving in position. We'll see if the French stay in Tunis in the fall. They don't necessarily, that's not necessarily taking Tunis, though it might be.
The answer is Fall 1904. Over to you, Adam.
Yeah. That's a very fascinating set of orders by Sabi in Turkey. And I guess if the goal was to lose Bulgaria and Romania, then it was very effective in that regards, because Seren has decided that she'll be a player in this game and will build, and that this rat is over. So that, I think, is the story of the eastern part of the board right here. In the west, very interesting that Karthik makes the decision to make this supported attack of Ionian out of Tunis, leaving the Italians alive, probably striking a deal with them to be there to help. Always very friendly of him to be there and have units surrounding Italy, and maybe doesn't need to take the dot right now. Meanwhile, in the north, the dog fight continues. Russia does manage to make their way into Munich, which is good news for the AR, maybe not good news for the EF, as everything else really seems to just be tactics and not going anywhere.
All right, this brings us to winter of 1904 with the following adjustments. England and Jason puts down another fleet. And Seren, with those 2 Turkish dots, picks up Vienna and Budapest, while Matt Shields puts down a fleet in Sevastopol, suggesting that this is AR now determined to take apart Turkey, who does not appear inclined to defend their home centers, keeps the forward units and disbands the ones that are back home. Spring 1905, back to you, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, at first it seemed like maybe Sabi is trying to make themselves useful. I'm not sure why you keep Albania, though. And I think what they're really doing here is just trying to find the best way to make themselves a nuisance. I don't think it's going to be that big a problem for Seren and Matt working together, coordinated here to make some headway. Meanwhile, the North continues to be really just a jumble of units writing orders, everyone trying to outthink each other tactically, and really just not a whole lot happening because there's just not a whole lot to happen there. What I am a little bit surprised about is that there's not been more of an effort on England's part to destroy that unit in Skagerrak. That's always a great place to destroy units, and Jason really hasn't. I can't tell exactly what the moves are, but Jason hasn't really made that concerted effort to try and destroy it. Or maybe that's what
he does. He did everything he could here to do that.
He's doing here. Yeah, it's just that Matt anticipated it and went the other way. Meanwhile, Karthik just advances his units, which is what you do as France in this position. I am a little perplexed by the move of Burgundy to Gascony. I guess that the point of that is just to cover in case Mastbaum does something tricky and drops into the English Channel, but feels like a little bit of a tempo burner.
So Karthik has decided that Liam is not useful, takes 2 of his dots. David, tell us how it works out here in the fall.
Works out okay for Karthik. Does not work out okay for Timothy Jackson, who has now been eliminated from a face-to-face tournament.
Indeed.
Brandon, what am I going to say about the Austro-Russian alliance and its primary weakness? There's no fleets in the Med. You don't have enough fleet power. What are you supposed to do? I'm a little confused on why you jettison Sabine from the alliance if you're either Austria or Russia, unless you really, really, really think you can get Karthik to leave the Mediterranean and go fight the English, or the English to attack Karthik to force that to happen. And maybe that's what they think is going to happen, but gosh, I'm not so sure. I like Karthik's position.
All right, Winter 1905, which shows us with Karthik Kaneth in the ascendancy. Saren, does pick up 1 or just has a rebuild here? This must be a rebuild from, I must have had 1 in pocket, I guess. Who knows? In any case, Saren does get to, Munich, picked up Munich, yeah. So picked up Munich, gets to put down army in Budapest. Karthik puts down 2 armies, which suggests that he sees his future in the center of the board. And Liam is basically picking how he's going to die. All right.
Why are you building Brest here? I mean, what can Brest do that Paris can't do?
Signal
it's
to
some kind of misdirection play, something to show that I'm not being dangerous or something.
It's a signal to Jason, but I think you're not gonna get in here, I guess. Okay, spring 1906. It could just try to go to London without fleet support of a convoy. All right, we are on to David to call spring of 1906.
All right, so you've only got 3 French fleets, but it's enough to own Rome, Naples, and Ionian in the spring of 1906. That is quite a forward position for the French. For a minute, I thought, well, maybe they are going to get Sabine back on side as some kind of puppet or something, but that is not what's happening here at all. There's just attempted war there, which is going to benefit Karthik and has benefited him so far, who also goes to Piedmont. Up in the north, you do have 3 armies against the AR in Munich, in Germany, which means Munich was going to fall, which it did. And you've got basically Jason making all kinds of progress against the Russian position, which you're likely to do if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 English fleets in position against 2 Russian and 1 Russian, or 2 Russian fleets and 1 Russian army. There's no way to hold that position. So this is really looking strong for EF. The question is it going to be E or is it going to be F, or is somehow Saren going to get them to start fighting each other?
Is Saren attacking the Russians here?
Yeah, that's what it certainly looks like.
She's got to do something to get big. I'm not even arguing that you don't do that, but you've got to do that. At this point, I don't think she had much of a choice in the matter. The issue is it's not going to make much difference unless you can get EF fight, because otherwise the position is not, you're not going to be able to defeat Karthik here unless he gets in a fight with Jason.
So Sabi may be the one most happy about possible conflict between Russia and Austria. Now is looking more likely to hold on to the home centers, possibly even pick up a build. Let's see if that happens. Adam, tell us about it.
Yeah, it looks like indeed they are fighting, and Saren takes 7 Warsaw here. It looks like I guess the Black Sea is supporting the Sabi into Bulgaria, which Seren didn't even bother to defend, and for some reason Karthik is supporting Seren into Venice, which I actually don't remotely understand. I think Liam probably.
Looks like everyone supported Seren, including Liam.
Liam deciding to do that is one thing, but it's very surprising to me. I don't think Karthik has any reason whatsoever to do that. In fact, Karthik can make his own supported attack on Venice and even tap even tap something to try to make a stronger effect here. He did not need to support Rome to hold, or Naples either. So that's perplexing to me, and I think probably a mistake if he's looking to ultimately push, to try to push in the south. It's going to
let's see what the supply center count is. They may be trying to establish some kind of end game. See, that's what I was just.
Why do you do that with somebody across the board? There's no incentive.
There are people that have gotten used to these. Let's do a three-way board top thing, and that may be what's happening here.
I mean, it makes perfect sense for him and Jason to try to stay even and realize they have their separate theaters and to say, okay, you gain a dot, I gain a dot, we'll throw a dot if we need to stay even. But why would you do that with Seren across the board? It doesn't make any sense. You and Jason can push to being much stronger than the other side. So that really confuses me.
People do it.
And I have to say, with if you're France and you have a fleet in the Ionian, already in 1905, are you really looking for a measly three-way shared board top?
Maybe you are, and that's why you built a completely useless and rather, frankly, silly army in Brest.
Okay. And now you don't have Brest available for a build. England has two opportunities, but waves one. France puts down another army in Marseille. Can make a strong argument here for a fleet there.
I think so.
They're not trying, I don't think.
Seren puts down armies, but none of them are in Trieste, which guarantees Venice for Karthik if he wants it.
It feels like you want a fleet here for Seren, right? I mean, this is your chance.
I don't think she thinks she's going to fight anybody here.
All right, let's find out if that's the case. And it is Adam's turn to tell us about spring of 1907.
This seems like some kind of contrived alliance between Karthik and Seren. I don't have any other explanation for this. I mean, certainly Karthik going to the Eastern Med is fine here, but Seren going down to Apulia is just bizarre, and I guess that she's expecting Karthik to convoy her into Turkey. So, I don't know what else to make of that.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say 11, 11, 11. Nicola is telling me this privately. Yes, they're going for an 11, 11, 11. I feel like it's a year and a half ago in the Virtual Diplomacy League or something.
And why would you?
11, 11, 11. Look at the scores, right? I mean, at 999, they're at about 26 points apiece. That is very similar to that kind of small board top that Matt Crow had earlier in the game. So with 11, 11, 11, they're going to end up with about 31, 32 points. I mean, yes, it's a decent score for everybody, but man, if you're Karthik in this position, why are you not trying for something better?
Well, all right, let me argue the other side.
All right.
As I said earlier, and sometimes people in tournaments want to be a little bit under the radar. They want to keep themselves in striking distance, particularly in a tournament where there's no drop round. Their primary goal in the first round or even in the second round is just not to get creamed, to get some kind of result where they can build on that with a third round score that wins the tournament for them. That's the theory behind doing something like that.
It's a great strategy to come in third or fourth or fifth place, David.
I'm just saying people do it. And if everyone is doing it and you don't have any big results, you could sneak a victory for the tournament in round three. But I agree with you. It is a narrow window, in addition to the fact that it is not a very fun window. So I'm against it.
It's playing prisoner's dilemma, isn't it, with the whole tournament? And it sort of relies on everyone else playing a similar way. If you've got a player like Siobhan who's going for big results, then it doesn't leave you with much of a chance.
Well, I think the other side of it is, how often do you get that opportunity to get double-digit center count, right? Mm-hmm. Where you can safely get 10, 12, maybe 13, 14 centers. How often do those opportunities come up? Even if you're used to having good games.
All right, well, let's push ahead here because, when people go for shared board tops, there's always going to be a moment where at least one player has an opportunity to turn the tables on the other one or two and get that big result. So let's see if that's where we end up here. So far, we've got Jason forced to wave a build because he only had 2 home centers open, puts down 2 armies, completely innocuous. Karthik does now put down another fleet, also has a convoy path open. Karthik is the one who has the stab opportunity here, isn't it? Could take dots off of Saren.
It's not a great stab opportunity. It's not a great stab opportunity. That's the thing. That they have almost designed this where they don't have any way out. I will say one more thing. I know we're going to speed through this game apparently,
Sure.
but one just quick comment. I do think that people are more tempted to do this in a tournament without a drop round because every single score has to not be crappy or you have no chance. In a tournament with a drop round, you can take chances, and if it doesn't work out, you just hope for the other 2 rounds. In a tournament with no drop round, if you get creamed in the beginning, you're already out of the tournament. So maybe that's the thinking is I'm going to make this deal that's not great, but it's also going to keep me in the game and keep me in the hunt for the tournament.
I guess the question though for Karthik in this position is what is the downside to continuing to push? Right? Do you end up with a worse score that way? Do you?
But he's designed it where he can't do it.
Yeah. But he could have here, right? Could have gone to Trieste, could have gone to Adriatic, or taken Greece here.
But you've got your fleet Piedmont you can't do anything with. You've got armies sticking around in Brest that you can't. In other words, he's designed it where even if he did dot Saren for a dot or 2, is he really going to be the one that really benefits from that or not? I don't know.
And it is an untimed round, so there is the possibility, that they could play a long time and whittle him down. That would be, I guess, the concern is that the combined power of Jason and Saren could take him out. It does look like we are headed for, with Matt Shields at no unit or 1 unit, a fleet being the 1. And I think if you're Sabiahuja, you have to be pretty displeased with how this game ends, which is 11-11-11-1. So Saren, Jason, and Karthik, 3 players very familiar with each other from the virtual era, finish atop this board with what amounts to a good second place score. Something that would have, I think, been second place under like a 12-10 or something like that. And the question is, does that create a platform for them to try to launch a shot at the top, or are they going to wish that they had put themselves in position to get a score in the 40s?
I thought the North American hobby moved away from draw-based scoring, so this kind of nonsense wouldn't happen.
You don't see this. You don't see that school. You don't see that at DixieCon. Come on, not going to see an 11-11-11 like that.
No. No, but DixieCon is also draw-based element, but there's center-based elements as well to it.
I mean, I will say for me, this is a consequence. Like there are scoring systems that would punish this sort of play more than others. So if this is something that we don't want, then we look at scoring systems.
I mean, Carnage does not punish this particular, for example, does not punish this result as badly. I mean, they all basically end up with a second place score,
right,
which in Carnage is perfectly fine. You're probably going to need a couple of scores like that to be in contention. It's not just that. First of all, these guys and gals get to do what they want. It's their game. But secondly, it's not that much fun. And you have now destroyed 3 people's chances of having any way to do well in the tournament because they've been eliminated, and basically all 4 of them, in exchange for a result that's not really going to help you for sure win. It's one thing to eliminate other people when you've given yourself a 35 or 42 point score or something. But giving yourself a 29 point score to kill Sabi for that,
All right, that leaves our standings after 1 round as this. Siobhan Nolan with now a score that looks very honorable in first place. And we have this triumvirate all tied for second place with 29.6. Matthew Krill, who did get a board top, but a smaller one, is actually below the 3 of them. So, but the other ones, on this list, I think everyone is still in play, but they're going to have to keep Siobhan in check and also keep an eye on these other 3 in order to give themselves a shot here.
I will quibble with one thing you just said, which is using the word triumvirate. In the original use of the word triumvirate in Roman history, there was a lot of backstabbing, and one of them came out on top and got all the points.
Fair
That
enough.
did not happen here.
Fair enough. So failed triumvirate thruple, shall we say? No, it's a little bit
Oh, boy.
too on the romance side. All right, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna muzzle myself here and bring back to the stream Mr. Nicolas Tailet. Welcome back, Nicolas. Now I believe it is David's turn it is Adam's turn for a break, correct? All right, Adam, we'll see you in a little bit. Let's head on into round number 2 here. And the first board, if I can pull it up correctly, is going to look like this. It is Mongo. If somebody could do a little research for us and tell us what that is a reference to.
Oh, I can tell you what that is. That is Ming the Merciless from Flash Gordon.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. In Austria, we have Chris Brand, the tournament director. In England, we have Saren Kwok, who we just saw, whose game, these rounds were time unlimited, but they were scheduled on the same day. So Saren may have only just finished her round by the time this one was about to get started. Kira Olsen in France, Johnny Gillam back in Germany, Timothy Jackson, fresh off his first ever elimination in a tournament game in Italy, Bradley Grace, all the way from England in Russia, and Evan Bouleris making his in-person face-to-face debut in Turkey. All right, you got a comment on these players?
Timothy Jackson lives in the state of Washington now. I think I remember when he moved there several years ago. He used to live in the Bay Area, just to FYI.
All right, I will make a note of that and fix it for the next tournament. Spring of 1901 finds David calling out the shots for us. Tell us what you see in Spring of 01, David.
Well, I see the English Channel from England, although not followed with the army to Wales. So that's always interesting when you see that. I do see a bounce in Burgundy, a triple bounce in Burgundy, which you don't see that every day. So I find all of that interesting. Who has a play on Belgium? Just the English, who have 2 units on it. So that's fascinating. In the East, you've got that what has become a very popular Turkish opening there with sort of the Congo line that bounces in the Black Sea, and you've got the bounce in Galicia, Italian army in Venice holding.
All right, let's move on into fall of 01, and let's hear from Nicolas Tailet how this looks.
I think you're on mute, Nicolas.
You're on mute, sir.
Sorry, of course. So we have a very strong EG going on and immediately going for the throat of France, going for mid-Atlantic. Not my preferred way of doing that, but here with the army in Belgium, that's a strong combination, I think. They're going to have then a fleet in English Channel, so that's perfect. And they are entering Burgundy, so like France is in a world of pain. Here and in the East, pretty standard, with Ankara going to Constantinople, and something that I like, and I discussed with other players that don't like it as much, but going to Armenia with Smyrna, basically as a way to hedge your bets. So just in case Russia would screw you, you are here, you can go to Syria like Adam Goff likes to do, but you can also punish Russia if they are doing something weird. So yeah, really like it.
All right, let's see where the builds end up in winter of 1901. In the West, we've got, no surprise, a fleet in, actually could have made an argument for a fleet in Liverpool, but it goes in London, more savvy, more flexible play. Kira puts down an army and fleet, kind of her only options, given that army in Brest. Johnny puts down a fleet in Berlin and an army in Munich. And we should have pointed out, by the way, that Saren and Johnny have a history of working together, and they had quite a memorable collaboration in the DBNI, which ultimately helped Saren get onto the top board.
They are very good friends.
Bradley Grace puts down an army in Moscow and waves the other build, and perhaps is regretting that now, seeing that fleet in Berlin. No other surprises in the south, a couple fleets and some armies from Austria. All right, Nicolas, back to you for spring of 1902.
Yeah, I think it's a savvy play from EG, basically trying to say, we don't want a war in the north, so Russia, whatever you do, do it without us. That's the message they seem to be sending right now with the fleet not moving. And Austria is moving aggressively against Russia and against Turkey. So not trying to see who is the bad guy in the East, just move against the two and you'll see afterwards. Nice play from Chris, nice aggressive play from Chris. And France trying to defend as much as they can, but unfortunately already having a unit in Gascony. And I think that's a bit of inexperience here from France, because when you have an army in Brest, you need to move it or make it support something. Like it should do something, just not hold. Basically, so that's a small mistake. But basically, the EG really is going too fast for anybody else right now. So the other side of the board needs to do something, or they're going to get completely destroyed in a few turns.
Yeah, it's a lightning fast EG here, but apparently there's also an R involved in that equation, at least for the moment. David?
Yeah, but Bradley shouldn't be listening to that siren song from EG, because Bradley is going to be in trouble very quickly.
All right, let's see how prophetic that is from Mr. Hood. And David, tell us about it.
I'm not sure what to make of the north to Norway with Norway moving out thing, to be perfectly honest, except that Bradley must have been listening to Saren, and you shouldn't do that probably in this situation. But yeah, it's hard to argue with the EG, success against France. I mean, how often do you see France crack that quickly? Not very often. So that's really unfortunate for Kira. Timothy Jackson, though, realizing this is a problem, is going to send units to the west. I understand that he's taking Marseille, but at this point, there wasn't much he could do to help. He's just hoping to get his pieces so he can set up a line to keep the EG from going into the Mediterranean too quickly. The Turks apparently have decided to lay off of the Italians, maybe for that very reason. And the Austrians too, going back to Greece like that. It's like, well, I guess we really need the Italians to be the counterweight, which is probably pretty smart.
A couple of curiosities here, though. Timothy he missed an opportunity to convoy back here. And also Bulgaria doesn't do anything here. You'd think if Evan were fully on board with the, did we get stuck here? Yeah, we did. We're fully on. Yeah, I think we got backed out here. Oh, caught it. Nope, not so.
Well, I think some of the moves they're not exactly sure what they want to do. So they're making some moves, but they're not doing every single move that you would want them to do if that was their strategy. I think there's some caginess still here it's a little unclear about what they want to do.
Yeah, just a question of whether it's mistakes or inefficiency or caginess. All right, let's keep on going here into.
Don't you think? Because here it seems like an Italy, Austria, Turkey thing trying to happen. Maybe it's a reaction to Saren's play. And that's something I wanted to mention. If you have people always going for the three-way draw, and you see red lights here from 0-2 onwards, if I'm Turkey here, more than against any other player, I'm going to be willing to go against Russia. Because I don't want this like three-way 11-11 and maybe somebody else ends with one dot. So.
Yeah, and if Bradley is unwilling to go against Saren, then that sort of enforces, it makes your path unavoidable in that case, based on your logic.
Yeah.
All right, Saren Kwok puts down 2 fleets in the west, committing further to this western adventure. Yeah, this is just very curious. I assume we'll see this going over to North Atlantic. You're just really not sure if that's what you want if you're Bradley Grace. Timothy Jackson puts down an army in Venice, and we get an army in Berlin. Got to wonder what John Gillam's future strategy is here, unless it is a 3-way draw. Or a 3-way shared board, I should say. 1903 spring. Back to you, Mr. Hood.
I really don't like Galicia to Sweden much. I mean, why are you immobilizing your fleet? Maybe you thought that would work. Well, if you're going to do this kind of thing, why not just go to Bothnia, which is much, then you're going to be threatening 2 different Russian units.
Baltic up here. Got it. You said Galicia by accident, but you meant.
I'm sorry, I meant to say Baltic. Yeah, that's what I was that's what I was talking about. But because you're obviously doing something, sending your armies to the east. So I don't know about all that. But you're right that Bradley, I think Nikolai said Bradley's fleet, maybe that he's listening to Saren here because he's just sending his fleet down there to be part of the deal, I guess. It's weird. I'm glad to see if Italy does want to do something about this, that Timothy has now moved that Ionian fleet, which he probably should have gone ahead and moved last turn. I know he was being cagey, but he really doesn't have a chance if he doesn't get over there and get his, his line set up before the French fall completely. So I'm glad to see the fleet coming there. I'm assuming that the AT fleets are coming to help, but man, if they're not, this is going to be a difficult assignment.
We've got this RT reforming and hitting Austria here, so that seems unlikely. Fall of 19.
No, you're right. I missed that part.
Evan was the one also flipping back and forth as England, I think, in the first round. And yeah.
So perhaps we're seeing a play style in evidence.
I mean, flipping back and forth can work if everyone else is doing that too. But if everyone else is not doing that, it ain't going to work.
All right, fall of 03, Nicolas.
Yeah, so it's again the EG with a Russian Janissary basically rolling through the board, putting Russia into mid-Atlantic. They are overextending Russia, and they are going to be able to take Sweden and St. Pete whenever they want, if they want it, or maybe there is this three-way draw already accepted or something like that again. And they're putting Germany into Marseille. Italy is attacking France. It's something I'm not sure I would have done it. Like I'm not sure what you win as Italy. Put your army into Spain. Like I would have helped France here in this position, I think, rather than try to finish him off.
Yeah, poor Kira. I mean, has to wonder when she brushed her teeth last.
Like something like that. It's really weird. And Russia and Turkey moving on against Chris Brand in Austria. Yeah.
All right, the net result is +1 for Evan in Turkey, +1 for Johnny Gillum, really for the EG, if we're being honest. And Timothy Jackson also is getting a rebuild here. What we find are a couple armies in Italy and Germany, and we have a fleet for Turkey. Chris Brand has to pick where he's going to die here, and that is in Greece. Same for Kira Olsen and Portugal. All right.
And just a small thing. If you are really in a triple alliance here, you need to ask Seren at least to move out of Norway towards Norwegian and to ask Baltic to go to Prussia or to go back to Berlin. Because here I feel it's like we've got like our foot on your throat and we're going to press whenever we want.
Yeah, it's pretty masterful by the EG here to sort of get Bradley completely out of position, and not even defending his own units, his own centers. For now, it doesn't need to, thanks to some arranged bounces, I should say. All right, spring of 1904. It is over to you, Nicolas.
Spring of 1904. So they continue to move on. The EG putting Russia into Portugal. That's the only way to do it, to make sure that Russia is going to move forward, basically to dislodge it. So well played. Putting also the German unit into Gascony. They are going to take Spain in the fall. Germany takes Vienna. England is going to be a bit late in terms of dots. Like they're going to be missing a few dots. So let's see which dots they are promised. I guess they're going to take Spain, and maybe Sweden at some point, or maybe St. Pete at some point. I don't know. And Russia is going really well. So at the moment, it's paying off to work with the EG. I'm not sure it's going to be paying off a long time, but right now it's paying off.
Okay, let's go ahead into fall of 1904.
In 1904, the Germans now have Vienna and Trieste. That's pretty significant. I know they lost Marseille, but still. Just without speaking of individual moves for a minute, the fact that the Turks have essentially thrown in with Russia is making this whole thing work a lot better than it would have if he had attacked Russia. So the Turks must assume or hope that they get something out of helping the Germans and the English destroy the smaller powers. I'm not sure that's a good assessment, but perhaps that's what Evan thinks is going to happen here. But otherwise, I mean, we can talk about individual moves if you want to, but England and Germany with Russian help and frankly with Turkish help can pretty much do whatever they want in the long run. It's just a question of time and how long Russia is part of the deal.
All right, let's go into winter of 1904. I'm going to ask you guys to call these out, if you would. David Hood.
All right. Bradley building a fleet St. Pete South Coast is interesting, honestly. Perhaps he now thinks that he's going to be fighting, and I believe that he's right, that he's going to be fighting for his life. The Turks building the fleet means that he's still in with the, probably means he's still in with this whole assignment. English fleet, German armies. I mean, this is what you would expect. And frankly, that's pretty much what you expect if the current alliance structure is going to continue forward.
All right, let's move ahead into spring of 05. I believe this is you, Mr. Hood.
All right, well, something's definitely happening here different than I was expecting. So good for me. Because the Germans are moving backwards, right? Denmark, Holland, the Russians have now attacked the Germans, basically. I guess that's what the fleet South Coast St. Pete was about, and the Germans sort of saw that happening. The question is, what is Saren going to do? I mean, the Germans are moving back to Paris because they weren't really sure what was going to happen with the English armies. That's actually pretty fascinating, that we've got a little bit of a rearrangement here in spring 1905, and I think the question is going to be which way Saren goes.
It's weird that she hasn't moved Brest to Mao and Mao to Naf, to be fair. Like, these moves make me
It's
think,
true. It's true.
does she
But
want
the Turks are out. I mean, Tunis, Ionian. I mean, I was sort of questioning Evan's assessment earlier, but perhaps he's right that he can benefit from those because he thinks that alliance that's been ruling so far is getting ready to fall apart, which it's falling apart in some direction. We just don't know which direction yet.
I think Russia think that their best bet is to side with Saren. That's why they put the fleet south coast in St. Pete, and he is going full against Germany.
All right, are you guys ready for fall?
Yeah,
of
let's go to
05?
the fall and see what happens.
Nicola, I believe this is you.
Yes, so the war between Germany and Russia continues, with Germany making the right moves to mitigate the losses, basically losing only Trieste. He's also helping Italy into Gascony, so I think there must have been some kind of breakdown with Seren, and he has felt it because he's protecting also Denmark. So Seren not going for the 11-11-11, or somebody in the deal not going for the 11-11-11 anyways. And Evan really well played here. He takes Serbia, loses Romania, but he has all the positioning as Turkey. So taking Tunis and being able to take Rome and Napoli next year, very well played here from Turkey. So let's hope he can keep this up next year. That's what I would take from this year. And also, just one last thing, sorry that I forgot. Seren, what a shame, she keeps Sweden. It was her allies, but now it's hers. And through none of her faults, because Johnny defended well. So well played from Seren here.
It's interesting that the Turks didn't move their fleet out of Khan. There's not complete trust here.
Yeah. But they could have bounced. If there was no trust at all, they would have bounced, at least in Bulgaria. But so that's kind of the mitigant. I'm not sure what to make out of it.
Yeah.
All right, so that leads us into winter of 1905. And Nicola, I'm going to ask you to call these out.
We have a disband from Germany in Vienna, recognizing they just can't hold it long term, so well played. Turkey builds another fleet, so the growth is in the Med. They have no intention of stabbing Russia. And Italy takes Marseille out, meaning they want to act as a janissary for the RT. For me, that's a signal that they are sending, that they want to make play in the East, one way or the other. So potentially they can help one side or the other with this army in Gascony. And CERN building an army in London, most likely to convoy in Holland, or to convoy to Holland, most likely. Yeah.
All right, spring of 1906, sticking with you, Nicola.
So CERN convoy to Holland, so she's going to be +1 here. Also going into the Med. I think there is some kind of alliance. At least Russia was not sure, so they have asked Germany to put them into Sweden. Of course, it can be a ploy to be sure that Germany doesn't move to Skag, blocking their moves, basically. And yeah, Germany loses Vienna. So most likely, the best position right now is Russia's, right? Like if we look at how it is right now, Russia is making all the gains against Germany, now taking back Sweden. Yeah, that's it. And they're pushing again. Like it seems that Italy's only wish is to survive somewhere in Iberia, maybe. So they are directed here by the RT. And the only move I find weird, but maybe David can enlighten me on that, is the move to Adriatic. From Ionian to Adriatic, I don't really get it. Why they wouldn't go to West or to Naf, like I'm not sure.
I think he's setting up to just take the Italian centers out as early as he can. That's what the Adriatic is about. I'm talking about the home centers. So I think that's what that is. It is a little puzzling, honestly. I think the interesting question now is Bradley switching to be against Saren? And the answer might be yes. And that might be the right answer. Why not do that? If you've got Johnny going the other direction away from you, then this might be the time to do it. If you're ever going to get the jump on the English, this might be the time to do it. Let's find out.
I don't think so, because Elsie would have gone to St. Pete, right?
Bradley's at least trying to make a deal.
And the answer is, for fall of 1906, Mr. Hood.
Yeah, the answer is, you're right, that's let's see, so Sweden is supporting the move from Skagerrak to Denmark, right?
Yeah.
I think that's what that is. I can't tell for sure.
No, that's right. And it wouldn't have, here, I'll show you the orders.
Oh, Turkey. Oh.
Yeah, I thought Turkey was getting in position to take a bunch of centers, and that is what Turkey is doing and making a move. Good for Evan. Good for Evan.
Yeah.
Good for Evan to try to take a bold move.
So Evan goes +4, only has 3 home centers to build, but deals quite a blow to everyone else on the board. Meanwhile, Bradley Grace still gets a build here because took Sweden and Vienna, loses Budapest. Conceivably, that could be arranged. I wouldn't think the move to Black Sea would be part of that.
Probably not.
All right, winter 1906, we find a fleet in Sevastopol. Italy pulls both armies. Germany picks some poison. And we do get a fleet in Sevastopol. So Bradley is going to try to fight Evan for the board top, or at least to hold him back. And that is where the game ends.
Wow.
Is this the right answer? Starting with you, Mr. Hood.
Yes, and way to go, Evan, and bad to me for not seeing that Evan had this thing figured out way better than I did. He really played this well at the end, and I say kudos to him. It's, the question is, who would have voted no to this? And I don't see Saren thinking that she is going to be able to get the board top here anymore. And so, and I don't think Bradley thinks he can outdo this. So I think Turkey has masterfully played this and deserves this board top very much.
Yeah, I agree. It's a great play from Evan. And, I mentioned how he switched during the previous game, and here the switch paid off. So he switched once, and that was the right moment to switch, apparently. I don't really get what happened between Johnny and Saren at one point, because it seemed none of them had really the possibility to stab the other, and they went for it. So not sure what happened, but really great game from Evan, and I think that's the right result.
All right, guys, I need to pause the broadcast here for a second. So can you guys chat a bit more about this game?
Sure.
We can, absolutely. Nikolai and I can chat for a long time about any subject, and we can certainly do it about this game. I was assuming that we were looking, and maybe it's just because this game happened right after the last one, Nikolai, but I was assuming, and I think we all were, that this was some kind of three-way arrangement. Yeah. And as it turned out, it wasn't much of a three-way arrangement. You just pointed out that Saren took the opportunity to go after Johnny when she didn't get a whole lot out of it. So there must not have been a very strong alliance there going in. And, I wondered about Bradley throwing himself in with it. He turned out to be okay throwing himself in with it. I wondered about Evan throwing himself in with Russia and going after the small guys. Turns out he did well. So basically, they flummoxed me in this game, and I couldn't figure out what was going on until the end when Evan had a great result.
But I wondered if the last game, played in Chris Brand's mind as Austria, because I wondered if he didn't trust Turkey that much because he was sure that Turkey would react to this three-way alliance, because that's what I would have done personally. Like, I know I see a three-way alliance with Seren. I'm trying to rally the other three powers with me, basically, and say we're going to make a four-way alliance because I don't want that to happen on this board. So, and really well played from Evan, being the one winning out of this game. So, because it's always a chicken game. And
well, one thing I wonder, at the end of that game was whether there was perhaps some incentive for Seren to continue playing. I think she was only 3 centers behind the Turks, and it wasn't clear could the Turks hold everything if she worked with Bradley and gave him free reign to move in the south. She also probably can pick up Paris and eventually Portugal, which would put her at 10. Maybe some other things happen if the game keeps playing. Felt like a reasonable way to end the game, but maybe there was still some play there.
I'm going to assume that Johnny was an unhappy camper and was making that very clear to Sarah that he was unhappy having been essentially dotted from behind for not much benefit to her. So I don't know that she thought that she could accomplish a whole lot. He was still a viable player in terms of he had like five or six centers, still had some units. And if he had wanted to coordinate with the remnants of Russia or even coordinate with the Turks, I mean, what did Johnny care at that point?
Yeah.
Maybe sort of help the Turks, make sure that the Turks have the board top as a way to get back at Seren. In the upcoming episode of Deadline, we're going to be releasing in a week, we've got a panel discussion about playing the smaller position and what motivations sometimes come into play when you're playing a smaller position. One of those big motivations, as we all know, is getting back at the person that stabbed you.
And I think he could even have offered a solo to Turkey. Like, if they drag this game long enough, you run the risk of getting a Turkish solo, because Turkey was sure to take like Romania, Sev, Vienna, Trieste.
I don't know. I mean, he was very fleet heavy in terms of
fleet heavy.
Where he had taken those dots. He was really sitting with a lot of fleets and did not have armies advanced into a position to be a huge threat. Now, that's not to say that he couldn't rapidly do it, especially popping 2 armies down, still sitting with another in the bag. But I don't think it was a given.
All right. Did you guys solve the mysteries of that game?
We did.
All right.
Probably better without you.
All right. That solves my answer. All right. I think we're ready to go on to the next game. Remind me whose turn it is. I think, Nicola, it's your turn for a break, yeah?
I thought it was David, but
it might be mine. Yeah, it might be mine.
All right. That was...
I think the next one is mine, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. Then David, get lost. All right, guys. Here is the board for round 2, board B. In Austria, we've got Heather Jamieson out of British Columbia. In England, we've got Matt Shields out of Portland. Greg Matthews finds us in Vancouver, coming in France out of Vancouver. Sabia Huja, DBN's own, and the Windy City Weasel's own out of Chicago. In Germany, Italy is Jackson Roberts. Russia, Karthik Kaneth. And Turkey, the tournament leader, Siobhan Nolan. Any thoughts on this board, Nicola?
Yeah, like, I don't want to stress this enough, but Sabi just got destroyed by the 11-11-11 led by Karthik and Seren. So if you want bad blood with 2 players, that's how you do it. Now they're next to each other in Germany and Russia. So let's see if they can patch things up right now or not. I think that's going to be interesting. And Shoban with a great result in round 1 and getting Turkey, not the best position to be in, I think.
I think this is good news for Siobhan in the sense, though, that I think that Karthik and Heather are both people she can work with. And I don't think either of them are necessarily going to be the most prone to just jump on her. So I actually think this is something diplomatically she's got a reasonable chance of fighting her way through. We'll see.
All right. let's jump in here. Nicolas, you are up for spring of 1901.
So I think it's you have a few interesting moves, and especially the fact that people didn't want to bounce, apparently. Karthik didn't want to bounce in Black Sea, and he got rewarded for that, as you usually are, with Turkey going into the Black Sea and Turkey going to Armenia. So great offensive opening for Turkey, saying, I'm not going to get stuck in my corner. And also potentially with Austria's agreement, with Austria being in Budapest and being in Serbia, so the potential for Russia not to build from the south, and Russia opened in the north. So basically that's the worst possible state of things for Russia. On the other side of the board, no bounce in Burgundy and Marseille holding. I'm not super fan of the units holding here, but he's sure to get Spain and Portugal in the fold, so that's nice. And the last thing I want to mention, you have this Jackson Roberts, Italy, having a unit in Tyrolia, so let's see where it goes in the fall. I think it's going to be interesting.
Jackson Roberts, known for his restraint in general on a diplomacy board.
The move to Tiroli in spring 1901 for Italy is just such a stronger move than holding in Venice, or making a move into Piedmont when you have no plan for doing that. It just gives you an opportunity to talk to everyone. Everyone wants to know what it's going to do. It really gives you that opportunity as Italy to really make a difference early in the game.
All right, fall of 1901. Adam Silverman, tell us about it.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, and Siobhan did find her ally, and it looks like it's Heather, and she's going to give Heather 3 builds in 1901 by supporting Budapest into Romania. This is something you really don't see very often. Actually, it looks like Russia, Karthik also supported Budapest to Romania. So this is something you don't see very often. Quite an interesting start up to the game. And Karthik is also forced to move that army from St. Petersburg back to Moscow, even though Matt in England convoys up to Norway. Elsewhere in the board, I think there's not really, what is Greg Matthews doing in France? Okay, this must be a getting timed out or just not getting his orders in or something, because obviously Marseille should have gone to Spain and Mao should have gone to Portugal, and I can't see this as anything other than just a face-to-face mistake and not getting those orders in, which is really pretty unfortunate.
I wonder if the army in Marseille in the spring was not meant to go to Gascony, which is a popular opening, and then to be convoyed. So if he thought actually this unit was not in Marseille but in Gascony, and try to convoy maybe Gascony to Portugal.
Why would you do that? Why would you want your army to be in Portugal?
Well, it's an attack against England. If you have your fleet in Mao, basically, and you convoy the army from Gascony to Portugal, you can attack England easily.
So, wow.
So.
Okay.
It's possible that the Mid-Atlantic order wasn't actually a hold, but was some convoy order that couldn't be represented in the backstabber sign.
Convoy Gascony to Portugal.
Yeah. Something like that. But just I want to say, Sabi tried to bounce Karthik, because you have this kind of bad blood that can happen with this 11-11-11, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happened here.
Yeah, and this is the first time in 5 games we've seen that, I think. So, yeah, absolutely, Nicola.
All right, winter of 1901 finds. Did we notice that Heather Jamieson picked up 3 builds? Okay, well done, and that makes a glut of 3. Nice little blood clot there of armies already at the end of.
Oh, and I love this. Siobhan builds an army
in Constantinople.
It's great.
Wow. We get Subby not building in Munich, probably a reaction to that Russian fleet in the Baltic Sea. And we have Greg Matthews getting his 1 build, putting down a fleet in Brest. But, it could be worse things, worse positions as France are. Matt Shields waves the build. Presumably that is a misorder of some sort. This is a problem that we're going to fix at some point with DBN. We're going to have an interface that allows misorders to be represented properly so that we can find out exactly what the misorder was. I guarantee that Matt Shields did not forget, but wrote something down that was invalid.
What did he write? Army Yorkshire or something?
Maybe, right? Maybe Army Fleet Denmark. Maybe he thought he was Russia and put down Fleet St. Petersburg.
Maybe that's the best Western triple ever.
You don't take Spain and Portugal in 1901. I agree with you, Nicola. Definitely.
Very slow played Western triple would be delightful. Could be here given these moves. Tell us about it, Adam Silverman, if you would.
Yeah, so Matt moves forward in the north, Norwegian to Norway, Norway to Finland. That looks awfully anti-Russian to me. Meanwhile, Sabi, they move up to Denmark, not and keep stand the Italians out of Munich. This interesting moves by Greg. Actually, these are fairly Western Tripoli looking moves. Actually, and we just joked about it, but Brest to Mao, Mao to Spain South Coast, Marseille to Piedmont. I mean, that looks like a triple. We'll see. England wisely convoys back into Italy and goes out to the Tyrrhenian Sea, and Siobhan forces Sev. It looks like there might be some kind of AIT versus a Western triple right here, and it looks like Karthik may not be long for this world.
Fall of 1902, Nicola.
Yeah, so England takes St. Pete, Germany reorganizes and takes Denmark. So it really looks like a triple here. And also Siobhan taking Sev, taking Ukraine. Karthik has basically tried to make deals with Austria and with England against his two main enemies, but it didn't work. So really well played from Austria here, also taking Warsaw, one more build. So really great start from Austria and really great start from Siobhan in Turkey. Now the question is going to be for Siobhan, do you choose Austria or do you choose Italy? I thought with the army build, actually, maybe she would choose the IT over the AT, maybe. But let's see what she chooses to do next year. I think it's going to be key because it's kind of weird, that the AI is not moving either, into Aegean or Eastern Med and just covering Tuscany. It seems a bit weird. I don't know.
Winter 1902 finds Karthik Kanath already down to 1. That is one of the fastest destructions of Russia I can remember seeing. Keeps the fleet in Bothnia, because why not? Shields drops a couple armies. Matthews drops some very Western triple friendly units. But he's got a lot of flexibility in that position.
Adam, you know that better than me. What is the total number of points on average that you should expect to win the tournament? Like on the 3 scores, something like around 100 or something like that?
I would say if you're, it's very hard to say, right? Because every tournament's going to differ. So 3 scores and like an average score in each result will, without any huge scores, would put you close to 100. I would say probably low hundreds will win this tournament. My guess is somewhere between 100 and unless there's a solo, of course. If there's a solo, then all bets are off. But if there's no solo, then something in the low hundreds, 100, 110 would be my guess.
So if you're Siobhan, you have a good result already. You can make the pitch of a 3-way alliance and saying, I'm very happy with a 30-point score, basically like Seren and Karthik just had, right?
Make any pitch you want, but if you're Siobhan and you're pushing into the mid game and have a chance to get another 40-point result, you want that.
Sorry for the pronunciation. I'm going to try to to get better at it.
All right, spring of 03. Here we go. I believe this is Nicola, yeah?
Yeah. So in the spring, there's this IAT moving on, taking Moscow with English help. So that's a bit weird somehow. So it seems it's a Western triple against an Eastern triple without Russia, which is original way to do it. And they're all going to the line here. But Turkey has a perfect stab, I think, here in the back of Austria. So let's watch for this in the fall, I think.
Absolutely. And this is just a horrible position for Germany right now. They're just in the middle of this. They're not doing anything useful up against the line other than holding dots in the middle of the game. This is just begging for them to get taken out by both sides in another year or two.
Yeah. I
All
think
right.
Austria and Germany hates these positions where you're just holding the lines for everybody else, right?
Fall of 1903. Adam, tell us about it.
Yeah, indeed, Siobhan does make that play. There's no reason to take Moscow because it's supporting a Russian fleet. So why do you need that right now? So Siobhan goes and forces Warsaw and takes Romania here. I think this is probably very sensible for her to do this. It could have been worse. She could have taken Serbia as well, but Heather, recognized that there was a good chance of this happening. Meanwhile, Germany does hold in the middle of the board. England gets that second army up into Russia, which is going to make Siobhan's life a little bit more difficult as this progresses.
All right, and this puts us in the winter of 03. Nicola, I'm going to let you call these builds out.
So France is building a fleet in Brest, but I think it's meant to go into the south. It's just that Marseille was taken already. Chevan takes basically builds in Caen and Smee, so that's the right move if you want to go through Austria. And yeah, I think no surprises. Austria just trying to keep what's next to her territories. So yeah, it's very sensible moves. I think France is poised to grow quite a bit in the next turns.
All right, that brings us to spring of 04, which is on you, Adam Silverman.
Yeah, this is where things start to get really dicey for Siobhan for making that that stab on Austria last turn, because now you have an English army in Moscow, you have Warsaw threatened, you have Sevres threatened. There's all sorts of things you have to cover, which make it a lot harder to make progress against Austria, who really, with those three armies and one fleet there, can make your life very difficult in terms of breaking through. Meanwhile, Italy is making a little bit of progress advancing their units. Of course, they are now going to lose Tunis, and Germany punches out into Silesia. So a little bit of progress there, but I think the big story here is the conflict between the two witches, the English and the Turkish, and this is not something that Siobhan wants to be dealing with right now.
And
Nicola?
Who needs Germany right now? Like, what's good for Germany is that France only has two armies, and the English are far away. But I think we should watch out for that also, because they need to grow somewhere, and Germany can't grow anywhere right now.
I think one thing that I didn't point out is that Italian move into Vienna. I think that's actually really important right here, because that really does throw a wrench in Heather's defenses. It's probably the right thing for Jackson to be doing, because I think Jackson does need to slow the EF, and in order to do that, needs to be helping Turkey here.
Fall 1904, Nicola?
Yeah, so they are putting Germany in Warsaw. So that's where the dot is going to come from. It's nice. Goodbye, Karthik. Thanks for playing. But and that's what I think Adam or David mentioned about the 11-11-11. That seems nice, but now Karthik being kicked out in the second game, what if he could have gotten a better result, in the first game? So maybe he's going to end up regretting it. And Siobhan taking Sevastopol, so losing a dot, but being positioned in a more efficient way for the next years. And I think she's trying to make amends with Heather, moving, to Eastern Med, trying to say, well, I'm sorry, still keeping two armies in Bulgaria and Romania, but I'm sorry enough to move out of agency and going to Eastern Med. France is taking Tunis as expected. And yeah, so that's the Western triple, basically gaining one each and growing by one each. So let's see what happens.
Winter 1904, lots of adjustments around the board. Adam, I'm going to let you call this one out.
Well, Siobhan pulls Bulgaria, so that's one unit behind the eastern line that goes away. And Heather apparently is on board to work together because she pulls Budapest rather than one of those forward units in Prussia or Silesia. Meanwhile, Matt and actually all three Western powers put additional armies down, which I think makes sense here. Matt doesn't need another fleet. He needs to, at the moment, unless he's stabbing somebody, he just needs to feed some more armies over the top. Greg probably needs the army more than the fleet right now as well. He's got enough fleets in the south. So I think these all make sense.
The disband from Budapest is significant, I think.
Yep.
And I wouldn't have done it personally. It's a show of face, but it's like Turkey is very powerful in our back still. And what's to prevent Turkey from taking all the dots here?
All right, spring of 1905. Nicola, back to you.
So the Western Triple keeps moving on, taking Lyon, taking Prussia, but losing Warsaw for it. And they're trying to make this IAT something real. Somehow Austria going into, like, retreating into Naples seems weird to me in this context. I'm not sure what they negotiated together. Adam, maybe here you can intervene because I have no clue what would justify it, basically. But here I think we really run the risk to see Galicia into Budapest, Romania into Serbia, and there's a dismantlement of Austria, basically.
I think Austria had a retreat to Silesia here that was passed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think certainly the failing to retreat Prussia to Silesia is a mistake. I think what happened in the Med is that the support of Tunis to Eastern Med may have been not asked for, and it was just the French getting cute there in order to force the Austrians to retreat. In the spirit of the alliance, it's probably not the right thing for her to be doing, to retreating to Naples. I actually think a pull here might have made sense so that she can rebuild an army. But on the other hand, you do have Italy who had walked into one of your centers and maybe giving doing the same makes some sense.
Question for you guys. There are 3 Austrian centers available to Siobhan right here. Does she do it or not?
Yes.
Yeah, probably. I mean, the problem is that the consequences of not doing it are not any worse than the consequences of doing it. Is I think the issue, right? I mean, can you do it without losing Ukraine here? You probably can. Yeah, Ukraine isn't threatened. You can support Warsaw to keep Austria. Well, that's not going to work, I guess. But yeah, you probably do. You probably.
Do you mind Germany taking back Warsaw? Not really either, right?
If it's Germany, as long as it's not England, right?
Yeah, exactly. But if it's Germany as Turkey, you don't really care, right?
No.
Well, the answer is yes, but bounces in Serbia with Italy.
That's just poor planning. I mean, Italy should have gone to Vienna and they should have taken them out. That's really just poor planning. I don't get that. And why does Constantinople hold there rather than going to Aegean? Come on, Siobhan.
And why are they putting Ukraine into Warsaw instead of putting Germany back into the center? That seems really weird to me.
And meanwhile, Jackson Robert. Oh, sorry. Do you have a comment on that?
No, I mean, I think that if Matt is doing this, he's probably, I mean, the plan is to probably kick her out the following turn. So I don't, she can't hold it. So I don't know why Siobhan does that to begin with.
This is tournament leader Siobhan Nolan. It's worth pointing out. Winter 1905.
Hey, she got 3 builds, so it's really hard to get too upset with this kind of an outcome. I really would have. I mean, she got 3 builds. Remember, that unit in Caen held instead of going to Aegean. I mean, how much would you prefer to have that unit, that fleet already in Aegean, so you could put another army down in Caen here?
All right. This brings us into spring of 1906. And I believe this is on Adam Silverman.
Okay. Well, as I said, easy come, easy go with respect to Warsaw. We knew that was coming here. it is really interesting to see. So basically, Siobhan just advances everything, which makes sense, and Warsaw just goes back down to Galicia. Of course, Ukraine now being at risk from the English. Otherwise, wow, we missed that Italian retreat to mid-Atlantic. How did we miss that? So that's a pirate ship if there ever was one, now in the English Channel. And of course, Matt feels the need to convoy back home to protect himself against it, which is really a big momentum killer. So that's a really nice play for the Italians here. But meanwhile, for France, France pulls Burgundy back, but is really just in a nice lined up fleet position here. And it's going to probably stalemate in the south pretty quickly, which I think is just fine from Siobhan's perspective, because she can end this game on 10 or so and have another really solid result, probably.
All right, fall 1906. Over to you, Nicolas.
Italy, for some reason, supports Denmark into North Sea. So it seems that Germany is saying, I don't want this triple to go until the end, and I'm going to stab, but without having a build. So it's a very weird stab from Germany. Germany is also at the same time supporting Austria against Turkey. So I'm wondering if they're not betting on maybe France and Germany, maybe late alliance, basically late FG, trying to roll the board. I think it's very risky given how big Turkey is right now, and I'm not sure it's going to work. But that's the only thing for me that makes a bit of sense, as to what Sabi is trying to achieve right now. And especially with England, having a build from Warsaw. So what can you really do against England at this stage? I'm not really sure. And just Turkey, sure, losing Warsaw, but taking Serbia, taking Trieste, that's just Turkey's game again. And honestly, after these two games, if it doesn't last long, I'm not sure how Shevan loses the tournament.
I wonder if Sabi is not doing something fairly savvy here, though, because from this position, the logical thing that happens is the EF takes out Germany, right? Because Germany doesn't really have any value in the middle of the board. And, the worst case scenario, maybe Turkey gets Munich or Berlin, but even that is pretty unlikely. So maybe Sabi is just kind of saying, I'm going to sow some chaos and see what I can make happen so that doesn't happen. That would be the rationale in my mind.
One serve night. I mean, is it a good rationale, or is it just the most plausible one you can find?
I'm convinced that the inevitable result is that the two of them are going to come up and gang up on you, then to try to change that dynamic in some way and say, hey, France, we can do something here. I mean, it's not a crazy idea. I don't think it's going to be successful. Right, and it might be just perpetuating, making it a self-fulfilling prophecy that you get taken out. On the other hand, but I can see a rationale for it for sure.
All right. In any case, we have another budding huge result for Siobhan Nolan, unless they can turn something around. Siobhan's up to 10 now, puts down an army in Khan, gets a build from that she couldn't use previously.
I could see this drawing, right? I mean, if you're Siobhan in this position, you've got a 10 center, a 32 point game. The risk of continuing is maybe France gets bigger and closes that gap. So I could see Siobhan pushing to say, hey, let's call it a game here. We got another game tonight. Let's all get some rest in between. And then ultimately, it's really France's call whether they would want to accept that or not.
All right. Does the game continue? Yes. Spring of 07. Nicolas, tell us about it.
I think what Adam said is really right. Like, I think what Brendan said to Adam's comment about Sabi's strategy basically is really right. You're making it a self-fulfilling prophecy, because right now England is really pissed, I think, at Germany, and now they are going for Germany right now. And here Turkey is taking Naples, is taking Vienna. like that's an impressive show of Turkey here right now. I'm not sure how they get stopped if it goes on like that, because if the Western triple doesn't stop fighting right now, you have a real possibility for a very, very high score for Turkey here.
Oh, I mean, Siobhan has a shot at now Venice and other. I mean, this could be very big. This could be very big.
I mean, now you're starting to think 18, right? Like if
no, I'm not thinking 18. I mean, for Turkey, there's not enough chaos. I mean, if England started to pull units like into Prussia and Silesia instead of staying in Russia, then maybe. But I don't think we're at that point yet.
Well, if Germany's going to turn on France now.
If Germany turns on France, then all bets are off. You're right.
All right, Nicola. I'm sorry. This is Adam. Adam, you're on.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So France is actually pulling back here, though they do kick Turkey out of Naples. They are flipping some fleets back. Whoops. They seem to be turning around to flip some fleets back, which is kind of interesting that they found themselves in the English Channel after Germany just made those moves. So I do find that a little bit odd. But once we get the map back up, we can kind of proceed.
Working on it.
That's okay. But yeah, I mean, I'm guessing diplomatically, there's just some crazy stuff going on between the three Western powers. You know, why is France now in the English Channel, right? And why do you pull back to Spain? I mean, if you're turning around, why don't you go to mid-Atlantic? Not that really makes a lot of sense either. But really, don't you want to just have Western Med follow up into the Tyrrhenian Sea? So there's something going on in this dynamic that's not a lot of trust. I mean, there's just some weird moves by Greg. Brest to Paris. You know, again, what is the purpose of that move when it could go to Picardy or Gascony? In the eastern part of the board, we see, oh, good, Italy is going to take Norway, which is very exciting. And elsewhere, you know, not a lot else to say. Siobhan continues to roll her units towards closer and closer to the line. I think we're going to bid a sad farewell to Heather this turn.
All right, Winter 1907 does say au revoir to Heather. Thanks for playing. Siobhan is up to 11 again. I think she had 12-6 was her score in the last one. And Greg Matthews now gets to put down 2 more units, which finds a fleet and an army. Siobhan puts down a fleet in Ankara, maybe thinking about convoying armies over at some point in the future.
The draw. I think it's a draw signal. It's a signal she's accepting a draw from me.
And indeed, you're right. So this one ends 11-9. Adam, you have comments on this?
Well, I'm trying to see if there's any rationale for Greg to continue playing at this point. You know, Siobhan can take Venice, and then, you know, she should be more or less stuck it there. So the question is it worth Greg's time to try to push another dot or so from Sabi? Probably not. This is probably right.
Nicola, is this the right answer?
A dominating performance by Siobhan in this game after topping her first board and then just coming out and doing this. What a totally dominating game.
Nicola, you are. Is this the right result here?
Yeah, because she played the best game out of all of them, in my opinion. But that's why I don't really like Western triples. And here is an example why. Because Germany gets paranoid. And rightly so, because Germany was too weak compared to France and England. So basically what happened, Germany didn't have Belgium. Germany had a precarious position in Sweden. Germany didn't have Warsaw. And I think that's why they couldn't push with the rest of the triple here. And that's what made Turkey even more powerful in the end, I think. So really well played from Turkey. I have no idea how she pulled it off, to be honest, because she convinced Italy never to be in Turkish waters. She convinced Austrian armies always to be at the line, and of course the Russian to go north from the beginning. So mastermind here and great play.
All right, that brings to a close game Skara. We didn't find out what the reference was, what fictional planet that was a reference to. We're going to change gears a little bit here. I am going to need to take a break here, and Kevin O'Kelly has graciously made himself available to sub in for me here. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to return to the broadcast. I'll get back to you guys about that. But we are, Kevin, in the middle of, we've just finished the 5th game out of 9, and Siobhan Nolan has put in 2 very strong board tops, and we had a 3-way 11-11-11-1 from the first round, which gave all of us a little bit of indigestion. So that is where things are standing. There's a schedule up in the chat area. I believe David Hood is coming back on, so I'm going to bring him on. And Nikolai, you get a break here, correct?
Exactly, yes.
All right, we'll see you in a bit. Kevin, thank you very much for jumping in here. I'm going to duck off now, and I will be in touch with you behind the scenes.
Thanks.
Excellent.
Great to
Hey
see
y'all, how's it going so far? I'm not going to plead regular ignorance. I don't know much about this game to start with, and I know even less about Cascadia 2022. So carry me definitely in this first game as we get started. So this will be the last. It looks like round 2, board C, Caprica. Let's see if we can remember how to share. Oh, I haven't done this in a while. So we've got Matthew Krill, West Coast native, just a quick drive up the border in Austria. Dave Roberts, also, I believe, in the same area in England. Liam Stokes, a Homer, Canadian legend here in France. Jason Massbaum, another West Coast in Germany. Eddie Bursan, West Coast in Italy. Riaz Rani, Vancouver in Russia, and John Jameson in Turkey. So the West Coast certainly dominating this board. So have either of you two done a previous game with any of these players that you're looking forward to on this one?
Yeah, so we saw in the first round, Jason Massbaum was part of that 11-11-11. So he's got a reasonable score going in, and then basically was tied in that kind of second place group, and then Matt Krill was very slightly behind that with a small board top. So both of them are probably very eager to try to get a strong result this game. Of course, everyone else on this board had not such a good result in the first game, and is probably even more eager to have a strong result on here.
Perfect. So David, then, given this cast of characters, who I might remind viewers, a lot of these were in that first DBNI. Who are you looking forward to breaking out, David? Oop, you're on mute. I don't know if I muted you or.
Sorry, that's on me. I think Jason's probably hoping he can break out. That 11-11-11 is great, but look what happened to Karthik, for example. You weren't here, Kevin, but Karthik got crunched in the next game. So Jason's probably hoping that he can avoid that fate and really break out and get, frankly, a better result than that to put him in position. He probably doesn't know exactly what he needs. None of us know exactly what he needs to get in a good position. But we know at this point, after having watched Siobhan get a second devastatingly strong performance, that in order to have a real shot at round 3, Jason cannot afford to pair that sort of middling result with anything less than a better one. And of course, all these other people are just hoping to bounce back from disaster and get something drastically good.
Is the tournament winner decided best of 2 or best of all 3?
No drop round, which I think is pretty important to the dynamics on these boards. The fact that there's no drop round.
Excellent. All right, well, that's good for me to find out. So, what are we doing? West East, player by player. Well, what are we going to do to get this kicked off?
Dealer's choice. We've done it both ways, but I'd say dealer's choice.
All right, dealer's choice. Well, I'll mix it up. We'll do it both ways, but we'll start with David in the West and Adam in the East, and see, here we go.
All right. Well, I'm not going to have a lot to talk about in the West because it's the most common English opening, the most common German opening, and one of the more common French openings. This is sort of the French opening that allows you, if you want, to go for 3 builds. The one thing that's the fly in Liam's ointment is that army going to Piedmont.
Yeah, and seeing Eddie Brisson make that opening to Piedmont is actually pretty unusual. I've played many games with Eddie, and that's not the sort of opening you usually see out of him. So it'd be very interesting to see what he's got in mind here. Elsewhere, we see the Russians walk right into the Black Sea, could be taking advantage of an agreed upon non-bounce, and Riaz going for an attack on fan favorite John Jameson, or it could just be jockeying for position. Elsewhere, there is the bounce in Galicia.
That's what we'll call it with the two Canadians, maybe neighbors. All right. Let's see if we can do this. And to the fall, Adam, stay on your side here because this is fun.
Yeah, so Riaz supports their army down into Romania, gets bounced out of Sweden, which is always interesting to see. Jason making that bold play that we haven't seen happen too many times this tournament. And then elsewhere, Austria just making those normal moves. Eddie going for the Lepanto opening while moving Piedmont right back up to Tyrolia.
Does Eddie know something about that opening?
I think he may have played it before, but I'm not entirely sure.
David, the West, a lot of love.
Yeah, one thing that we have seen a lot of at this tournament is the English taking Belgium with a convoy in 1901. Not something that you see prevalent in some play and in some tournaments, but we certainly have seen it a lot this time. The one thing that we haven't seen a lot of has been the bounce in Sweden, which we're just seeing here with the Russians not getting Sweden. It's one thing when you've got to look like a very strong EG in the beginning, but right now it's a little unclear what we've got. So the fact that Jason decided to bounce Riaz is, I think, an interesting choice.
Does the follow-up for Adam here does getting into Black Sea maybe give Jason a little more, hey, you're going to get yours guaranteed now. I don't want you to get it 6, therefore I'm going to bounce you? Or is this game dynamics? I don't know if Jason and Riaz have faced each other recently.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know. I think that, the current situation is, I think most stronger players tend to let Russia take Sweden, and if they want it, they'll just build a fleet and force the Baltic Sea and get it the next year. So I'm sure that there's a diplomatic reason for this. I'm wondering how much Eddie's influence in Piedmont also may have played upon this.
Yeah. So standard builds, Italy usually, although maybe I guess online it's more to get to, but standard to face from back in the day. This is typically what you would see. Is the EF rallying on the other side where maybe rallying together so it's a call for the East to figure out their game? What builds might change given the friendly EF?
Well, I think that's the question, right? Is the EF as friendly as we think, and are we going to see fleets in London and Brest or not, right? And what is England's other build? Is it just going to be something innocuous like an army in Edinburgh, or are they going to put something in Liverpool? And then, of course, the biggest question is, what is Riaz going to do, right? When you're only stuck with one build as Russia, do you kind of equivocate and put that as an army in Moscow, or do you go for something more aggressive, like building the fleet in the north, or something more directly in the south? So that to me is like the big questions on this board.
Well, good, David. I'll put it on you. Take a prediction. What's Russia going to build?
Some Russians here will build Army Warsaw and say, "I'm coming for you, Germany. You just screwed me out of Sweden." I don't think Riaz is going to do that. I think he's going to build in St. Pete, but we'll see.
All right, and
he did it.
He's going to anti-mass bomb. So we'll see.
In theory, you can go south with that guy, but when you've just been bounced in Sweden, it's tempting to go to Warsaw.
A nice guy like Matt Krill at this point. I mean, you wouldn't do that, dude.
I've never attacked Matt Krill in my life. Wait, yes, I have.
David, I know it's not in your sphere, but Fleet Con versus Fleet Smyrna, is that, gosh, you're in the Black Sea still. It's a thorn that's going to hold me back from going at Italy?
I think that's what John's thinking was probably. Yep. But, the chances of Eddie going to the Eastern Med here are somewhat high. We'll see if John knows that, guesses that. I mean, there's obviously a lot of diplomatic things that could happen here, but come on now. It's Eddie Brisson.
Yeah, and Adam, we see those two fleets in Brest and London, so little tension.
Which, I mean, it doesn't mean they're not going to work together. It just means they're going to have to work through it in the spring negotiations, right? Which is always It's always fun.
All right. Well, let's I want to see how it's going to play in the West, David. Oh man, look at that! Just so peaceful.
Yeah, there's nothing happening in the West like the Germans going to Helgoland and trying to bounce the English in North Sea. Meanwhile, the English are going to Skagerrak instead of Helgoland, so the English may think they are working, perhaps, with the Germans against the Russians. The Germans, on the other end, take a shot at Belgium, which is supported by the French. So there's a lot going on here, and it looks like EF versus G, which makes you wonder if Jason is going to be able to get Russian help given the bounce that happened earlier. The answer might very well be yes. Riaz is a smart player and knows that you got to use new information to make your decisions, not old information.
Yeah, well, Adam,
but he did go to Silesia.
Yeah. And I was going to say, Adam, he's got Riaz has got trouble on kind of both flanks, so a little more pressure to be diplomatically friendly up north.
Well, I don't know that Riaz has trouble on either flank, actually. I mean, I think just because I think he's got Eddie Brisson working with him to take out Jameson in Turkey. I think he's got Matt Krill, who's not making any aggressive moves. So I think Riaz is in pretty decent shape in the South. Just because he's not making immediate progress doesn't change that, right? He is still in the Black Sea. I think, he's got some choices to make with Silesia. Is he going to jump in a pylon against Mastbaum, or is he going to use that unit in Silesia to do something else? I don't know. I think, Riaz is very savvy, as David said, and I think that he may see it in his interest right now to help Mastbaum hold out, unless he's getting something from it directly.
It may just be an AIR, an air jumping on.
It sure looks like an AIR, right? I mean, You've got everybody lined up in Tyrolia, Bohemia, Silesia. You've got the fleets coming down in the south.
Yeah, boy. Jason loses both Munich and Berlin.
Oof.
Kind of the worst possible thing that could happen here, and Denmark, and his chances of doing anything in this game have just been lost.
Yeah, that is a rough turn. Riaz is going to have to figure out pretty much immediately what he's going to do about England now that he's put England into Denmark, and really probably mostly burn the bridges with Jason at this stages. But yeah, that's a rough position for Jason. I think as far as the East goes, well, we are seeing a very traditional Eddie Brisson Italian Lepanto move with the convoy into Syria, the Austrian fleet into the Aegean, and a forced attack on Bulgaria. This is classic. This is how you do it. It may be that somebody on this board wrote the book on this opening.
So does Italy normally get Munich as part of the Lepanto as well? I mean, Eddie.
Why not, Kevin? Why not, right? It's Eddie Brisson. Why shouldn't he get Munich?
I guess we're calling this the Air Lepanto. Is what we're calling it.
Oh. David, in the West, is this kind of now, okay, EF is stalled. They're getting as much as they're going to get out of it, maybe, because Jason – all right, what does Jason do? Maybe that's the follow-up question. If you're in Jason's mind, I'm not saying if you're playing your position.
Please don't put me in Jason's mind. Please don't do that.
Yeah. But if you're in Jason's mind.
I don't deserve that kind of treatment.
Adam already spoke this turn, so I had to put you under the bus. Is Jason going to keep pressing against EF? Because at this turn, this would have seemed to be a chance for him to not necessarily not attack.
Jason's got 2 dots.
Jason is going to die is what he's going to do eventually.
Yeah,
the interesting thing for me in the West is less about that, and it's about Mao and Spain holding.
Yeah.
Because this is the turn that you could have gone into the Mediterranean to try to deal with the fact that there's an AIR coming, or conversely, it's the time you go north, maybe. I mean, the reason he held is because he didn't think it was time to do either one, and fine, that he might be right. But I think it's interesting from a tempo point of view when you've already got the AIR in Germany. Now, he didn't necessarily know how well they were going to do, but he knew they were coming into Germany. To not do anything there is an interesting choice. It may be diplomatically he thinks he can unhinge that AI, or maybe he thinks he's got Eddie on his side and Eddie's going to plow into Austria next or something.
Yeah, either he didn't see it coming, or he was hoping, because if England's building and there's no chance you're building, because clearly you're supporting Belgium, there's no gains. Why are you waiting a turn if you're going north?
I mean, you could have gone to North Africa and Western Med.
Yeah.
and then you've got a shot because you got to assume that that army in Tunis is at least going to attempt to convoy out.
Yeah.
And you would have had 2 guys on Tunis for the spring turn. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's an interesting choice to me.
Yeah. Well, Mastbaum has to pull 3. I don't even want to guess there because we'll just see that. But Riaz is building 2. He picked up Sweden and Berlin. What's Fleet North Coast and Army
You don't
Warsaw?
think so, Adam?
No, I don't. You just put England into Denmark. You're going to build Fleet North Coast after you gave England a build. You want to send England in a different direction. You're going to build Army Sev, Army Moscow.
All right. And then what's Eddie building, David?
Probably Army Venice is what I'm thinking, because he's going to be thinking Piedmont or Tyrolia or, frankly, Trieste. I mean, he's going to be thinking something with that army. In the long run, you might say, I would like to have a fleet on the Italians. I'm in the Mediterranean. But you know, he and Liam may have some kind of deal going here.
Yeah.
Army of Venice.
And Adam, 100%. So, oh, Jason leaves 2 fleets. Oh, that's lovely.
I was go. You didn't ask me to predict it. I was going to predict that he could pull all 3 armies. Actually,
There you go.
It almost doesn't matter what he did.
No, it doesn't. But that's the most fun thing to do.
Yeah. I don't know. Army Kiel would have been fun to keep. Maybe you could still split off.
Now, who are those fleets useful to? They're useful to the Russians.
That's true.
So maybe that's the theory. He's going to try to say, let me put me in Denmark, or let me fight you. Well, Adam, you picked the Russian builds correctly, but I'm not sure those are the right builds.
I don't know if it's right or not. I'm not sure about the wisdom of putting England into Denmark, but he did it. So I figured you're not going to do that and then immediately pop a North Coast fleet.
Yep. I mean, it's hard to see what England does now, except Russia.
I mean, with the Fleet Eddie build, right? I mean, what are you going to do with that?
Yeah.
Even without that, it seemed like, really, what else is he going to do? I mean, clean up Germany maybe, but.
Yep.
All right. Well, what is Jason? Oh, no. All right. Don't talk about Jason's move. Let's talk about the rest of the West, David.
Well, now you go into Western Med in North Africa.
Not like that, though. Not like that, Liam. Don't do it.
You and I both know that Liam is the kind of guy that wants to claim and wants to brag about the fact that he did, in fact, convoy to North Africa. He wants to be able to say that he did that later.
John Jameson's on this board. Let's just say there might have been some diplomatic encouragement.
But now look at Eddie moving everything west there. He did build the Army Venice, but it was to go to Piedmont and move that stuff back. Because he doesn't even need to support himself to Smyrna. I know I'm getting into the eastern side of the board, but it's relevant to what's going on in the Italian and the French border.
Fascinating moves by Riaz, because he does in fact support Jason back into Denmark. This is always just very puzzling to me when things change so quickly, right? It seemed like a great idea at the time to put England into Denmark, but now it says, okay, I'm going to just try to support the original owner back into it, and I'm moving Moscow up to St. Petersburg because I got to cover myself up there. So very interesting. And again, I'm not saying that what anything that Riaz did was wrong, but it is quite amazing.
Well, that's got to be repercussions for Fleet Eddie, right? I mean, but Dave has to say, what else can I build? I can't build Fleet London there because I'm stuck, and I can't build Fleet Liverpool. So,
yeah.
If I'm Dave, I say you shouldn't give me the build. Maybe it's hard.
I just think it was obvious that they were going to fight, which is why I know Riaz did not build a St. Pete because he didn't want to tip his hand, maybe. But I think the hand was tipped already. That's the thing. Wouldn't it have been cool if instead of moving to St. Pete now, he would have already been in St. Pete to do something with that unit, like maybe Norway with support.
Yeah. You know you're going that way. One season strategically or tactically maybe isn't worth one season diplomatically.
But maybe Riaz was promised by Dave that Dave would build something else. I mean, that's possible.
I also think David Dave Roberts makes very different moves in the spring if there's a Russian unit in St. Petersburg.
Well, that's true. That's definitely true.
Jason gets Denmark back in that case.
That's
Maybe it is
right.
just
that
about
might have actually helped. That's
Yeah.
my point. You got another unit to pressure the English with, but whatever.
Yeah.
Well, he gets Norway this turn because they still
Do we
want
have
Jason
a
dead.
convoy, Kevin? We have a convoy back to Gascony from North.
I'm not interested in those shenanigans. I'll let you tactical people talk about the benefit of convoying back and forth.
I hope it was worth it.
I just
Go
think
ahead,
that
dude.
he does go. He goes to Belgium also.
England's getting Holland out of it. He takes no build. Well, England, I don't know. Does England need another build? You can make the argument that France can use another one.
There's a lot of holds on this map, aren't there?
Yeah. Tyrolia holds instead of going to Munich. Bulgaria. I mean, the stuff in the East holding, I guess, makes sense, though. You know, Riaz, what are you doing next?
Taking Norway.
I guess now you're going to build that North Coast fleet, huh?
Yeah.
It's interesting. England defends Denmark instead of Norway. They had a choice there.
Mm-hmm.
Again, anti-mass bomb.
You don't want to let mass bomb back in this game. That guy's dangerous.
All right, so tactically that one was work, but here we're getting Riaz building 2 and Krill building 2. I know it's still only 1903, but I feel like we're at a point in the game where no one has said Matthew Krill's name since I announced him first on this board. Whose spot would you rather be, David? Matthew or Riaz or other?
It's an interesting question. I really like Matthew's position. Who is your enemy? Doesn't really have gets to choose what to do here. I think Russia doesn't really get to choose. He's got to fight Dave Roberts. I think the real question is Liam getting ready to go after England and hope to make some kind of deal with Eddie? Because otherwise, I'm not really sure what all that shenanigan was about.
Can Liam make a deal with Eddie at this point, though? I think that bridge may have been crossed.
Possibly, yeah.
I think that's a really hard one. I mean, yes, if you're Liam, you probably want to, but
well, there's potential. There's potential. There's always a chance.
What is Eddie going to do, though? Right? I mean, Eddie can't attack Matt.
Not with the 2 builds coming from Matt. He'd have to wait.
I think the AR is locked right now, so I mean, I tend to kind of see things similar to the way you do, David. And I might give a slight edge to Riaz right now, but maybe only slight. I guess he's going to go down with an army Warsaw and a fleet St. Petersburg, and it's a pretty powerful Russian position there without enemies, much in the way that Matt doesn't have any enemies. Yeah. Matt's going to have to choose sooner, right? And maybe make a decision on making a move against Eddie or something.
Well, that was my thinking, is that would be your pitch from France to Eddie. Is like, well, Matt's going to have to come for you now.
Yeah.
So you might as well. So let's make a deal, and you move back and defend yourself.
Yeah. And that looks like it.
Well, in theory, you mean because he didn't build in Budapest to go after Russia? Maybe. Interesting. I like Matt. I like being in a position where you get to choose what you're doing instead of it being chosen for you. So that's why I like Matt's position.
So does Liam go after England? And the answer is
not if he built in Marseille like that. I didn't realize he built Fleet Marseille. So no, you can't. But Matt does come for Eddie, which honestly makes some sense.
It makes sense. Yeah.
Still a lot of holds on the southeast corner down there.
Well, I think
they kind of have to until they kick the Italians out of Smyrna.
Yeah, which they'll do right now. I think the challenge now is going to be interesting negotiations between Matt and Riaz right now, because I think Riaz is going to be asking Matt to give him the build because he's losing Norway, and he's not in a great position up there in Scandinavia, right? So I think that there's going to be probably, Riaz saying, hey, well, you take it from Khan, let me take Khan this turn, so I'm not disbanding, and ultimately I need to get more units up there.
Yeah, he did take Kiel, but I don't know if he's going to hold it.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, does Jason sacrifice himself as an apology for Sweden?
Well, he can try to put him into Denmark, I guess, right? But that's not likely to work, right? I think it's more credible would be England putting him back into Kiel.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow. Well,
okay.
Wow.
Right.
Well, that's because Liam.
I see.
Liam is going after. Oh my God!
He got Liam to turn.
That is fun. Well,
Well, with Eddie pulling off in the south, now Liam has no enemies. Can afford to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He can do both. He can walk and chew gum at the same time. He can go and do something with Eddie, either support him or take his piece of him, and go after the English.
Yeah,
because that's what he thinks he can do.
He left Marseille open. He just walked out, didn't even follow up into it.
Let's not also lose sight of the fact that Matt just stabbed. That Riaz just stabbed Matt. He supported Eddie up to Khan to keep Eddie in Khan and took Budapest.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
So this was just a completely wacky turn.
That's great.
But so Matt's even though.
We ain't going to have no 11-11-11 in this game. My gosh.
I don't think anybody, I don't think that's the way Riaz plays. And, I don't know about Matt, but I don't think that's what Riaz is looking for.
And my favorite is
these David Roberts builds. That's right, because he got Norway and had a piff. That's right.
All right, so Riaz with the stab still has an English enemy. Mass Bomb still on the board, is pro-Russian at this point. Although, are you really pro anything if you're at 1? You're just trying to survive. Is there a survivor's here? So I didn't ask this. Is there a survivor's bonus? Is it worth?
You get a little bit more points, right? If you look at it right now, Jason's at 4 points, right? He'll have 0 if he's eliminated. So it's a small amount of points, but actually, the little bits can add up in this kind of scoring system. And I think Jason is certainly a player who will play to survive to the end of the game.
Yeah, Siobhan has a good score this time, but then gets eliminated in round 3, and Jason's 4 is the tiebreaker, maybe, or the differential. Every point matters. All right.
Well, this is a total mess. I mean, Matt can turn around really fast, but what does that do? I mean, Liam is quietly in not such a bad position in this game.
Do you find that build in Eddie interesting? I do.
Rather than Liverpool.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it doesn't matter, but I just think it's interesting.
Mm-hmm. It's hard to see it getting convoyed, but you never know.
True.
Nope.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Munich falling to Liam, because that's apparently what's going to happen now. Is Liam's going to take some more stuff, like Tunis.
And Munich, and have some play on England. I mean, Liam is quietly looking like a pretty big power in this game. Well,
which is not to say that Riaz is also not looking bad, because England just had to pull away from Riaz. So that's exactly what Riaz Varane wanted.
Absolutely.
Yeah. He also wanted to put an army in Romania so he can take a shot at something else as he puts the Italians into Khan.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Riaz can he take anything in the south this turn? He probably shouldn't actually be able to take any dots down there, assuming Matt defends. But he can take Norway.
He's not going to lose anything.
No, he should be +1 from Norway, I would guess at this point.
Yeah, but do you want to go for Norway this turn when you know you've got it in pocket, start moving? You take Denmark, you can get to Skagerrak, you can push those fleets forward.
Yeah. There's certainly an argument that you could go for both Norway and Denmark right now. I mean, there's an argument for that, I would say.
Because the English aren't even going to defend Norway, but they did defend it.
Well, just took Denmark.
Wow, and Munich was left unsupported and could have.
Well, it looks like Riaz and the French do have a little bit of a deal going on here, which I think is in both of their interests at the moment, at least.
Then, if that's true, why do you leave the English Channel, Liam Stokes?
That is a great question.
I think Liam is playing this. He's trying to play it on both sides here a little bit, maybe.
It's working for him. He'll have 3 on Kiel, although they're there too.
If you really wanted to keep the attack against England, you'd have put North Atlantic Fleet into Clyde, maybe, just to give yourself more options, maybe, or you certainly wouldn't leave English Channel. So the fact that he's now in Ruhr and Holland and Munich may or may not be good for the Russians in Kiel. I liked Matt's position earlier because I thought he was going to be able to choose. Riaz took that choice away from him in a very nice way after Matt attacked the Italians. Riaz played, as usual, Riaz played this really well. And Liam is now playing extremely well.
All right, so speaking of Liam, 1 army, 1 fleet, 2 fleets, 1 army at least.
I think if I were him, I would want 2 fleets.
I think 2 fleets. You don't need to fight Riaz in the middle right now, actually. You got those units lined up. You're pretty safe. I think you probably put down 2 fleets.
That would be my guess also. Although Liam has been intentionally unpredictable in this game.
And he does.
As in most games.
Army Paris, Fleet Marseille, and North Coast for Riaz. So that
those French builds are very pro-English.
Yeah.
EF patched it up, says we can grind back Russia in the middle, especially since now all the Austrian armies are away from the line.
Or he might at least stay neutral as between England and Russia, let them duke it out, and him just sort of hang out while he tries to make progress in the Mediterranean. We'll see.
Yeah, because I mean Liam is in Ionian. I don't know if we caught that, but
yeah,
he's got some movement. All right. Let's just stay.
A lot of play left in this game. I hope it does not end yet. There's lots of play here.
1906 for crying out loud.
Yeah.
Only Jim O'Kelly likes 1906 draws.
Well, it certainly does look like EF patched things up, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting that that Riaz takes Norway this way, takes it from Barents rather than taking it from St. Petersburg, which would have, I think, give you a little bit more leverage and get that fleet out. So I think that's an interesting choice. Do you see a good rationale for that, David?
Not particularly, unless
Norwegian.
Even if you were secretly working with France, I don't think that France would want that even. I don't know. Maybe they would want that and want you to not take both fleets out. That's the only rationale I can think of. Is there some kind of secret deal with France going on?
Yeah, Barents could be cut by Norwegian, but you still have 2-on-1.
Yeah, there's no way you cannot take it. You only need the one.
The only way you leave Barents is if you've got to deal with the French, and the French don't want you to have fleets in Barents and Norway at the same time.
In fact, I would argue here the better move is Barents to Norwegian, St. Petersburg to Norway, supported by Sweden. That way, in that case, you don't even end up with the French fleet up in Norwegian, right? So that's actually probably what you want to do here.
That would have been good. In the East, I guess we can just say they're duking it out, right? And
yeah, yeah, we're everybody's taking their best guesses and going for it, but it's going to change. The dynamic's going to change in a second because now we've got France in Apulia and Tyrrhenian Sea, and with 2 more fleets coming down there, France is at least looking like they should be able to take out the rest of the boot.
At least in the long run, even if not right now.
Maybe not right now.
Oh, I cannot believe that.
Breaks my heart.
Although good for you, Riaz. But if I'm Liam, I just don't take that. I think Liam had a path forward here for sure.
Ugh.
I mean, there's no southern fleet. There's no southern fleets, right? I mean,
there's a little bit, but there's not much.
No, but eventually, I mean, you get through the boot, and those 2 are gone. You've got 1 Austrian fleet.
Oof. You've got England on side. You can take them out later. Oh, gosh. Now, one thing we don't know, and this is something we've talked about before in face-to-face tournament coverage, you don't know exactly how tired out people are. That's very, very relevant in a face-to-face tournament. This is a night game.
No, this is the morning game.
I
No,
think it's a night game.
sorry, you're right.
So they will have already played this morning. Now, Liam's a youngin', so he should be able to stay up all night, unlike you and me and all three of us. So he's a youngin'. He should be able to stay up all night. But still, there could be some fatigue that's coming into play here, and that's a relevant factor in face-to-face diplomacy. It just is.
I'm surprised because this is, also even for Riaz to take this. I mean, the possibility that Riaz could open this game up a little bit is not beyond the realm of possibility, especially with Liam being, certainly having a reputation for sowing a lot of chaos, right? Liam could also certainly eat into his lead, but on the other hand, if something could happen and the game could open up and you could really start looking at like a 15-16 center game, I mean, that's what Riaz needed after that opening round today, that opening elimination. So I am a little surprised for both of them that this game would end where it did, but I think David's point about fatigue certainly may be relevant.
Well, so here's where we stand. After 2 rounds, Riaz gets the 50-50 with tops and elimination and cracks the top 7 heading into the final round. But, I mean, with these scores, I mean, it's going to take a huge number to catch Siobhan in the last round, right?
Well,
if she gets eliminated, she gets eliminated, and one of those people that's got, 50 to 44 to 42 to 40 points, I mean, you get a good score, you can overtake her. It's not going to be easy, though.
I wouldn't be resting on my laurels if I'm Siobhan. I mean, I don't need to top my board probably to win the game, to win the tournament, assuming there's no solo. And it's a Sunday round. Sunday round's probably not going to end up with a solo, but I'm not resting on my laurels. I get eliminated, I'm probably not going to win the tournament. One of these. Well,
she could win the tournament even if she gets eliminated.
Certainly, my thinking is one of these people, 2nd through 7th, could easily overtake me. Any of them
that can happen.
Have the potential to get a 35, 40-point score.
Well, usually when we get into a round 3 final round, I like to have some background about who's playing and what games and switching back and forth to see about tournament leads and whatever. So let's just take a look at who is going to be on each of these final boards together. So round 3, the first board, we've got Greg and Jason nearer to the top. Some mid scores here. A lot of West Coast players. Actually, all West Coast players on this one. Board 2, Tatooine. Saren, Matt, and Karthik. That will be fun to watch. Johnny, I must have got in. I didn't see Johnny, so he must have been on board A in round 2 because I missed Johnny. But we got 4 of the top 10 in this one, and then last and certainly not least, 1, 5, 6, and 7. So we'll start with A. We'll go back to A. We've got Dave Roberts in Austria, John Jameson, England.
I think we got a sub Nicola in for me.
Oh, good. I didn't see him on the screen. Right now, I just see the 3 of us. So
then let's just power through.
Oh, no, there he is. He's listening. He's listening in the background. All right, so going into the last round of the tournament, Nicola, what do we think?
I think it's going to be a great last round because I think any of the top 7, 8 players can still win mathematically anyway. And if, for example, on board C, like Evan and I think it's Bradley say, well, if we want to have a shot, we need to kill Siobhan, they can do it, right? So I think it's going to be fascinating what happens here.
The one thing about that's good for Siobhan is that she drew Italy, which is not an easy country to eliminate without a lot of coordination.
Yeah. All right. So then, Adam, you're taking all right. So we won't flip between games necessarily. Maybe we'll get through this first one, and then we'll do some flipping back and forth. Nicola, are you on for the duration? I know it's only midnight there, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think I was planned for board A and B, and then with David on board A and Adam on board B, and then David and Adam on board C. I think that
Perfect.
was the plan.
Yep.
Excellent. All right, then when Adam takes his break here, get some drinks, and maybe we'll get you on at the end as we start to see how this third round we can keep all four of us on before we get to the end. So, all right. Yeah. All right, Adam. Thank you. All right. So as we do this, bonjour, Nicolas.
Bonjour, Kevin. Nice seeing you today.
Same. All right. So we got Dave Roberts in Austria, John Jameson, England, Timothy Jackson. I think he was on board B last round. I saw at the end of his hasn't played a face-to-face tournament. I saw, or hasn't been eliminated in a face-to-face tournament since the 1980s or something. Yeah. Siobhan said so. Good to get some old timers back in. Greg Matthews from DBNI. See the video.
Video content. Just so you know, we've got some video content.
Oh, perfect. All right, then I'll let you guys drive more on this one as I figure out. We get some live reporting. David, usually you're on site, so you got the intel from being there too. So let me pull that stuff up as we go. Massbaum, I get Massbaum my first two games, so I am Massbound here, also in Italy. Kira Olsen, I remember Kira from many WACCon back in the day, and of course Matt Shields in Turkey. So
just for those of you watching, WACCon is a tournament we used to have in Seattle. So that's where we would have run into Kira.
Yep. And Matt Shields from Portland was the TD because our Seattle hosts were better at hosting than TDing. Sorry, Nathan. All right. I liked East West last time. Maybe we'll transition into a yearly one as we get closer to the end. So
and we could also just play off each other if you're going to go and watch video stuff. We'll just tell you when to move to the next turn if you want.
Perfect. All right, I will do that. All right, let's at least start East-West. Nicola, stay in the West, and David, we'll have you in the East this time. And go for it.
Do you want to start, David?
I can, sure. The Eastern power in the Turkish opening is one that we used to see a lot more commonly than we see now, where you move the two armies up. So that's a little unusual in today's meta, although that's a fairly recent change to the way that people have looked at Turkish openings. The Italian adventure, as we call it sometimes, into Tyrolia is probably the most flexible Italian open. Gives you so many different options with that Italian army. But otherwise, I would say that the moves in the East are standard.
Same in the West. I think it's the most common French opening, the Maginot opening with the support into Burgundy, Brest going to Mid-Atlantic, the standard opening for England and for Germany, with a small caveat that Munich is trying to go to Burgundy. So did they have like a bounce planned and France decided to force it or anything? That would be interesting to see in the next year. And with the unit also from Jason going into Tyrolia, I couldn't exclude a support from Burgundy into Munich in the fall, I think. But I'm going to follow that closely. Yeah.
Fair. How about the fall then?
There we go.
All right, looking at the East, you've got the Russian army going into Romania. That's always a good sign of an RT situation. Although, if you've got an RT, you don't really like the Turkish fleet being stuck in Ankara. That is not ideal. Dave Roberts, I don't remember the last time I've seen Austria support themselves back to Trieste, particularly when it's not necessary. You only need to send one guy there. So the fact that you're sending both there to defend against an Italian move is an interesting move by Dave. I haven't seen it very often. Nobody takes Greece. The Italians go to Aegean. So the Italians thought they were doing that AI opening that where the Austrians are fine with the Italians taking Trieste because they're getting tempo by moving the fleet to the Aegean. But that is not what Dave Roberts wanted to do. Either that or he misordered, which is a possibility. Could have misordered.
Yeah, but the support, you wouldn't both misorder Serbia's support.
You might. If you've got it, if you wrote down Albania to Trieste when you really meant Albania to Greece, and then you did the support, you might be looking at the orders that you just wrote and screw it up twice. It's a possibility.
Just in the west,
Oop, I missed you. Sorry about that.
Yeah. We didn't go to the west.
one thing which is quite interesting is the move to Holland from England. That's my favorite opening as England when I want to work with France. Really love it. So you can put pressure on Germany as much as possible. But in order to make the build even more powerful, you should follow up into Burgundy from Marseille, because here you're a bit far away as France. So let's see if maybe France is not completely on board with that. Maybe they just wanted to make chaos happen between Germany and England. That would be interesting. And Germany letting Russia into Sweden. So let's see what happens in the north. Very interesting.
Very much so.
All right. Now we'll move on. Sorry about that, Nicolas. All right. So France gets 3, Kira gets 2. So 6, lots of 4s and 3. Generally an army and 2 fleets for France. Any reason not to think that?
Well, this is a situation. I'm actually not a big fan of waving builds very often. We've already seen this tournament, Russia waving a build or something in the first year, which I thought was a major mistake. In this situation, you could very, very legitimately wave a build, which is why I agree with Nicolas that why take the 3 centers to begin with? You don't really need 3 builds. Moving the army to Burgundy there would have been a cooler play. But I think you could wave and just do an army and a fleet as the French. You certainly could do that.
And I would like a fleet build in North Coast, St. Pete North Coast as Russia here. I think that would be a nice build to help Germany here. I think.
This is something you and I agree on, Nicolas, and lots of people disagree because they don't like to make that early commitment as the Russians. But, army schmarmy, what is that army doing for you?
And it's not even a commitment, because you can help Germany or England. You can help both. So I think it's more flexible than people think usually.
Yeah.
It's just such a bad stigma attached to when you see North Coast, you think it's anti-English all the time. And we did get 3 from France. So if you're going to take it, might as well build it. Nothing else seems to.
But that's more anti-English actually than anti-German here.
Because of the 2 fleets, you mean?
Yeah. So that's why I think maybe that's why he didn't go for Burgundy, because actually what he wants to do is to attack England here. So.
Could be. Which is a legitimate thing to do. England built an army, by the way, which is always interesting when your first build is an army, as the English.
And apparently, no, he's going for Germany. Like, it's a fascinating play.
Well, it certainly looks like the French are going to go into the Mediterranean, which is a thing you can do, considering that you're helping the English convoy to Holland. So that, the Russians are helping the English into Skagerrak. That's interesting, isn't it? And in the east, we've got the Italians realizing, wait a minute, I have put my money on the wrong Austrian horse. I am getting the hell out of the Aegean, and I'm going to do something else, says Jason Massbone.
The move to Piedmont seems a bit weird, but why not? Like, I don't get why you would do that.
It's just it's a reaction to the fact that the French are apparently, you think the French are coming for you, so you're trying to slow them down a little bit.
Yeah, but do you really slow them down? Versus...
Well, they can't take. I mean, there's a guess now about whether they take Piedmont with support or convoy to Tuscany, or do something else like go to Turini.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know. There's not a lot of good choices if that many French units are coming at you and you're the Italians with no build. There's not that many good choices.
No, definitely not.
And with the Austrian tied up and not willing to help, it seems either. So we'll see. Well, not a bad turn for Jason.
So Jason takes Trieste anyway. Wow, that's one way you could play this. Now maybe Dave said that's okay because the French were coming in such strength. I don't know.
Yeah, David picked up Romania.
But why do you let Greece to Turkey?
Because you think you need to go to the Ionian as the Austrians because the French are coming. Maybe they're making some deal. But you're right, they can't be. They attack Bulgaria at the same time. So interesting.
Yeah, a bit weird.
That is somewhat interesting. Convoy to Denmark succeeds. Man, well, this is the second game in a row with Germany getting crunched, isn't it?
Yeah, John has both armies that were over there made it. He's picking up 2.
That's a pretty fast-acting EF Leviathan alliance.
Yeah,
Honestly.
with Munich certain to fall in 03 as well. So Tim gives up 2 builds here because he got 3 the first time and now picks up 1 next time, picks up Tunis this time as well.
Kira is probably wishing that she had not helped the English into Skagerrak earlier.
Or not. Like, you have 2 ways of seeing that, right? If you think that England and France are going to be at odds, and you can get a few dots off of Germany, I think you can either play balance of power, helping Germany, or you can say, well, let's destroy Germany, and then maybe England turns on France, right?
I mean, England is building 2 and France is building 0, so maybe Kira thinks that Jameson's going to go after Jackson.
Oops, I hit the wrong button. Sorry about that. Here's what we're looking for.
That is not what that is showing, though. That's additional EF units to go after German centers with, I think.
Yep, but that's so easy to go North Sea to English Channel, Eddie to North Sea, Liverpool to Wales, and then that's a beautiful stab here, I think.
Actually, that's a possibility.
Let's see it.
Nope. Helgoland Bight instead. So this just complete destruction of the Germans who actually leave. They actually convoy themselves to Prussia to get out. Maybe either they're throwing their position or they're hoping to become a janissary on the front line against the Russians. This probably is frustration from the Russians not helping, I would think.
Yeah,
but in the East, we haven't talked about the East as much. You do have the Russians going back into Romania. I mean, we've had sort of RT friendship all along. It continues. And the Italians take Tyrrhenian. Now, this is why they wanted to get into the Ionian. I guess the Turks don't care. The Turks hit the Ionian, didn't they? That's just a jumbled mess, to be honest with you. That's basically coming up Timothy Jackson. Coming up roses for him.
And John Jameson.
Yes, and Jameson.
Yeah, in Germany's
fall 1903. Tell us what's happening in the East fall 1903. Tell us something.
Oh wow.
Okay. That is actually interesting. So Kira's taking Bulgaria with the help of the Austrians, then taking Romania behind because Kira is of course losing to those mad Germans that are going crazy against them instead of defending their country.
Yeah, but if you're John, I don't know, tactically, we can look at this hindsight being 2020, but I'll say I've only seen this for less than 30 seconds. You know Germany is pulling themselves forward. Tactically, you know that. Maybe diplomatically, you know that as well. If you're going to be able to walk into Berlin, why not take Sweden? Either leave, let's say Germany does bounce you, but you could pull Helgoland into Kiel in order to pull it down into Baltic next time around, and you're already going to have fleets. You'll have fleet Sweden as well. So you already have the convoy chain into northern Russia immediately. Did John do a disservice to himself tactically, Nicola?
It's possible. Like, I don't know what he wants to do next, because does he really want to go full against Russia? Because Russia is not his main concern right now. His main concern should be France right now, because I don't think France has any opposition, right, in the East. So, like, I don't know. In this situation, maybe that's a situation where I could have seen it as a great stab, moving into English Channel in the spring and taking Brest and taking Belgium. Because here France is going to be super powerful. So if you continue attacking Russia, maybe you get 2 dots as England, but France is going to get all of the other dots, right? I don't know what David thinks, but
I would have been tempted even Yes, I would be thinking that way, and I would have been tempted to actually even take Belgium here and go ahead and prejudge my attack or destine my attack.
And even giving Norway to Russia, actually. Like, I would
Maybe.
be inclined actually to
Maybe.
give it up to Russia.
But you could have covered that from Skag and still convoy to Belgium, for example. I don't know. I assume the reason he didn't take Norway, and you shouldn't assume anything with John because he always has his own theories about how to do things, and he's entitled to them. But I assumed that the theory was that he was leaving himself at least the option of not fighting the Russians next.
Yeah. That's how I would see it. But what I meant is you don't really care if Russia takes Norway, because if Russia has an additional build, it's not so bad for you. Most likely he builds in the south.
Yeah, that's true. And in theory, you want the Russians to survive, maybe.
So E and F both are +2 here.
That's why I would have been tempted to take Belgium to cut that down a little bit. And then you're in Belgium, you can cut Burgundy, take Munich in the spring term. That was my theory behind it anyway.
Oof.
He's coming.
He goes for it now, yeah.
Yeah, he's coming. I guess he can still convoy. Well, it can be bounced. Oh, he's got a choice. But anyway, we'll see. We'll see what happens. The Germans leaving Army Silesia could allow Greg some kind of path for survival here. Maybe that unit could be useful if there's an EF war coming.
Yeah.
Which there is.
Wow, why is Timothy helping Turkey forward as opposed to pulling back?
Well, he's just scrambling.
Ugh.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. I was thinking about Jason. You're saying why is Timothy helping?
Yeah, why is France? Why is Western Med not in Mid-Atlantic
That is a good question.
instead of supporting Ionian to Turanian?
Yeah, that's a good question. You could have still supported that with Tunis if you wanted to, and go to. He must not have assumed. He must have been told by John that this was not what was happening.
Yeah.
Which, Timothy, if you believed that, I have some swampland, and I literally do. My family literally does have some swampland in Florida, and I'll see if I can get you a price on that, Tim.
So positive for Kira. Is Kira the winner of 1904?
John Jameson is the winner, I think, of 1904.
John's going to grow fast enough to outpace anyone in the East, you think?
It might be too early to tell. Certainly, Kira's position is better than it was. There's no question about that. But she's still going to be precarious to John later attacking her.
Yeah.
If I'm John here, I think I put Baltic into Berlin to be sure that it's not either Germany or France taking it, basically.
That's a thought.
I don't know. It's just a proposition.
It's a thought. Instead, wow. John is going back the other direction. That's an interesting. So he's trying to make a deal now with Tim. Gosh.
Yeah, he had four on Belgium.
Not sure what he's doing.
It's John. Let's just say it's John. So.
John. You had 3 on Belgium.
4.
Yes, but he did want to bounce the Mid-Atlantic thing,
yeah.
Which is fine. But you still had. This is one way you could play that.
Yeah. All right. So here, my argument is that Kira picks up Romania, picks up Warsaw.
Your argument is better than it was before this convoy back to Norway from John. Your argument is definitely better now, Kevin O'Kelly.
Problem is, still there's not enough units up north yet, but thanks for playing, Greg. It's a short drive across the border. Hopefully no traffic.
Rough. Well, no, I think Greg's from up there, isn't he?
Is he? Oh, I thought Greg was. Oh, look at the map. I thought he was Seattle, but maybe not. Maybe he's on.
No, you could be.
Sorry. Yeah, I think it was from Vancouver, from what I saw from the
Here, well, let's just cheat. That's good. He is Vancouver. All right, well then he can stick around then.
I was right, and Kevin O'Kelly was wrong, and that's not the first time that's ever happened.
And just want to say,
Won't be the last.
Jason forgot to support himself in Naples, and so he loses Naples.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jason Massbaum. Okay, for those you kids learning the game at home, don't hold. If you have anything else you can think of besides holding, the only justification for that is if you've run out of time in a face-to-face situation and you didn't have time to finish the orders. Jason had 4 units. He did not run out of time. He just messed that up.
The one thing, so in defense of Backstabber and Brandon's system here is that if something was ordered incorrectly, a hold would have just been what it turned out to be. There's no.
No, that's a good point. He could have ordered something. He could have misordered entirely. But still, don't do that. Defend your center in Naples, Jason Massbaum. We don't want to see that again.
Actually, it's pretty cool for France because it means that Turkey can fight off against Russia, and it's pretty good for England because it means Turkey can fight off against Russia. So just want to mention that.
Big turning point. But Jason loses 1, and that hurts his position because he was at, on that 10, but not too bad. All right. So no fleet. So Kira taking more defensive position with the armies. Army Smyrna.
You can make an argument for the army builds there for Kira, I think.
Yep. In the west.
And Army Smyrna, too. That makes sense to me.
Yep.
All right. John Jameson to Timothy Jackson. I can't do a Jameson accent, so I'm not going to try. I've made a deal with you now. We're going to be friends, right? And Jackson says, yeah, sure. I'll go Western Mediterranean and support myself to what? Wait, Jameson, what are you doing? You've got 3 fleets now in mid-Atlantic. Oh boy.
It's for your own good. I thought it was not defended well enough.
We're going to defend that against the Barbary pirates is what we're going to do. The Russians moving those armies up, that's why she would build those up there, to have some flexibility on putting the army into Finland and all that. But John's going to try to have it both ways. He's going to try to take Russian stuff and figure out a way to set up an attack on the French. It's interesting that he's trying to do both. In the meantime, you've got the Italians taking Greece with support of the Austrians. So we haven't talked a lot about the East because it's been such a mess. It's been kind of hard to figure out. But what we do know is that it looks like Turkey is getting back in position to work with the Russians. And here come the French again. But I assume the French are going to have to vacate again, too, don't you think?
Yeah. That's the issue with England trying to have it both ways. Basically, maybe they're going to lose it all in the end because they're going to immobilize France, but at some point it's going to be frustrating for France. And here with Turkey being completely at the mercy of Russia and Italy, Austria, let's see who gets on top in the East, but I'm not sure it's going to be great news for England here.
Yeah. All right. Fall 1905, no orders.
Well, could be that could be a sandboxing entering orders problem for this game, maybe.
Well,
Brandon's.
This game drew in fall of 05.
Oh, there we go. Oh, because right, same day. We'll have to end it ourselves. So,
okay,
that's it.
Wow.
Sunday round. Everyone wants to go home. Who was the top 2? There were 2 in the top 7, if I remember correctly. Jason and Kira had a shot then. All right,
maybe not in the timed game. That might have been the theory, is that she just didn't get off to a fast enough start to have a chance to greatly improve her position.
Yeah.
Some of these Sunday games, you're going to see some people giving up early if they don't think they can really make much progress.
Yeah. All right. So, Nicola, make me the pitch that Kira could top this board. What would Kira have to do to get there?
I think with the mess between France and England, that's a very good start already. I think she should. I think she's sure to take the Austrian dots. She needs to make a deal with France. If France is on board, like basically where she puts him into the English dots in the north and he helps against Austria in exchange, I think there is a very good chance she tops. And honestly, as France, maybe you're more frustrated with England than Russia, and maybe you do that. I don't know, David, maybe you have a different approach, but that's how I would see it.
No, I think that's fine. Kevin, you need to check your direct messages, your DMs.
Oh, there we go.
It's an interesting way to end if you're John, though. I think John had some chance to get better than a shared board cop, but it could have been that they were, frankly, again, comes into play in face-to-face. They've had fun. They're not going to, none of them think they're going to win the tournament. None of them think they're going to drastically change their position in the tournament. They decide to quit because they've had fun, shake hands, good game. And that is the way it happens sometimes. If you've been playing an entire weekend of diplomacy, you don't always grind for the last extra 5 or 8 points.
Yeah.
It's not the same way you would play a virtual event where you basically have unlimited time. You're sitting in your own basement.
Yeah.
Face to face, you really do have to get to the airport, etc. So that may be what's going on here.
All right. Well, so Greg Matthews with survive, or no, he did not survive that one. So he stayed at 3, and so really not much. Kieran and Jason, I think maybe just flip spots on here as well. So we've got some, and David, thank you for bringing this up. We've got some behind the scenes interviews, a collection of them. So let's play those now.
This is your first face-to-face event. What are you the most excited for?
Probably, it sounds cliche, but just to have fun. I feel like the first face-to-face event for me is more so just, I want to get out there and have fun playing. I'm not too worried about my placing, but I'll try.
I just am really happy to have people back here in Vancouver for a face-to-face diplomacy tournament. It is so nice to actually see people. There are some interest. I am looking forward to seeing who's going to do well this year, because we've got some really good players come up this time. We've got a nice mix of people who have been playing face-to-face for a number of years and people who've got a bit of a different background. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see how that works out.
I'm just excited to play with a bunch of new, bunch of people I played with before, and a bunch of people, who are new to the live hobby from the virtual face-to-face.
Should be fun. I'm hoping to not get eliminated first in all 3 games. That's about it.
Being able to actually play a game in person again for the first time in a couple of years.
Eddie, what are you the most excited about for Cascadia?
Waking up in the morning. Believe me, that is such an important thing. You've got to wake up. I can remember a world championship where we had these 2 guys that came all the way from New Zealand, to play. And in the very first round, they didn't wake up. So the most important thing is get your ass out of bed, make sure it's you at the other end of the mirror when you see, and then you come in and you sit down and play.
What would you tell people to come for Cascadia for?
Come to enjoy the city, but most importantly, come to enjoy the games. It's going to be a lot of fun.
What would you say about the venue and everything?
What do you want me to say about the venue? It's a fantastic place. It's like the best hotel ever.
It's fun. The game itself is mean, if you will, but the people are friendly. It's worth coming every time.
You're muted, Kevin.
I'm unmuting everyone. I muted everyone, and so here, I think I even muted Adam. I'm not sure if I muted Adam. I know he's muted now. No, all right, so he's good.
I would love to mute Adam. I would love to be able to mute Adam sometimes.
I realize when I mute people, I can unmute people, but I can't mute if you've muted. So I tried to keep myself from making noise in the background, and then of course stab myself. But that's not the first time. The first time though, I've not made it to Vancouver again, to WAC a couple times. So we've got a lot of publicity thanks to Sabi. I don't know if Sabi helped with order coordination again or not, but I'm just going to say thanks because they've always done an excellent job in making these broadcasts possible. Definitely heard their voice in the background of those interviews, and Eddie's advice, if anyone watches these videos and wants to come to a face-to-face game, waking up on time is pretty important. I don't know about seeing my face in the other side of the mirror, though. It's, maybe for him that's better. So
Tom Coburn and I went to a DipCon one time years ago, and we really did sleep through one of the rounds. It's you don't do that.
Doesn't help your chances of winning.
It's not.
All right. Well, I'll let you go get a little bit of a nap before we get you back on the final board, David. Thanks for the first two, and we'll see you in a bit. All right, Adam. So you got to take your break during what we hope to be the quietest of the third round games. Were you on screen with us when you saw the players on the other two? So we'll see. Board 2, Tatooine, or Board B, local. I don't know. Was Chris TDing this tournament? Did he play?
Up the graphic.
What's that?
Do you have the graphic with the player names?
Oh, I do. I'm realizing it's not on the screen. Now I do. I'm looking at it on my computer screen.
Chris is the TD.
Yeah. Okay. So Chris got drafted into round 3 service.
Well, this is a super important game because we have both Saren and Matt, who I think are probably well in contention. Karthik may be on the cusp with a big result, but I would imagine both Saren and Matt are looking at this and looking at Siobhan's score and saying, "Hey, she has a rough game on her in her round today with a good score." They're both in contention to overtake her without needing big score, but not a monumentally big score, depending on how Siobhan does. And they're next to each other in France and Germany, with the tournament director whose score doesn't count in England. I would be really shocked to see if the two of them don't work together in the early part of the game to just make sure that they can give them both the best chances of coming out of the gate. And then we'll see. I think all bets are off once we get to about 1903. But that would be my prediction here.
Yeah. And Nicola in the other part of the board, have you played in a face-to-face tournament? We didn't do any pleasantries in the beginning.
No, I haven't. I know these guys, only few of them anyways, via virtual face-to-face. And here what I'm going to look at is Karthik, because I think he wants to win, and he's going to need a big score, so I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to go fast for it, basically go big or go home, and maybe try something original, with Eddie trying to destroy Austria very quickly, and then try to make it to a big score.
I think the dynamics in the East are fantastic because Johnny, Karthik, and Jackson, I think maybe combined have less age than Eddie by himself. Now I'm not picking on Eddie's age. I'm just saying those three kids, I think Karthik might be the oldest of them, and I don't think he's a quarter century yet or not. So it'll be interesting to see how they may play off each other, or will Eddie be able to convince one of them, hey, look, kids don't know what they're doing. Work with me. I can help you out. So, all right, let's do Adam, you were in the East your time before, so Adam, do the West, and Nicola, take care of the East, and if this game runs a little longer, we'll play off each other a little bit more. So, Adam, start us out.
Yeah, I mean, it's given what I said a moment ago, I'm not totally surprised to see France open to the English Channel in this game. I'm really fully expecting a sea lion right here, where they're going to go full force against Chris Brand in England. So Saren does that. She makes a move up towards Belgium and Gascony to get one of the Low Countries as well. Elsewhere in the board, I think interestingly, there's no bounce in Galicia. There is a bounce in the Black Sea. We see that sort of standard Turkish opening with the armies going up towards Bulgaria, and we see the Italians, Karthik, going straight into Trieste. Potentially with the approval of Austria, though we don't have any insight into that.
Yeah. That's what I mentioned. There's a possibility for Italy to work with Turkey here, especially with Turkey going with the army to Constantinople, so saying, I'm not going to have two fleets in the Med. So that's why I think there's a possibility really that Karthik says, let's try to go big or go home, and let's try the IT, the turbo IT.
So support into Greece. Let's see it. No, he does the modern Turkish. Nicola, take us through all the orders here.
So that's fascinating. I'm going to start with the West already because Chris Brand smelled it. He said, okay, so you want to take the North Sea, you're not going to take it, and I'm going to make Russia as big as I can. So screw you guys. I'm going to give Norway to Russia, to give Sweden to Russia, and screw you guys. You're not going to get even into the North Sea, which was your goal. So great play from Chris here. And in the East, I think Karthik made the pitch to Eddie because you see that you have the support into Greece, of the army into Greece, basically. So he made the ask. He convinced Eddie to do it. Now, why he didn't do it in the end remains to be seen. Is it a good choice? Maybe. Maybe he thinks that with Turkey having only one fleet in the Med, he can outpace the IT with an AI, basically. But yeah, let's see. It's going to be interesting.
So Karthik has a chance. I mean, he's at 5 there instead. Jackson's at 7, is already the leader on the East. He's going to have to contend or hope that Adam, have you ever gotten a 7 with Russia in a tournament?
You don't see it a lot. I mean, it is a problem with Russia, right? Because you're going to attract a lot of attention, and when you're playing Russia, obviously things can go south very, very quickly. You can be at 9 or 10 centers in Russia and usually be knocked down, depending on the position you've got. So Jackson's going to have to tread very carefully. I wouldn't be surprised to see him wave one here. On the other hand, it's the last round. Maybe you want to just make a show of power and put down 2 armies in the fleet up in St. Pete and be done with that. Certainly would be thinking about how he can milk the help from Chris Brand for as long as possible.
Yeah, I just think it more of a, like, the only one I remember on any of our broadcasts, which let's say 25% at best is in my memory, is the Matt Krill DBNI game where he got to like 13, I think, after 1904. And maybe it started off as an error, but once you've got a big enough lead, you get to control the dynamics if you can work it. And Krill's a fantastic diplomat, both in person and virtual. Jackson, I think, is newer to the face-to-face scene. So I'll be curious if Karthik was depending on an error, and now that this changes, Jackson can fall back more to traditional juggernaut. I'll be curious.
Well, the flip side of this is, if you're AIR or Austria and Italy, you don't necessarily have to wig out and say that we're not going to run an air and we're not going to dig Turkey out just because Russia got to 7, right? I mean, that's not necessarily the end of the world for you. And in fact, as long as Russia's not continuing to funnel more units down south, it could be perfectly fine because you can use the Russian to have influence elsewhere on the board.
Yeah. I'll be interested. I think what's the gamble on builds, Nicola? Is there anything that would stand out from a strategic point of view?
I think there is not much choice. I think France is going for Fleet Brest, Army Paris. Germany is most likely going Fleet Berlin, Army Munich, Army Warsaw, Army Moscow, Fleet North Coast, I guess, for St. Pete. Even if I want to help England here, I'd put it in the North Coast because they're quicker, I think. Even though South Coast build can be, like, a case for it can be made. And for Turkey, the fleet build in Smyrna, I think it's all like pretty obvious build that we're going to see. I don't.
South Coast.
Yeah. Marseille is the only, and South Coast, yeah. I think with South Coast, the Fleet Berlin is coming, and so it's enough to maybe a standoff.
Yeah. I don't know. It's if you have England on side anyway, why not? Why not?
All right, Adam.
Okay, so South Coast goes out to Bothnia, while the Germans put themselves up to the Baltic Sea. England sets themselves up protecting the North Sea and protecting London. They guess correctly, preventing the French from convoying there. Meanwhile, in the West, it looks like the Austrians and the Russians are fighting. It looks like the Austrians are fighting both the Russians and the Turks. In fact, this is really going to push an AI versus RT, and they're both going to be really slow unless the dynamic changes. I imagine it will, because somebody is going to not have patience for doing this for very long. It wouldn't surprise me to see if Karthik force Greece or do something along those lines and really just change this up right away.
Yeah, force Greece or ask like a support into Budapest or Serbia, for example.
I mean, I don't think you can play this dynamic. You have to take a shot, and I think that's probably the most likely thing to happen here.
Yep.
Nope. There's a lot not. I'll let Nicola go.
No, like I think you were going to say the same thing that I won't do, but I think here Karthik, if he wants to have a big score, he's going the wrong direction. I think that's he takes Tunis but goes back from Trieste, basically cutting any possibility he would have to take a dot from Austria here, and trying to keep working with Austria. But why would either Turkey or Russia betray the other at this point? Basically, like that's.
I mean, it feels wrong on many levels. Number one, it removes you the option of later trying to get help from one of them, even if you don't think now is the right time. Number two is if you're helping the Austria against RT, you want that unit in Trieste to be supporting Serbia or Budapest. So it really is just a weak move.
Is it me having a sound?
Yeah, we're having some issues. Yeah.
Okay. And just in the west, just Seren taking North Atlantic, trying to go for the convoy next spring, most likely with a fleet build in Brest. So everything going well for France. Not so good for the AFG because Russia is here, but for France, very good, I think.
The items maybe I notice is Berlin to Munich, Gascony to Burgundy. No tension there, just preparing for.
You've got to wonder, right? With Chris moving the way he is and having free, and basically giving Russia free reign in the north, you've got to wonder if Seren and Matt have to be thinking, maybe we don't want to be working together. Maybe this is not going to be the most effective way for either of us, or at least one of them may decide that, because it's certainly looking like that's not going to be a very fruitful alliance, at least in this early part of the game, unless some dynamic changes elsewhere.
I think it's possible also they feared that the air would go to the line or something like that, and maybe they want to be there first.
Yeah,
could be defensive. Like I wouldn't hate it as Germany here, personally.
So, but in Chris, I mean, the build won't depend on it, so we'll just show those. But Chris really has the chance if he really wants to defend against Seren. Saren's got the clearest path. Clyde is perfectly open. Chris could go back and defend all, but he would really have to pull everything away from Russia and Germany to do it. What as a TD, you're not looking at tournament score. You're just playing the game as it is. I've had to play this almost 10 years ago now as one, and there was a solo on my board, and it you can't let the tournament score. You just have to play the game. So when the question is, from an analyst point of view here, is when do you think that decision has to be made where he's got to go, I'm playing this way and this is how I'm sticking to it? Adam, do you knowing him a little bit? Yeah.
Right now, you're being threatened by France, right? So you defend yourself against France. I mean, if this is my English position, I probably ask Russia if they want to go Skag to North Sea, and I do something like go English to Irish, Wales to Liverpool, and North Sea to English, or something along those lines, right? Or maybe or maybe North Sea to Eddie, or something like that, and just invite Russia in. I mean, what am I going to do from this position? I can't hold out in the long run. I know that.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm just going to try to make it as difficult as possible for France, and I'm going to try to make it as easy as possible for Russia.
Yeah.
And the Russians support that Germans into the North Sea. How strange. That's one way to go, I guess.
Yeah. Oof.
I'm not sure why you do that as Russia here. That's very strange to me. But it is what it is. And so the Germans do take the North Sea. I don't know why Chris went to Helgoland, but I think he was maybe expecting that the Germans would shift their position, though I don't know that there was much reason for them to do that. So Saren gets the convoy off to Clyde. That is a great position to be in. And I think she'll force Liverpool from that position. Meanwhile, in the east, we've got a Lepanto type of thing going on with Karthik against Eddie. So we'll see, does the Lepanto work just as well when it's used against Eddie as it is when Eddie executes it? And then the Austrians are doing something. If under some circumstances, I would think that Galicia was to be making an attack on Warsaw, but to do that when you don't have anything in Budapest is mighty odd. So I don't know what that is, what that's about.
And Nicola, we're here at the end of the season. Tactically, Saren gets her build. Krill is kind of standstill at this point, although with the Russian ally,
Saren is in a great position. I like Karthik's position also because he's needed because Saren is so strong. So is he going to argue that with Russia? Because you could argue that Italy needs help here against Saren. So why not? The Russian moves are really weird for me. I don't get why they didn't take Denmark here, but yeah. I would love to have a feedback from the players to explain what happens this turn, because I find it a bit fascinating to be fair.
Well, they take Denmark here, but I don't know why you put Russia into the North Sea in the first.
Why you put Germany in the North?
Sorry, I'm sorry. That's what I meant, Nikolai. You put Germany in the North Sea. That's not helpful to you as Russia.
It's puzzling to me too. And when you're in Baltic, you're in a much better position as Russia, basically, also in terms of that dominant position. I don't know. It seems weird to me.
Yeah, and Austria turns out to be the odd player out. Instead of air crushing Turkey, Austria serves no purpose in what's left on the board.
Yeah, seeing Karthik make move like that is not surprising.
Yeah.
He just has to manage the diplomatic situation at this point now with Eddie having a build.
Yeah, and so Karthik puts down Army Venice for sure, right?
Karthik, I think he has to, absolutely, yeah. And the question is, what does Eddie put down? Either one looks bad for Russia, so I'm not sure which is less bad. Probably you build an army here.
Yeah, I think the army. But what I want to say, Saren is in the position she loves, so she has an ally who is going to prefer her to win than anybody else. So that's where she's great. She doesn't need to stab her ally or anything here. She just has the dominant position and she's going to grow one by one. I think she's in a great position. And here Russia needs to help Italy or Saren goes with the game, basically. I think that's how it works here.
Yeah, I think Russia's position is actually pretty decent here, right? They have some room to grow, and they don't really have enemies other than Germany, and Germany's about to pull. So
no, definitely. They're also in a good position, but they need Italy here.
Oh, for sure. Italy, Austria keeps Albania. That's interesting. Okay.
Another fleet Brest. Army Moscow, just in case, the Turkish build.
Yep.
All right. Whoa, lots of black arrows, Adam. I think you're starting us off in the springs, so let's go right to the north.
This is the right thing for Saren to be doing. She's pushing pushing her armies around the north, which is exactly what you want to do to be able to finish off England and then be in a position to do what you need to do in Scandinavia. Ultimately, Krill, I think the goal here is for Krill to be a non-factor in this game, and I think that she's going to probably effectively do that, right? She bounces him out of Holland. He's retreating into London, which he can't hold. So this is all very, very good play by Seren here. Meanwhile, Jackson plays very conservatively. In the eastern part, he plays conservatively in the north, I should say. He brings that army from Moscow up to St. Petersburg. Not sure what you need another army up there for. Is maybe another fleet would have been a better build if you want to get involved up there. Putting another army up there, yes, it's defensive against Seren in the long run, but it really doesn't help you bring units out where you need them to go to get builds. In the south, Eddie shifts everything around, and they destroy that Austrian fleet, which is certainly sensible here.
All right, so to the fall. Will?
No.
Yeah. You can't say no when you're on live TV like that because you have hopes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think giving Romania to Turkey is a bad idea for Russia here. If they want to win here, they need everything to go their way, and they need to take every dot they can. I don't get how it helps you to give Romania to Turkey here.
Do you have a choice?
Well, that's why you need to work with Italy here, like, in my opinion.
But what's Italy going to do for you, right?
Well, they can cut Serbia. That's why first you bounce Turkey in Black Sea, like in the spring. Like, Turkey shouldn't be here.
I get it. But in this position, there's not much you can do. Really, what you want Italy convoying to Greece, not convoying
not to Apulia. I agree with that. But that's why I'm wondering why they haven't been working more together since the start. That's the question I asked, in O2. And it's a super interesting game. I would really like to have the feedback of the players at one point, because there are some decisions. Those are very good players, and I don't quite get them just looking at the board. And just want to say, Chris Brand survives in Denmark and in Eddie because the convoy doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, I'll also point out that I think Seren is really slow playing here in a way that she probably shouldn't. I think she can walk into Holland and take London, take Edinburgh. And she does this. She's kind of getting cutesy up north. But what are those English and German units actually really doing for her? Right? I mean,
she has the position, I guess. Like, I'm not sure they are that helpful. Actually, the one I would have taken, I think, is Eddie, more than Holland. But definitely Eddie, I would have taken, I think.
So, and maybe the reason for this, and it's kind of perfect timing you brought this up, is in face-to-face tournaments. Yeah, online, when you're playing virtual face-to-face, you can kind of see what scores are of other games if you've got browsers up, but you're so focused on your game and your conversations digitally. In a face-to-face tournament, you're in the same room as what's happening on these other boards. And so word was going from the other board that Siobhan was not going to get a large score. Question was, would Siobhan get some score or no score? But the background has told me here that Siobhan is not getting a large score. So maybe Seren's play is different because she's got some,
I'm sorry, I mean, and that's fine. And I don't know the dynamic on this game. But my point is, if you take those three centers right now, you're at 10 as France. You put 3 units down on the board. Assuming you can keep Karthik on side, you've had good relationships with Karthik historically, and Karthik may be content getting a good second place on this board because he's not going to do better than that by turning around and attacking you and leaving Eddie Brisson behind him, right? And so if you can convince him to do that, you're looking at Scandinavia here in St. Petersburg. That's another 4 centers. You're looking at a 14-center result on this board without really batting too much of an eye. So I'm looking at that and saying, this is my shot to have a big result and maybe eke it out.
Yeah, but Karthik's also in that same position of needing a, decent number. And I agree with Nicolas said it earlier. You want someone to win. Maybe he's like, look, I got no chance now. But even if Karthik's eyes are he sees that he's got a chance, maybe it's not as easy as 14 with no problem. So we don't know what was happening on the board. So, but at this point, so Matt gets, picks up London, gets the build. His chances of winning now, even though he was in fourth coming into this, he still has a lot to watch for. And Eddie is never one to hand anything to anyone. So it'd be interesting to, So it'll be interesting to see where they go. Let's at least look at one more on this one. And there's the turn.
They disband the fleet in London, so I think it's pretty much arranged here what they're doing. The RT continues to roll, but
I don't know.
An army in Romania. Sorry?
I don't know. If I'm Jackson, I'm not very happy with those moves that Eddie just made.
No, definitely, but Eddie would have gone to Armenia if he really wanted to attack Jason Easy. So that's why I'm wondering what's really happening. But there's a strong possibility that he takes Sev anyways.
Right. He doesn't need Armenia to take Sev.
Let's see what happens here. I think what happens really is Seren trying to sell to Matt. We're going to. I'm taking first place. You're taking second. Saying to Chris, we're going to let you survive on 1 dot, and taking the rest basically. So I really like our position here.
Oops, wrong button. There we go. Well, Karthik got scared into covering Greece and pulling back. Maybe it was diplomatically because RT stayed together, maybe. But he took a shot. He's in Lyon, took a shot at Marseille.
I don't like Seren not building here. She needs a build. She needs even 2 builds here.
So sorry to interrupt. It's Adam to go back again. What might Jackson have done to Chris to have him turn? I mean, he had EF or EG coming to kill him from the beginning, and now all he wants to do is convoy over.
Who knows whether Jackson did anything or he just sees that as his only chance to survive, right? I mean, Jackson may have stopped talking to him or just had not had anything useful to offer. So I don't think it's anything. It's probably nothing more than that.
Yeah.
He knows they can take London off him any time. So he says, okay, well, you're going to put me in a different dot. Sure. Why not?
Yeah.
Like, honestly, here, I would agree with Aiden. Here, as Seren, go for it maybe here.
You just gave Matt 2 builds. Matt's now ahead of you. And you could have been at 10. Now Matt's at 8 and you're at 7. And, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, so it's only one bill, one pickup because you're
right. Yeah.
London, but still now able to throw down.
But you take London, you take Kiel, you take Holland. That was +3 basically.
Yeah.
But maybe Seren is tired also. She comes from Great Britain. It must be late in Vancouver. She could be jet lagged. I don't know.
This is big. So.
I know that if I'm tired, I stab more, and I fail to stab more, but maybe some people stab less.
Well, now you're going to lose Marseille, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can pull back and retake it in the fall, perhaps potentially, but.
2 armies. So this game just got a lot tighter. And going into when we looked at the standings at the beginning, Seren needs to pick up 26 if Siobhan gets 0. We haven't gotten to that game yet, so we'll see. But 26 is Saren's magic number.
I'm not convinced that Eddie isn't in the best position to top this board.
Yeah.
And actually, what I'm seeing right now is suggesting that he's going. Well, I suspect the Sev is to destroy the fleet, but I think he might legitimately be fighting Karthik in a moment, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. Now Saren.
It's agreed that they disband the fleet in Sev.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
But maybe he doesn't leave here. Maybe he goes to Moscow, and then he is in a superb position, I think.
Yep.
Eddie doesn't usually play that way, so I'd be surprised, but it's possible.
And the gamble for Karthik, I was wondering, Lyon to Spain and Piedmont to Marseille, which would block everything. I guess Marseille's still safe here. Burgundy to Gascony would have been a more certain way.
I think Burgundy to Gascony, Roar to Burgundy is what I would have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it not irrational moves at all?
No. Just the question of which way was the best way. But now he's got a Turkish army, and
now you got Spain threatened too, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So that's the problem. Now you lost both, which is you shouldn't lose both here, right? Because here you just order Burgundy to Marseille, and you can't lose both, which is so this was not the way to do it.
You have a hungry Karthik here, going for dots.
And Turkey does walk out of everything and doesn't walk in. It walks out of Trieste, walks out of Sevastopol. Saren, for all that effort, does pick up one, though, even though losing two. Picked up Denmark, picked up London, picked up Eddie.
So she's at 8. Okay.
But I have a question here, Aiden, because I may not see the game right, but as Eddie, why don't you take Sev, Moss, and Budapest here?
I think because Eddie doesn't feel like it. Eddie thrives on controlling games. I don't think he cares that much about being the biggest power, or he just thrives on pulling all of the strings, and that's what he enjoys doing. And I think that that is what he's doing here. So I think he's enjoying himself. I would have actually been very surprised to see him stay in dots last turn. This is how he enjoys playing the game, and I think if he really cared about winning or topping the board, he certainly could, but I don't think he really cares, and that's why he's playing this way. He's not in contention. He got eliminated his first 2 games.
Yeah, but if you do a very big score, I don't know.
And maybe he'll position himself so he can take, drop 4 dots and just do that at some point when he wants to. But I think he's probably enjoying just pulling the strings for at least 3, if not 4 powers on this board.
Yeah.
So, all right. So we've got this position set up. Saren puts down fleet breast, certainly needed. Kirill has to pull Sweden because he's got RT on him on the one side, but he also cannot be happy with Saren at this point. At what level is he, as patient as he is, going to be like, you know what, I'm turning and I'm going to let them run through me?
I don't think so. I don't think he's probably that mad at Saren. I mean, Saren did what she needed to do and probably should have, and I think should have done 2 years ago. So I suspect, Matt's not that kind of a vindictive player. I think he'll probably play the position that's in front of him, which says hold the middle and you can get a score out of this game.
Yeah.
Could he
All right.
Sorry, what was that, Nicola?
Yeah, it could even have been arranged. That Saren saying, "I need dots to fight off Italy because that's the main threat right now." And
yeah.
Well, in a weird twist of fate, then, since I see we'll have Nicola on to finish the broadcast with us here, we're going to hold this up.
Okay.
We're going to go see how the other board is catching up to it to make players. I'm sure it's on social media by now, but we'll pretend it's not. And so we're going to go through. We'll get through this game.
What? Social media? I don't know that.
Yeah, I don't either. So, but I'm going to assume that more people know more people know more things than what I know at this moment, and that's not hard to imagine. But at least we can get caught up here. We've got Bradley Grace. So the place that you see does show where we are as of this point through the scores being accumulated. So Bradley, I believe, was a little higher up coming into round 3, but as the scores have taken place, I think we've had some moving down. Riaz, I think, was closer there too, but again, with more scores being added on, we've changed that. So Riaz in England, Jackson Roberts, who must have been playing 2 boards, so that provides some insight maybe on why he was playing a certain way on this. So Jackson is in France on this one. Evan Bouleris, do not know Evan. Welcome, Evan.
Evan had a beautiful board top as Turkey in round 2. Really beautiful game.
As Turkey?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. I'll have to go back and check out that broadcast. Go Turkey. Tournament leader, Siobhan Nolan in Italy. Local Weasel, Sabia Huja in Russia. And our favorite trickster on the board, Liam Stokes in Turkey this time. So I think the game is set up well enough. We don't need to hear predictions or what we're looking to see on this board. I think we're all looking to see how Siobhan will play it. Nicolas plays it very defensive to start with. Is that going to be the theme of the game? Let's see what we got here.
I think, she plays it very defensive, and also Austria plays it very defensive, so that's interesting. Sabi plays with the how is it called? The Armenian fist bump. That's right, something like that, where they bounce in Armenia, and Ankara directly going into the med. And I think all the moves, I don't know if you want to do the West, Aiden, or if I do the whole season. But basically, it's very standard. It's my favorite opening as France, going for Picardy and Burgundy, because you have a lot of flexibility as to what you can do. You can completely screw over Germany, for example, by tapping Ruhr and going into Belgium and France and England bouncing Holland, stuff like that, which is very fun to pull off. Or you can also take Belgium from Burgundy and go after England, so very flexible. And England very trusting in France sending the army in Eddy. So at the moment, let's see what happens in the fall. But at the moment, while the openings are not standard, the final, I'd say, position are quite standard.
Yeah, the defensive position for Austria may be because Bradley is in contention, and the only way that Austria will be able to overtake Italy is if Austria overtakes Italy. So that could be a strategy part of this as well. So Adam, I didn't know those were coming, but it's certainly set up that way.
All right, so we got the English convoy to Holland, but lo and behold, it works because Germany covers Munich and makes a play for Belgium and doesn't actually even go for Holland. So that's quite interesting. So France will get 1 build, Germany will get 1 build, England will get 2 builds by getting Norway and Holland. Very unusual situation there. Probably not great news for Germany as it turns out. Germany does with the Russian. Go ahead. Oh. Germany supports the Russians into Sweden. In the east, Russia drops into Galicia, takes Romania with an army, and the Turks move out into the Aegean. Very suggestive of an RT right here.
I wonder if Evan Bouleris is not the player we call Tortelloni online, and because I know his name is Evan B, basically. And that's funny because we were France and England in a virtual face-to-face game, and we did this opening basically bouncing Germany out of Holland. So I think we saw that coming here from what happened. So yeah, that's a funny turn of events, basically.
Yep, and Brandon confirms that he is Tortellini.
Okay, so that's
Tortelloni.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But beautiful position. Just I don't know if you mentioned that, but Russia entering into Galicia also. I don't know if you mentioned it, but Sabi is in a great position here. Can do basically whatever she wants.
Yeah, I'm interested. So Liam builds Army Con. That's probably about as unusual as a build could be for that case. But everything else, although only one fleet for France is tough at this point, but you certainly need, especially after attacking Germany, you need to have that third army there. So, oof. All right, so Nicola, let's start in the south, the southeast. They look like a juggernaut, but maybe not.
Yeah, that's a fantastic set of move from Liam. But knowing Liam, I'm not sure it's not an RT with in disguise, basically. So I wouldn't bet on it. Basically, that it's AT, because then why wouldn't you build a fleet and go to Black Sea? So I think he has a lot of flexibility, and that's something he likes. Liam is a great player and a very flexible one. So I'm going to really see the winter move, the fall move before trying to drawing any conclusion of that.
You think you're going to go out into Serbia and maybe support the Italians to Greece or something like that?
Something I wouldn't. I would expect something like that. Yeah, exactly. And Siobhan, perfectly defensive, going to Apulia, basically just playing it safe. No
move by Siobhan. I absolutely love it. I think convoying back is the perfect and perfect correct play here.
Yeah, exactly. You just play it safe. You play the boring Italian game and just being sure you're not going to get killed, and then you can think about expanding. So I really like it also. And France and England rolling through after Germany. I really don't like as Germany the bounce in Baltic. I think in this situation you really need to go to Heligoland. I think by not going to Holland, you want to make a deal with England in order to destroy this EF, but didn't work out. And England and France are really working in sync here. So yeah, let's see what happens. But great EF.
Yep, you were right. You sure were right about the RT. So indeed, that is exactly what happens here. That Romania goes out to Serbia, and they do try to take Greece. In fact, Italy supporting Turkey there, which fails. But the attack on Serbia works. While they also make an attempt on Vienna that is thwarted by Siobhan's move of Tyroli to Bohemia. So that looks a little bit like a lack of coordination between IR. It seemed like things were otherwise coordinated. Maybe Siobhan was expecting the attack on Vienna to come from Bohemia. In the west, the Russians take Denmark. The English take Kiel. This is just going to be a unfortunate short game for Evan here, and there's not a whole lot that he can do.
And Sabi taking the bet again. To go after Germany. So basically saying, not playing balance of power, taking the dots, which is, again, a choice. And I think both choices are viable. So I really hope Sabi pulls it off.
Yeah, good point in the chat is that it looks like actually Budapest, and I was wondering about this. I thought Budapest was supporting Trieste for some reason, or Vienna was supporting.
They hold.
Vienna was actually holding. It really needed to support either Serbia or Vienna there.
No, that's huge. That's why I highlighted that in the same way. Budapest, this support is Serbia's being cut, not Budapest onto Serbia.
Yeah.
Because
in fact, Bradley could have held everything this turn had he done it that way.
Yeah, that hurts.
And just there's no merit to guessing what Liam was going to do. It's just I have played way too many games with Liam. That's basically
something I said earlier. It looks like actually the Austrians and the Italians are working together. I thought that Ionian was supporting the Turks to Greece, but in fact Ionian is actually supporting Greece to hold in this case. So that attack from Tyroli to Bohemia was presumably to help protect the Austrians here, not a lack of coordination.
Yeah. That's hurtful. That's where, even if you think, and I agree with the point of Liam, and we won't pick on Liam, but we can. Even if you think you've got a neighbor or whatever is friendly to you, don't leave that unit unsupported. Don't just hold, even support it. And someone comes to you the next turn and says, well, why did you support it to hold? But like, I don't want to do anything else with it. So, oof. that hurts for Bradley.
Yeah, definitely.
Jackson, who is playing 2 boards, picks up 2, and I believe on his other board he was up at 8 at this point. So he's certainly having a good Sunday round. Certainly has to be looking at Siobhan as well, as far as the only way I can win this. Although I don't forget what position he was in.
You were 7th. Bradley, you mean? Right?
No, Jackson in France. So is this a turn where Fleet Marseille comes into play if you've got 2, or since EF is going so well?
Yes, I think so. At least if I'm in this EF, of course I'm going Fleet Marseille, I'm going Army Paris, and may God save us all if England goes after me. But I'm all in with England here.
And Fleet Smyrna the same way. You think that the squeeze, especially knowing, I think what we said from the background is that Siobhan wasn't going to have an explosive game. I think these are the orders that really tighten the position.
Yep.
Oh, Jackson was in 13th, so but even still, you don't want to just let the leader have the lead. So all right, Nicola, so London to Ankara will not work, but nearly every other order in the West this time has a black arrow. Let's talk about it.
Why do you hold in Spain there, Jackson?
Yeah.
I think it's, in fairness to Jackson, he's playing 2 games. It would have been very easy for him to miss a unit when writing him down, right? This isn't tap on the board on the backstabber. This is write your units, and he's playing two powers, and he's 7-8 centers in both of them. So I think we have to probably give him the benefit of the doubt there, but it's going to hurt.
Yeah.
Counterpoint: if you are Jackson, and your goal is to fight Siobhan, it's great that Siobhan leaves Ionian and that you don't bounce her. Because if your enemy is Italy, in the grand scheme of things, maybe that's what you want.
I guess, but I don't really want to be covering Mao now instead of advancing my fleets.
It's a risk. Take risks to win, right? It's a guess, but why not? Like, if you want to take a shot, it's not a stupid shot to take, I think.
Yes, if Liam's in Eastern Med here, I mean that's Ionian's gone. So
that's more what I don't understand. Why is Liam not in Eastern Med? That's more of my question here to be.
That's puzzling as well. Yeah.
Otherwise, though, England, who has been all over Germany, helps Germany into Denmark.
This is great play by Riaz here, right? I mean, Riaz is really just dominating the north, and he's got France swinging around into the Med, and there's just nothing stopping him up there.
Yeah, I mean, Denmark is lost, Sweden is lost, St. Pete will be lost next year, so to be under a lot of pressure.
Seems like Liam doesn't want to go after Italy.
That's what I was just gonna offer up. Adam has to clean the screen to make sure he's seeing those orders right.
What was your first hint?
I don't know, Adam.
I'm wondering if Liam is seeing the writing on the wall for Russia and figuring I'll get that fleet onto the Black Sea. I don't know. Kind of a strange decision rather than just rebuilding a fleet up there.
And he doesn't support Galicia into Budapest either from Serbia.
Serbia held. Doesn't support Galicia to Budapest. Doesn't even support Trieste to hold.
Yeah.
Yep.
Liam is about to be Liam. He's going to flip again.
He's picking up one by one, though. I mean, if you look at the chart, I don't know if I can zoom in on the chart. I think I got an error last time. I goofed with the software. But straight upwards. I mean, again, England and France going straight upwards as well too. But at some point, those two will have to fight each other for a board top. Maybe Liam can sneak past under the radar, even though we talk about him every turn.
That's Riaz the winner here.
It's so out of position. Gosh. And building an army Rome. I can understand why she did that, but man, that is just a terrible build in this situation. But I mean, I can see why you would need to do that. I mean, if anything, if you're working with Liam, you probably want Liam in the Ionian to have another fleet behind you.
Like, I don't know how he negotiated that, but Liam, like, managed to negotiate Russia to take the fleet out of the port. It's really great diplomacy, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
Wow. Yeah, and there's that. I mean, would anything? Is there any rationale for Liam to do anything other than that in this position?
Yeah,
given what he has done last year, no. But I think going after Italy would have brought him more dots quicker, basically, than this way. But
I mean, why go to Greece, right? Why not just go to Ionian and say, Siobhan, hey, I'm, keep your back against France just in case.
Here to help.
Yeah, and you can even go to Tis and push your fleet forward. I agree.
Yeah, and the other thing too is Galatia had support in there. Vienna had been cut, so.
Jeez.
Now you get Budapest. Oh wow.
Oh, that's not nice to Siobhan, man. Wow. Okay.
No, but I think that was deserved because she was supposed to support Sabi into Vienna,
right?
And she didn't. So now Sabi is saying, you know what? I'm going to screw you, Turkey. I'm going to screw you, Italy, and yeah.
Yep.
Oh, because Trieste supported Vienna to hold there. Yeah. Oof. Well, that's part of the deal.
This is a witch's game here. This is a England and Turkey game here, and with Jackson, trying to hold his own as best he can, while managing Russia on the other board.
And why do you think England doesn't take Denmark here? Because keeping Germany on 1 makes sense. On 2.
Well, maybe he's expecting Germany to do something more useful than self-bounce themselves in Berlin, right? I mean, if Germany's doing useful things like keeping Russia out of Livonia, maybe having 2 is okay. But if they're doing things like self-bouncing their dot, that's not helpful. So
yeah.
And especially since England doesn't seem to want to go after Russia, else you put Norway in St. Pete, not Finland, I think. Because you can convoy Finland afterwards to Livonia, which you can't do from.
I suspect you're correct, and that he's setting up to convoy Norway into the continent, Nicola. That's what it looks like to me. I mean, you don't need to be in Sweden. Why? I guess you're covering Sweden against the Germans, trying to take the dot off you, I guess. But this to me looks like you're setting up to convoy Norway back down to Holland or Kiel or something.
Or Belgium.
Or Belgium, sure, yeah.
All right. Another army for England. Sabi pulls all the armies up north.
Oh,
Did
man.
anyone realize Liam got 3? We didn't even talk about that, but
we knew that. But I also think it's remarkable that Siobhan got a build and built army in Venice and is sitting with 1 fleet. Siobhan, what are you doing?
Well,
not
she's doing that.
Holy cow! This is great.
Oh my God!
France and Turkey go after Italy, while England from behind goes after France.
Yeah, that's what I feared.
Oh my goodness!
Although Sabi does make up and support Siobhan into Vienna, Serbia is supporting Venice into Trieste, yet throwing all the fleets forward. This is wild.
I disagree with this move from England.
You don't like it?
I think it's a great, like in any game, I would love this move from England. In a game where your goal is to beat Siobhan, I don't like it.
Riaz needs 40 though, so right now he's only plus 13. So
it depends if Liam intends to attack Shivan at some point or not. If he doesn't,
and so maybe that was the coordination. Was look, you go after Shivan, I'll stab France, then we race for the top.
Don't you think he's got to attack Shivan? I mean, what else is he going to do? He's going to leave her in Vienna and Trieste? There's no reason to leave her in there. I mean, for a turn, and then she'll pull those units when she gets the disbands from France, and then he'll walk in behind her, right?
Yeah, but then she's going to rebuild fleets, which you don't want as Turkey, right?
But she's not going to, because she's going to go down probably 2 dots to France next year, right? She's going to, or at least 1, and she pulls those armies. So I think this is a reasonable thing for Liam to do, because those will be his in the long run.
Yeah, it's a gamble from England. Let's see if it pays off, but it's a gamble, I think. Yeah.
He's leaving Germany alive, which is interesting. He's still not taking Denmark. That's so he can convoy to Brest.
Well, Germany's left alive because he got the support to Moscow.
He got the support. Oh, I see. They knocked. I see. He supported Riaz to Moscow. So Riaz is going to go up 3 this turn.
Yep.
That's quite good.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
That's really good.
That's in our next sound clip.
Wow. This is Riaz has some potential. I mean, the problem is that he's got to stay a good differential over Liam, and from a tournament perspective, it might be in Shivan's interest to start throwing Liam dots here to make Liam bigger, so that Riaz's score is smaller.
Yeah, it's possible. That's why I say you have to count here. I love the stab from a game perspective, but I wonder, from a tournament perspective, I don't have the live scores, to justify if it's good or not, to be fair.
Yeah, so I guess the question, and Adam, you brought it up earlier, is you didn't need to leave Shivan with both. Shivan's getting a build here. You could have easily taken one or the other.
I think it's okay. Let her build a fleet, and then I don't know. I think you can take those when you're ready to take them. Though then again, you got to get some armies back there. But
yeah,
I don't know.
All right. Well, let's see what we're getting here. 2 more armies from Riaz and a helpful fleet in Liverpool. What did France pull? Tunis and Tyrolia.
Yep.
To be alive in Munich. Germany playing 1 short.
Yep.
Yeah, but those are both gone. Ooh. All right. So here, let's keep going with this one, because we're Riaz is right now. So he was plus 13 last time. Now he's plus 23. So he needs 17 more. And I don't know how the scoring system works, so I'll let you guys argue over that. All right, let's see where we're getting to. Let's I forget what we're doing. Adam, let's just go with you for now, and Nicolas follow up.
I think the notable things are in the south. Is just positioning. Though Liam takes Tunis off of France, which is good. He needs to keep building dots, but on the other hand, France disbanding yet another unit is going to make Riaz's life faster. What Liam really needs to do is get units to the Med line. So I'm actually a little bit surprised that he did it this way rather than going Ionian to Tunis, Greece to Ionian, or asking Shivan to start pushing out like Rome to Tuscany, go up to Lyon. It's not as coordinated as I would like it to be here. If he really wants to if they really want to try to stop Riaz from getting to like 15 centers in this game, or maybe even more. Riaz does all the things that he needs to do. He brings the Liverpool fleet out to North Atlantic. He convoys down into Holland, destroys the French unit in Roer, and convoys into Picardy. I mean, these are all the things that he needs to do from this position, and he's just doing them. This is about chugging along. I think that he probably can take Munich this turn if he chooses to take Denmark this turn, and I would expect him to be making an aggressive play. I don't know what the time is in this game, but he's racing against the clock, and he's looking to say, can I get 14, 15 centers? I just need to start grabbing dots here.
He cannot take Munich because he has a fleet next to Munich.
I'm sorry, that's a fleet. You're right. Thank you.
Yeah, I think he's going to get the top anyways. The question is, is this top big enough to?
No, yeah, it's right, and it's not about just getting the top, right? He's going to need to get another couple of centers to have a chance at winning the tournament over Siobhan.
Yeah, especially with Liam. Just, I mean, nothing moved on his side at least here. So we'll see what the pressure is. I don't know time limit, but generally Sunday rounds. I think in Chicago we usually try and be able to make it to 1909. You know, we have some random dice drawing thing that Brian I think came up with one time, which was fun.
Are we going to run through this game, or are we going to finish the other one?
We're gonna let's go through on this one because I want to know where Siobhan gets to, and we'll see if Saren and or Karthik or whoever else on the other one has a chance. So let's run through this one. Lots of red in the northwest, but a whole lot of black.
This is where that happens. What I was just saying last turn, where everything starts to push the line with Siobhan and Liam and all of that. I mean, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen in the spring. That's fine. It happens a turn later. There's a lot of red elsewhere. I think that's just due to the fact that this tactically there's guesses to be made here. But what Riaz ultimately here is doing is he's taking Denmark. He's putting himself in a position to force Berlin and have some play against Munich. Of course, with the Italian units in Tyrolia, Bohemia, he's not going to get Munich at this point, but he'll at least be able to get Berlin. And so, he maybe stopped at 13, or I don't know if France is going to have disbands and maybe he has a shot at getting 14 with Paris, but that's about as far as he's going to get here.
Yeah. Losing Tunis may hurt because you needed every one of those French units where they're at right now.
France stays at 4 though, because they had Ruhr destroyed, so I don't think they have a pull.
There you go.
But Liam doesn't seem to be playing for the top, so I think that's what's key. Because else, I think Liam could have potentially beaten Riaz to the top, huh?
So at this point, with 3 boards, you'd see where we are here: 14-point difference, 13.8. Liam would need to. Where are we at here? So that's 35, if my math is right on here, and we need to get to. I mean, Liam would need to eliminate Siobhan and probably the 12. So he would need 20.
Yeah, but
more.
that aside, you want to make the best result at the board. Like I don't know, but I think that's a key. I'm not arguing that Liam is not doing the right thing. I'm just saying I think that's a key component of this game, and that Liam is not confident anyway that he can. Make a meaningful difference.
Liam may also feel like he needs Siobhan to stop Riaz from soloing in this game, right? I mean, right or wrong, he may feel that way right now.
Yeah. Well, and Liam picks up Warsaw this turn.
Should.
Yeah.
Yeah. So England gets Paris here.
Wow, and France turned
France
they were not happy.
Oh, France didn't want the help, I guess.
No, but maybe Tunis. So again, taking Tunis might have been the thing, because Liam built Army Ankh as opposed to
building it for Army Paris or something. Army, in France.
Yeah, and the fleet in Tunis isn't needed here, or again. He could have been mad from why. All right, if you're going to come help me, why didn't you do it last time? But anyway, Siobhan convoys home because, they thought less of a threat. Greece to Tunis makes. I don't know. Anyway, but he does pick up Warsaw. So again, another dot in the cap here.
Going to take Moscow, most likely. No?
What? Why do you do that?
Right. Arranged ending, I think.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, everything else is holding in place. Sabi, sorry.
Wow. Why did they do that? Why? Huh.
Well, here, so England picks up 2, but that's only a net of 34, and I think Riaz needed 40. Win throw 7.
I don't know. Why is Riaz going to end this game here unless it's timed out?
85 to 80 at this point.
Yeah.
Keep going. Is this game actually over? Is it timed out?
I don't know. We'll find out here. All right. So Spring 08.
Oh, it's timed out.
Yeah, timed out. Yeah.
That's it.
Do we know if this was timed out or if this was actually an agreed upon draw?
We will find out. We've been getting good intel from the background, but it ends here. So
It's on.
it was a draw. It was not time limit. So they had one more year. So the question is here, what could Riaz have gotten? Would Berlin have taken him up 5 points?
No. That's almost sure that
I don't know what the scoring system.
It's probably not enough points for him to win. And I think if everybody's got their calculators out and Siobhan's looking at it and she's saying, well, if Berlin gives him 5 points, I'll give Liam Vienna so that he doesn't go up 5 points or whatever, right? So, you have that luxury if they really know that the game's going to end. So that's probably why.
The supercomputers in the background are saying that Riaz needed a net of +2, whether he got 2 or he got 1 and Siobhan lost 1. So Berlin for sure, and again, likely getting through 08 is very this year certainly would have been the last one. I don't know that for a fact, but based on other face-to-face tournaments. So in 1 year, if he couldn't get any more, would Jackson have thrown?
In theory, he can't beat Moscow anyway.
Yeah.
So he can take Berlin and lose Moscow. So in theory, he really can't get any bigger.
But wow, all right, so let's pretend this is not a tournament-ending game. Nicola, Riaz, not a bad result.
I think the thing is, if it's not a tournament-ending game, I think Liam plays differently here, and I think that was the key of this game. If Liam plays to win, I think he kills Siobhan. Maybe you disagree, Adam. Maybe Kevin, right? But that's how I would see it.
I think it's not. It's certainly possible, but I do think he's playing with fire, right? Because I think that Liam is at 11 here. I mean, this game could be a legit 17-17 if the game is untimed, right? And I think that is not impossible. On the other hand, can Liam push through the Italian through the boot and take those centers fast enough that Siobhan is not going to be able to basically break Riaz through into Tunis or into Vienna or something like that?
No, because look into 06, I think it was. In 06, when Liam takes Tunis from, when he takes Tunis from Tyrrhenian Sea,
I see.
I think that's the point where he gives up on destroying Italy before it's too late. But I think if he doesn't play it like that, I think he takes the boot before England is through France, because France can hold a long time in Spain and Portugal, basically with one Turkish fleet here, and he has a shot.
So again, according to math in the background, thank you, Brandon, Liam needed a 17-14 and a Siobhan elimination. So Riaz already being at 14, that likely is not. Yeah.
I mean, you're right with Tunis. And the potential to have for Liam to get both Moscow and Warsaw, that's actually 18 centers on his side of the line.
That's what I was counting, actually.
You're right from that perspective that in an untimed game, maybe.
Yeah.
Very cool game. Wow.
Yeah. Very high level.
This is one to remember, man. Man, this was a good one.
I'm with you. All right, so live look at the scoreboards, which we saw before we knew it was over. So Sarah needs 7 or 6.3 to tie for second, 6.4 to get in a sole second, and needs an exact 12 to tie for first.
I think it's a score already counting some points for the third game here.
We are counting. Yeah, this includes everything we have seen to this point. So right now, let's go back to where we were. We didn't do the draw. We didn't do the draw. It was in 06. Yeah, because 07's in the box. Here's where we were at. It was after Karthik grabbed 2. Orders were in the box, so the builds were. We knew that. We knew what Fleet Breast had come. We saw Sweden get pulled. Yeah, this is where we were. So here we are, spring 07. So that game ended in 08, or no, at the end of 07. So these games are going. I don't know if it was Central Clock or it's close, but they're still within time. So this is as everything is unfolding over there with Riaz. Spring 07 is when they push to the line. So maybe they're seeing some play still left. Let's see where that leaves us here. So Karthik is still making his push, knowing he has a chance, continuing west. Adam, why don't start off with you here on the tactics?
Sure. Well, in the west, Eddie is doing not a whole lot, covering Romania and Bulgaria. But Karthik is conga lining his armies to Piedmont and up the boot. Saren comes out to the mid-Atlantic, and that's really not a whole lot else. Chris gets support into Sweden. I'm not sure what Barents is supporting it to hold. So he goes from Norway out into Sweden, I guess, with help of the Russians who are, I guess, just trying to mess with Germany at this point in the game. But the middle of the game board is a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah. The interesting items for me, Nicola, is the Turkish units back home, Ukraine to Romania, Kandabul. So
yeah, as Adam said, like Eddie may not be playing for the win, so that's why he would play it like that. But I'm more puzzled by the moves from Karthik, to be completely honest.
All right.
Because I think if he really wanted to gain some more dots, he would have gone east, not west. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I feel.
Oops. Trying to figure out how we used to be able to block these spammer guys, but anyway.
What you think, Adam?
I got spam coming in our. Oh, that's on YouTube, so it's on Twitch. All right. I'll figure out how to block Twitch chat, but we'll get to that later. Let's focus on the game here. Karthik, pushing.
So Saren finally took Holland.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why she's doing that now, but I guess it's a dot in desperate times call for desperate measures. She's kicked out of the Mid-Atlantic, and yeah, not a whole lot else going on. Karthik is moving west. Russia takes Norway. Germany loses Sweden. This is not a good position for Matt Krill, being stuck right in the middle. But that's all we got.
So last time, Germany tried to help. I think so, at least. Right? Let's see what this.
Yes, they tried to help France. Yeah.
Yeah, tried to help France. So it's not like Saren retaliated by saying, "All right, you didn't try and help me." Just took it.
She wants to win.
Yep,
that's the way to win.
That's the way to win. Well, gained a point. So last time 23, although gained a center and gained 4 points, approximately 4 points. Needs 12 total. So needs probably at that pace 2 more centers. What is
that somewhere?
All right, Germany pulls those, so no more German help for France up there. Another fleet, which is good. Although we'll lose, not necessarily.
We should lose Portugal.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily.
They both can be tapped. Yeah. Karthik is a master tactician, though, so let's see how. Yep. Saren is no slouch herself. So.
All right, go ahead, Nicola.
No, I think they are trying to take some more dots to get some position here and there, but I think it's almost done. Why Eddie takes Sev with a fleet and Greece with a fleet, I don't know him personally, but I think he has his reasons since he's a great player. Yeah, else it's basically Karthik trying to take Portugal. That's his goal, I think, for the end of the game, and Seren trying not to give him Portugal, and most likely she's going to try to take another dot, but I don't see which one, because by going to Ruhr, she made sure if she tries to take Kiel anyway, he retreats into Holland, so yeah.
I think this is Eddie's way of telling the players it's time to call a draw, but that's just my suspicion.
Let's see if he walks out. Nope.
No. Well, they didn't call a draw. I mean, I mean, again, I'm taking my best speculation, but he probably offered one, and they didn't take it, so he stayed.
Yeah, nothing moved, but
yeah, nothing happens.
People must be tired. I think that's what's happening, because like even Karthik not trying to build another fleet or something tells me that he has given up.
Was pretty strange.
Yeah. No orders.
All right, no orders for winter. That can only mean one thing, that I can't hit any more buttons. So let's end this one.
Game over.
Back one more. There it is, and there is game over. So with Seren unable to capture any more data, we'll come back and we'll recap this one. But congratulations to BBN's own Siobhan Nolan for the 2022 Cascadia Open champion. And a golf clap. So, all right, we'll get back to Siobhan's whole tournament performance in a second, since I didn't see either of the first two games, so you can tell me how well they went. But let's go back and finish. Oops, come on, Tatooine. Oh, you guys did both of this game too. So, where did Seren lose her momentum? You could see on the left, big growth through a 3, flat through a 5, growth through a 7, flat throw 8. Was it a?
For me, it was the turn where she had the opportunity to take 2 English dots and Holland, and neglected to do so. Obviously, it's easy in hindsight, and it's easy to be an armchair diplomat. But I think that was the opportunity to take control of this game without a lot of risk, and really exert one's dominance here.
It was early, right? It was
somewhere around it was probably right around here, where maybe here,
here.
04 or 05 or something like that.
Fall 05. And this is the point you guys made it in live time, is if you get there, and we were saying, well, we don't know, but it
was actually before this. It was before Karthik had shifted. It was the year before, I believe.
Yes, the year before.
Yeah.
If you look at the year before, she could take Eddie anyway. If she takes Eddie here, she's in a much better position, just with one more dot actually in the south to defend.
Yeah, if not all 3, but yeah, for sure Eddie.
Yeah, because here you could get Eddie,
London, Holland.
You get all 3 of them right here, right? Because you can go North Sea supports English Channel to London, Norwegian supports here to Eddie, and then Holland, Belgium to Holland, Burgundy to Belgium. Right?
Yeah. You're gambling on Holland there, but the other two are guaranteed.
Well, you probably know that it's going to work, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
and what's beautiful is that nobody can do anything about it, because actually you don't have a fleet in Norway.
Right. You got 2 German armies. What are they going to do to you?
Yeah. And who else was on Krill? So Krill, was he just an unfortunate in the wrong position? Because like we were talking about it right here, was spring 03. Would Chris Brand, who survived the game, by the way, on 1 all the way, so congratulations, Chris. Chris goes to Helgoland here instead of going back home to defend against Seren. Did Seren win a diplomatic battle? Was there anything on the board? I fall 02, Matt was not anti-Chris in any way. Obviously, just being pro Saren was, but
yeah, I mean, you got to give Saren credit for turning Chris, right? I mean, ultimately, she was the main aggressor, and she still got him to go in the direction. So I think that's credit to Saren here.
Yeah.
I don't really get, if you go back into winter of 01, I think it was, or yeah, exactly, like here, or in fall of 01, sorry, in fall of 01. That's what I don't like with the way you do this way, is that you get the army in kill and then you lose a lot of tempo. And I think it may have cost Matthew actually the game here, because he could never put the second fleet actually next to the North Sea. And so from this point on, I think it was almost over for him.
Yeah.
So I've seen the Sea Lion is often done where you send the fleet to Holland instead of sending the fleet to Denmark, and then you go Roar to Holland and Kiel to Denmark. Do you like that version better?
I don't like the Sea Lion actually for Germany. Like I think it's great for France, and most of the time it's not great for Germany because everybody's going to turn on you, and you're already in the middle of the map. So it's I think that's the risk, and that's what happened with Russia basically taking German dots. And
yeah.
I don't really know why Karthik went the way he went, but else it was Seren winning this game anyway. So it was either Karthik or Seren, and here with him going back west, it was her.
So we did the math behind the scenes. It ended 9-7 or 9-8 with Eddie getting those two at the end. If Saren holds on to either of these, rather than losing both this turn, so right now we're here at it's 8-8 at this turn. If that's 9-7, right? 9-7. If Eddie stabs earlier, maybe then Karthik can't build two. It has to turn around. Well, Saren needed a differential of 3, needing 11 centers and a differential of 3. The question was, if Karthik has to turn around, if Eddie decides to stab earlier. I
don't think Eddie would consider this stabbing. I think that Eddie would consider that taking his due, right?
Yeah, well, sure. I'm used. Bad parlance for DBN. Stabbing is more ratings happy, so taking his due. That's Showtime, right? Is that what the
maybe Karthik and Jackson never were able to work together, because I think that was the key for Karthik really to win this game and to get a big score. And it never seemed that Italy and Russia managed to work together, which was a shame in the end.
Well, it might have been a shame for him or for anyone wanting a late comeback, but it does not a shame. Certainly not a shame for Siobhan. So I missed the beginning. I'll have to go back and watch. Hopefully, we can have a DBN happy hour to celebrate at some point. But what did I miss? How did Siobhan win this tournament? I don't know who called the games, but.
She was dominant in every game she played, basically. That's a way to sum it up. I think she started with a 40 points board, so basically half of her score, and then consolidated it from there with she got 2 top boards of the 3, so yeah, 67%, that's easy, but yeah, she got 2 top boards of the 3. The first one was the second one was with Turkey. The first one I think was with Russia, right? Adam, if I remember quite well, and both performances were really dominant. She, in the first board as Russia, she really the board was really a playing field, so it was fantastic to see. And
yeah, I think Siobhan came in there, really came out with a great timing game in round 1. And then I think what was probably even more impressive than the big win in round 1 was just the totally dominating performance in round 2, where she really just kind of came out of the gate as Turkey after having, been the tournament leader and, having that target on her back, and just still came out, played really aggressively as Turkey in round 2, and just completely dominated that board from the get-go, and got another really great score from that. Those 2 rounds combined, and then of course she did need that last round to come out on top, and needed to fight out and not have a huge result, but have enough of a result to keep the winning intact. So I mean, I think really hats off to Siobhan. I don't think it's a surprise to any of us here at DPN, knowing that she knows how to play this game really well.
It makes us look better if that's the case. We got a couple of champions, and then I can push some buttons. So I guess I have utility as well, keeping the system going. What I think though is again, we'll have more people. We'll have more people who know this game, and I think someone's trying to cross the border as we go. So let's bring in the 2022 Cascadia champion, Siobhan. Congrats.
Hi everyone, how's it going?
Good. Your mobile connection is good, so we won't. Yep, we can hear you. We're getting you in. Hopefully, there's a cell tower every mile or so for you. Oh no!
I think we might have her frozen.
Oh no, it's really choppy.
All right. Well, we'll get you your post game due at some point when you're on a mobile connection. What for you? What was the moment of the tournament, other of course than winning? What helped you get there this week?
I mean, obviously, aside from winning itself, the round 2 was just perfectly magical. It was one of those games where literally everything went exactly the way I wanted it to go. Everyone did exactly what I wanted them to do. I see how I managed it, but it was a beautiful moment of diplomacy for me.
Guys, you saw more of what I did. What stands out that you need to pick her brain?
Did you go into that round 2? I mean, feeling a target on your back, and how did you manage that in the opening negotiations?
I absolutely felt it. My round 1 was a massive Russian tour, and then I drew Turkey, which is not a country that has been doing very well in a lot of the virtual games recently. It's not a country I like to play historically. So I just kind of went in and get around. It worked out. And it was magical. So I can't tell you, but sometimes all the cards fall the right way. And it's just one of those weekends.
We're sorry, viewers. That earlier part was censored. You're not going to get Siobhan's true magic.
Yeah, sorry about the signal, guys. We're driving through northern Washington at the moment.
So you're back in the States. Well, good. Well, thank you for joining us again. We'll get you actually working the next time where. We patted Adam on the back, I think, for 6 months. So we'll give you at least a year to celebrate this one until you win the next one.
You guys so much.
Congrats, John.
Congrats a lot.
Yep. Congrats. Drive safe. I think that's our first car ride interview that we've had. So we'll call the state of Washington to improve their cell signal on the highways for the next one. So final wrap ups. Again, I haven't seen a whole lot, so I'm looking forward to turning this on tonight after the kids get to bed. What were there any player discussion, any chat from earlier talking about the weekend in general, non-diplomacy that I missed, or any highlights from maybe non-top 7 players that I missed? Nicola, anything stand out to you?
No, actually, well, yes and no. Like the things that really hit me was the level of play. I think it was a very good tournament in terms of level of play, to be honest. Generally, not only the top players, but from everybody, basically. You could see that even players for whom it was the first time they would play face-to-face, they tried some things. You had the very interesting games, very non-standard games, people trying different things, trying different strategies. Also, you had Siobhan going for very large top very early. You know, there was a discussion at the beginning, well, maybe you don't want to put a target on your back. Well, but you want to get points, right? And her strategy won, which was like try to get the best result every game you can. And I really like that. That's this kind of play that wins.
And Adam, from a champion's perspective, not that Nicola hasn't won a championship as well, but face-to-face champion's perspective, what's the what's that drive back like? What is Siobhan thinking? What is she talking about in the car right now? Is it diplomacy or I'm done?
I don't know. I mean, I think I'm sure she's savoring it, and she should, right? I mean, you don't get. Most of us don't get put in the position to win tournaments that often, right? And we don't even travel to tournaments that often, especially these days when it's become harder. And I think it just makes each and every event a lot more special. Whether you win or lose, just the opportunity to hang out with like-minded people, play a game we all love. I saw on the Discord server some pictures from dinner and people hanging out around Vancouver over the weekend. I mean, face-to-face diplomacy is back again. It's wonderful to see. It's just great seeing people together, having fun, playing this game we all love. High quality games, of course. Really, I'm sure the intensity in the room is palpable and great. But just the bonds and the friendships that are made over the course of this, I think, to me, have always been the most important part of the hobby, and what keeps me coming back more than the championships or whatever. So I hope that others have seen that, and I hope other viewers who have come to these know what I'm talking about, and hope that viewers who don't know exactly what I'm talking about will find out at another event this year.
Well, that's a great part. So I like to do the administrative stuff at the end. I don't know how much was talked about in the beginning, but since we're at the end, we'll do it. I think the next face-to-face tournament is Boston in August. Alex, we had an interview with Alex on the last league night. So if you haven't watched the last league night, go watch that broadcast. After that is Weasel Moot in Chicago. That is the end of September. All of these tournaments, if you're not part of it, I'm trying to see if I could put up a couple of these QR codes that I have no idea where they go to, so I probably won't do that. But the NADF, the NADF Discord server is your main spot. I believe the NADF website. It would be a good spot to get the links, reservations. It's never too late. You can show up, morning of the tournament. If you're living close enough, you could just drive. Flights I know are a little expensive now, so you got to be selective about where you choose. But I think we have an in-person, face-to-face event leading up to World DipCon in November at Mount Snow at Carnage. Adam is the defending Carnage champ. I know we're getting our practice because we haven't had too many face-to-face events. That one is also, all the details are online. The reservations, I think, are just opening now for there as well. So come to our website, come to our Discord. We can get you linked there. My thanks to Brandon for starting the show off today, to David and Adam and Nicola for doing the analysis. I think Siobhan is actually a back-to-back face-to-face champ because I think she won the last tournament before. You're nodding your head. Yeah, she won in January of 2020. So a back-to-back. She just owns Canada. So it's like the Canadians who can't win the Stanley Cup. Sorry, Canada. But we'll throw some heat on you there. Maybe 2023 will be the year that a Canadian can reclaim the trophy. Although I think Adams won that and Eddie's won that. So maybe let's just call it a California tournament.
It's been in California since 2018.
Yeah. So you'll hold it another. It'll be a five-year Californian run. So on that, I think our next broadcast is next weekend, next Saturday night for the next edition of VDL. I do know I'm going to put this up over Nicola's head. So take your screenshots of Nicola to get the link to the virtual WDC server on Discord. It'll take you to the links and registration for sign up. There are 3 rounds, international friendly. I believe the first one is at like 8 a.m. British time. Yeah. The second one is at like 9 a.m. Central Chicago time, and I think the last one's at 5 p.m. Eastern time. I know I gave out 3 different time zones there, but hopefully people can do the math to move it up or back. I think Diplomacy runs 24 hours straight on that day. So find the best time zone for you. It's a league, so there's a little bit of a different dynamic, but most of the games are played in open fun and competition. So mark some questions in the chat. We can get you pointed in the right place.
And in 2 weeks, you've got the Summer Classic, the virtual Summer Classic.
Yes, I'm clearly not signed up to help with that one because I totally forgot to include that. That one's a fun one. Saren Kwok is the defending Summer Classic champ. A masterful performance last summer. Liam does a ton of promotion for that one, so thanks, Liam, for some good games this weekend, as well as we'll get you on that one. That is 5 rounds, 6 rounds?
6 rounds. I think it's 6 rounds, and you can play 4 max. I think something like that.
Excellent. I think that's 2 Friday, 2 Saturday, and 2 Sunday, and it's. I know the time zones for those are generally North American friendly, but I think it's been modified this time to make sure everyone around the world has at least kind of 3 games in their local time zone.
We have 4 games that are Euro friendly anyway, so I don't know for the OCs, basically for people in Australia, but for Europe anyway, we have 4 games. For the US, you have 4 games, which are convenient for your time. So yeah.
Excellent. All right, let's get the European players. I know we had the French league on league night last time too, so we'll get once we get back into more of the regular scheme of things, we'll have some good virtual coverage and of course some great face-to-face coverage like we had this weekend. So again, thanks for joining us. I think we got a button to like and subscribe. Maybe that's just on the other one. We'll get the hang of this at some point, I think. Yeah, there we go. All right, we get our promotion. And on that, thank you all again, and we will see you next weekend.
See you guys.